Keep me waiting, keep me guessing. I know you can blow my mind. I'm clear-headed, so upgraded. Every moment feels like I'm high. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Yeah. I walked through hell, got out of breath. Then I found you must be God's sign. Nothing goes bad under your spell. Kinda feels like I'll never die. If you keep me waiting, I'm not moving, I'm here. Keep me waiting. I got trust in you, dear. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto
Guten Tag, hello, some other languages too. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to another Finals Thursday. That is right. We've got a nice, healthy, maybe not healthy actually, almost degenerate long day ahead of us of AoE4 action because we have got 3 series coming your way on this fine Thursday. That's right. 2 best of 5s culminating in a grand final showdown between those 4 left standing. Wham versus LouMT, our second series today, but we'll be opening up with Vortex and DeMu. Battle of the Bulls, followed by Battle of those who have not succumbed to the lack of hair yet. And then culminating in a clash between those that have hair and those that simply do not. Yes, it is poetic. It almost sounds rigged, but I don't have to deal with those allegations. Blame Chim. We are just waiting for them to set up their draft right now. I did notice apparently Vortex is having a little issue finding it, but apparently that's been resolved. I know that Ben just popped off to get a snack, so he should be back in a sec. And what is up, Wembley Hog? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm for the 7th month. That is legendary. Keep those subs coming. Appreciate all the support. Let's see if we can actually smash our previous goal. I think last month we finished on about 320. Did I say let's go for 420 this month? Blaze it. I mean, it kind of sounds about right. Keep those subs coming in, though. Excuse me, because I'm dying. And Medicare may be free in the UK, but it's also poor. So anyway, we are going to have a fun one here. Not a repeat of last time. Puppy Paw, of course, did not sign up this time. I think he cockily tried to do his best Marine Lord impression and say that, oh, I want to give other people a chance to win, of course. But we do have a Canadian representation, right? That Wham versus LouMT series is going to be an intriguing one, considering that last time they met up, I'm trying to remember how long ago it was, right? Because last week, actually, LouMT ran into Puppy Paw. I think last time they would have met up, but Anatan beat LouMT 2-0 in KPMM 3. And then, of course, KPMM 4 saw the Puppy Paw LouMT series where Puppy Paw was able to 3-0 him. Wham, on the other hand, had to duke it out in a very tight series up against Vortex. The question mark, of course, this week is whether DeMu is up to scratch, up to par. Because, you know, I looked and I saw him playing some Deadlock about 20 minutes ago. So, very much warming up, making sure he's ready. Then again, Vortex was driving. So, I mean, like, they're probably about evenly warmed up currently. DeMu is the finals. DeMu is on the finals day. Don't know if it's going to make the finals just yet. There's Kendrick. So I think we've already got enough Canadians. Jesus, they just keep breeding. I could have been really bad with my cold. It could have sounded like I said breathing. That would have been a lot darker. But I think we're just... Are we about ready to get this draft underway? What's going on, my boys? It's taking a little bit of time. I'll keep an eye on it, so I'll let you know the moment the draft begins so we can kick into that. Reminder, by the way. Actually, I should have added that in because we know the map draft. The map draft guaranteed. And what is up, Rice Sharan? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Keep them coming, especially the Prime subs. You guys have them for free. Use them. Then you don't have to worry about those bloody ads that I see people complaining about. Imagine you complaining about ads when you just have an easy peasy solution to dodge them, either living in Bermuda or subscribing to the channel. I find probably taxes are cheaper just subscribing to the channel than living in Bermuda, but whatever floats your boats, mate. So let me get all the maps lined up. Of course, Himiyama, not Himiyama, sorry. This week, our default map is going to be... No, it's Himiyama, right? My brain is being weird. So, Himi, Haywire. We have got Cliffside. I'm just typing them all in now for the UI. Kalauger. Kalauger just sounds very weird to say. No matter what you try to do. Kind of epic, but also very weird. By the way, reminder that we do now have the roster locked in for KPMM 6. That's right. Wait, I just remembered. I just literally entered the wrong freaking bracket. I was looking at week 4. I felt like... yeah, I was about to say, it's transhumans this week, right? My brain was like, this doesn't sound right as I'm actually typing it in. All right, so let's try that again because we did have dry review. Sorry, guys. It's been one hell of a day. We've been rushing to, like, sort childcare because my son's not doing too well at the second. So we've been bum rushing back and forth just trying to get everything sorted ASAP. I believe I have done it correctly now, though. There we go. So, ta-da! Wait, okay, really? Try that again. There we go. Just needed a second to process. Cal's backend system runs on an old Intel Pentium processor, clearly. Philly number 1. I mean, dude, Philly keeps dodging signing up, right? Just saying. Just saying. NHS looking after my kid? Well, my partner is there looking after our kid. But hopefully they'll be able to come home today. It's been a rough 24 hours. But I think we are getting there at least. So fingers crossed, everything is good with him now. He's been looking a little bit rough, less in the last 2 days. How am I doing? Oh, I'm surviving, you know. Hoping today is going to be an absolute banger of a day. I mean, dude, if this isn't our most successful finals day so far, I'm going to be jaw-drop shocked. 2 live semi-finals into a grand finals. I mean, you couldn't ask for more. I'm surprised we were able to get it like this. I'm so impressed. Wait, I just realized we're not in the finals yet, so we do have a draft still. See what I mean? My brain is like all over the place. But these are the 7 potential maps. I will cull it down to 5 and remove the 2 that get banned. They should be now getting ready to hop in for said bannage. In fact, I can I can confirm that Benny Boy actually has returned. No, semis are going to be best of 5s. So I'm just putting all the maps up there graciously so we see our options. What are they likely to ban here? I could see Kalauga probably staying. Lippity's likely going to get banned. And then I think Ben quite likes Highview. So does he ban? I think Ben might ban Scarguard. And then you might see Vortex ban Lippity. Ooh, no. Actually, Vortex bans Kalauga and DeMu responds with the Himiyama ban. Okay, so a little bit surprised there. I thought it'd be a little bit different. So we can remove those 2. And then we can go. So we can have Transhumans, Dry Arabia, got Lippany, Scarguard, and then finally it's going to be Highview. Ben, I was right, did pick Highview. Surprisingly, well, actually, I think they just random, right? So I was like, yeah. So it doesn't matter. Basically, the way our draft works, guys, is once you've, in a best of 5, once you've banned, because they have 1 ban each, once you've done that, it's like, that's the whole map pool, right? Because we have Transhumans as default, and then they pick 2 each. So, have our draft. Let's go into the Civ draft. In fact, I'll switch over into this nice little handy live view so you guys can see it as it unfolds. How come Beastie and Murillo did not participate? Because they didn't feel like it. Beastie, week 1, lost quite a lot of elo because of his loss against Crackety. Thanks for that, Crackety. So he, I think, said he wasn't quite in top shape of the new patch and he didn't want to risk more elo yet. But we might have a cool thing happening next week. Eyebrows. So stay tuned for that. Reload, on the other hand, has said that, you know, he just wants to focus on the team tournament for the moment, but he has voiced an interest in playing in them next year. So don't worry, we're getting this the right way. Gradually, we are dragging every single top tier player into these weeklies because it's silly to miss out on. It's a very healthy thing for the scene. It's very healthy for the dynamics of everything. It's really what I want to create as like a scaffolding, a baseline. I want to get to the point where we've got pretty much every tournament going, yo, I want to use this to qualify players because it's a very healthy and reliable way of qualifying players based on like the average performances, or at least for seeding based on the average performances. So having a look at this now. Opening, ooh. Chinese actually available on side. Vortex does get his 1-2 tapper of Delhi English, which I think he's been quite highly coveting so far. DeMu takes a little bit unorthodox of an approach, but it fits for him. He's actually the only player who's been playing Abbasids on Transhumans, and he's actually been finding some success with it. If you guys remember, Tuesday, we watched his quarterfinals rather up against Anatam, where he had that insane Japanese versus Abbasids match, where he pretty much hunkered down on his starting island and scraped together every ounce of resource he could to survive the oncoming Japanese onslaught. So yeah, really cool to see. Iamids for Vortex, no surprise there. What we've got left, French probably comes to mind next for DeMu. If he doesn't take it, Vortex will snatch it away. Mongols could be viable considering the map pool we've got. Malians, of course. Oh yeah, because DeMu likes playing Malians a lot on Scarguard. Rus, of course, got banned out on one side, available on the other. And Chinese did get mirrored in the end. So yeah, there's the French pick for DeMu. Mongols would make the most sense next. I think like Mongols and Rus are the most likely to get picked up. But remember, you don't have to pick the Rus straight away. Now that the banning sequence is complete, you save it for the end pick, right? Because your opponent now can't pick it. There's no rush for you to get it. So you could have Flexi of Ottomans here. I don't think you prioritize that over Mongols, though. Mongols, Zhone makes most sense, or Japanese rather. Yeah, there you go. And then Zhone for DeMu. Yep, that gives them the protect against French, round out an OOTD. And then, of course, Vortex, because of the ban sequence, has briefs to round out his draft. Fantastic. So we have got a fully painted picture. Oh, by the way, ideal time to actually talk about that. I'm chugging away at my Bueno today. My chocolate meal replacement. If you guys want to get your hands on this, exclamation mark protein works. Take advantage of that. Code KillerPigeon. I think it's back down to 10% off, but definitely worth it with the low prices at the moment. So, you know, I think it's a good balance idea with Christmas coming up to try and get yourself some replacement meals. Maybe thin down a little bit. I'm not fat shaming you all. I'm just being aware. Just like me, I know what I'm going to be doing at Christmas. I'm going to be stuffing my face. So losing a little bit of weight now. Or rather, not losing crap tons of weight, but balancing your food eco in your belly now. It's actually quite a smart idea. So, we have our boys. Let me turn the music down a little bit, because actually, I don't know if that's quite loud. My hearing's a bit muffled at the moment, so. But look at the drafts. I mean, I quite like Vortex's. DeMu's very unorthodox, though, with his drafting approach, compared to a lot of the other players I've been seeing in these weeklies. At least this week, anyway. And it has worked out for him. It got him all the way to semi-finals, so I wouldn't really doubt things like the Abbasas and Juji as a high priority. He's very lethal in Juji in particular. His Marlians, I think Marlians is very hit or miss on Scarguard, and that's likely where he's picking that. Opening map of Transhumans, we're probably looking at Abbasids versus Ayu here. Makes a lot of sense. I think you can actually get a really aggressive timing to shut down the Abbasids with that. Delhi would be a bit more of a coin flip, and I think you want to save that for either Lipany, or you want to save that the high view. However, like, it would be Delhi versus Abbasids. So, like, if you're looking for counter picks, it makes a lot of sense. But with Vortex, just as able to unravel these TC campers when he used that Irbid versus Roost strategy in his quarterfinal series up against Killjadi, if you guys remember. It looked really sound and just clean on the execution. So, the game started soon. And yes, Poppyport won 3 musters in a row. He can't make it 4, though. I had to take a week off. However, the guy with the biggest win streak might be returning. Are my eyebrows, like, suggesting enough? Has anyone actually looked at the brackets for midweek muster number 6? Ooh. Oh. Is Krakeny signed up, by the way, for midweek muster number 6? I'm curious. It's very important that Krakeny is signed up for that week. Because if he's not, oof, missed opportunity, mate. Krakeny isn't signed up? What a pussy. Yeah. So I'm not going to reveal the details yet. I think we're going to like post the bracket tune after this, right? So we'll have the live brackets for you guys to see. Actually, I don't know. Attendees is public, right? So I think people can see the list, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll talk more about who's going to be playing in next week's after the grand finals today. So yeah, more reasons to hang around. Whoop, whoop. Okay. So boys are getting in the lobby now. We should be underway in a second. I still think we're looking at a Ayu Abbasid matchup, which makes me want to just do me want to switch his pick to try and get the better side of it. I mean, Abbasids can function quite well there, right? Recently. Yeah, called it. Abbasid Ibid opener. Yeah, no surprise there. I mean, I think it's just going to be the bread and butter for Vortex. And that Japanese pick is just going to need to thin the herd a bit more before it comes out. We saw how it can actually backfire in the first game of the Anatan series. You can still add him. Wow, that's quite generous. It's Krakeny like, I must return to service. It is important. All right, we're loading now. In fact, give me a sec, guys. Just need to grab something quickly. Can we get Briddicky set up? Yep, definitely wasn't still muted. Alright, mods, can you start predictions, please? So we can get underway. Let's get into it. Oh, that's right. It's time. Semi-finals have arrived for midweek muster number 5. And look at those names. It's the Battle of the Balls. Team Liquid's DeMu in the purple. Fox's Vortex in the blue. Sorry, colorblind people. Actually, we might want to try to ask them if they can pick red and blue for future games, if that's okay, Troom. Just so that we have no issues with discerning. We got a fun one, though. Opening on transhumans here for an Ayman Abbasid showdown. It's a battle of the Middle East with only 2 rivers between them. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, actually. We've seen both of these players thrive off of these Civ picks. Ayman seems to be the bread and butter for Vortex. DeMu served very well by the Abbasids. You guys might recall that quarterfinals game between Anatan and DeMu, where Anatan looked like he was pegged for the easy-peasy cruise mode victory the Japanese has been getting here, until Ben had something to say. Ben, just very capable of playing that defensive role on this starting island, actually show us just how much of an extreme you can take with the Abbasids. And I'm curious to see what we'll be able to do in this game, because my feeling is that you will have the same line of being the defender. However, you're playing against one of the most successfully aggressive players that AoE4 has to offer. And I was about to say, so you want to really go that way. That was very old school for a moment, almost like the muscle memory for Vortex setting in there, as he did immediately queue up military wing. But we'll be switching over the logistics wing that has been growing in popularity over the last few weeks. Yeah, we've been seeing this pretty much as the go-to for a few players. Vortex, Puppy Paw, Wham comes to mind. Anatan, I think, is starting to shift back towards it as well. Just very good for trying to be aggressive in the early age. Gives you some presence, some pressure that otherwise would be too expensive because of the damage your units would take. By the way, that's why Vortex didn't go for fishing. His timing would have been too slow to leverage the logistics. This now gives him flexibility to go for a fast castle build if he wants to, because fishing is temporary, relics are forever, right? And he can hit a very aggressive timing here with Growth Wing, which would allow him to not fall behind on villages compared to the Abbasids that should theoretically be going for Eco Wing, free TC. Moment of truth, the last drop-off comes in. And it is going to be that Eco Wing, yeah. So DeMu not doing anything unorthodox with his build order here. We know he likes to go Eco Wing. Some players have shifted away. Military Wing has been growing in popularity over the last 2 or 3 weeks. The nerfs to the Eco Wing really kind of solidified that, and there was going to be a shift in that direction. I think most notably, actually, the Canadians quite often go Milli Wing. But a map like this, it doesn't make much sense. This is very tricky, because like if you go Milli Wing against logistics, you'll just lose the 4 units, guaranteed, to like 2 Desert Raiders. Because remember, that healing can just be fixated upon the injured. And 2 archers aren't really going to threaten dervishes. So, Vortex, is there anything he could have done other than Growth Wing for this fast castle build? Because I'm expecting to be fast castle. He'll likely add in maybe 2 Desert Raiders, poke a little bit, and then go up. Growth makes the most sense. We have seen some players going for Industry Wing, which, when you go for it in castle, gives you 800 wood, 400 stone. However, that play doesn't make as much sense against Abbasids. Abbasids will just see your TC booming and TC boom more. And considering Vortex's playstyle as well, the most likely outcome here is an all-in timing. How do you guys vote in the end? Still going? Ooh, quite even, but Vortex with a slight edge. Well, see, the Dervish play makes sense to the healing, though, Krakeny. That's why. Like, the Dervish, the opening play, as you can see with the double Desert Raider, you poke, you don't lose these units, and then you fall back to the free relics. And it does make a lot of sense when you consider that that saves Growth Wing for a later phase of the game where you get more value out of it. Also denies good TCs for DeMu, right? We're probably going to see him trying to drop a second one on stone. Luckily for him, these dervishes are unarmed, which I find outrageous. They've got a giant stick. You think they'd be able to hit things with it, but a bit lazy. First Desert Raider, a little bit slow. You know, sometimes I wonder with this type of build if it makes sense opening with a Horseman first, just for the quicker build speed. You do save 7 seconds, and you are looking to poke at resources that are further out there. But that will delay your optimal timing on castle afterwards, right? DeMu, you know, he could have considered going for an archership here. The problem, though, is you wouldn't kill these units, and they'd get across. Right? If it wasn't for the Dervish heal, it might be worth using archerships here just to whittle down the crosses or springalds. But because of the Dervishes, it would be redundant damage. Second TC coming up. DeMu already has archers on the way. I do wonder if he's going to try for a third TC after he repels this attack. I don't know if he'll have time for it, though, right? Like, the problem you're going to run into here is double Desert Raiders going to require, like, what, about 6 to 7 archers to really start to push away due to the healing rate of the dervishes. Even then, the kite is a little bit worrying, right? The pushback to north, south side, you'll be dancing around your base. So did at least gather the gold to get into the wheelbarrow. It's going to be very important for shuffling his eco around here. Fresh Foodstuffs has also already been prepped. Vortex behind this is starting to stockpile. And notice he doesn't try to burn the dock. It's 1750 HP. It's not really worth wasting the time. Desert Raiders are better trying to poke at targets. What he can do on this type of spawn is shuffle to the back here and try to poke at the tree line. Right? The TC will offer some protection, but if the scout stands here, Desert Raiders here, you can reach these initial villages. Same on the other side, actually. Like, a kind of ideal situation is putting a Desert Raider on each side, but the scary part is with archers scaling, you could end up getting pinched for that. And yeah, interesting choice now. DeMu, he actually does go for the Dow. I mean, they're already on your island, right? You don't get much value out of that. It is at least good protection against the follow-up play, say archer spam afterwards, because that's a lot slower to move. I mean, the good news for Vortex is he knows that DeMu cannot gather gold whatsoever. Even though he's building a villager lead, this is going to even it up. With Growth Wing, like, your opponent right now is only 4 ahead, and that's deceptive, right? He's actually 1 ahead on villagers, because 3 of these are fishing boats. So by the time you tech up, you should be in a situation, actually, where you've reset the villager lead that DeMu's built. And yeah, this is just obnoxious, right? It doesn't kill fast, but the point is, over time, he's winning the fight, right? One of the archers goes down. DeMu a little bit slow on the micro back there. He needs about 2 more archers before he can test this, so bit of a mistiming there. Great micro by Vortex, just to pull away the injured when he did. And top off the health. Top the Morning Tier, as Growth Wing has now been queued up. Yeah, this is just obnoxious. 7 to 8, at least, is really what you want for these archers, because at that stage, you can actually snipe the dervish. If you snipe one dervish, the play falls apart. Instead, Vortex now finds himself in a very advantageous situation. DeMu in desperation now rushing out to the gold. Desert Raider is still poking, though. You need to be a bit careful. You're getting too close here. If you get too close, he'll switch to melee. Vortex just peels it away again. Another archer goes down. Now, he's at least gathering. This is so tilting, though, to play against. And one goes down. We do actually have Spearman being added in, but remember, you have got the ranged advantage here and mobility. You can kite. However, archership there to pin. DeMu. Good cut-off here. Might be able to get his hands on one of the Desert Raiders at least. Actually, might make it 2, but the focus heal does come in the end. But Vortex has created space, right? Look at the tech timing. He's 50 seconds out. DeMu needs to rush to the center of the map to start blocking relics. He also needs to rush his age up. Walls are going to be coming in. Now, once these walls go up, Ben can move out to try and contest relics. Wow, Vortex. He's actually a little bit paranoid right now, reacting with Horseman. Okay, so DeMu should see this now with the scout and not come out at all. It sucks because now you're giving relics over, but if you decide to, like, bloat more troops to contest this, you're going to find your age up timing is way too late. And in fairness, guys, this isn't your atypical map where this is just a slam dunk for Ibids because they get 5 relics. It's only 3, right? So although it's an advantage, you have to look at the positives, that you're building your villager lead. And yes, the Growth Wing is going to offset some of that, but we've seen DeMu not shy of the idea of going free TC if required, right? He can always turn this into more of a villager game. But now, though, the gap has been truly closed. DeMu, only actually 2 true villagers ahead. Mosque already coming in, and relics already on the way home for the Spaniard. Now, this is where things get interesting, though, guys. Vortex has an advantage right now, but playing Camel Lancers isn't actually the advantage you think. Walls are already up, you're not breaking through quickly. To make matters worse, DeMu could actually go into Camel Riders. Camel Riders destroy Lancers. So just as something to be a little bit cognizant of, he's going to begin the age in 1 minute and 15 seconds with 2 of them. If he wants, he could prep the stables to get more, but it looks like instead, he wants to be a bit more cost efficient. Let's go for infantry. Yeah, so this should end up being, what, crossbows plus the spears? You could probably go golems instead. Makes a lot of sense because like the bread and butter of Ironmans, the most built comp is Camel Lancers into Archers. If DeMu does anticipate this, Spears will be feeding the counter. One's if you think DeMu's taking this, two's if you think Vortex is taking it. Kind of curious what people think right now. DeMu's hunking in. Oh, wow. Actually, he's going to go composite modes. Oh, a little bit surprising with Lancers coming. In fairness, you can beat your opponent's archers, but this means you're playing spears, archers instead of golems and crossbows. It does make sense from a gold perspective, because as we mentioned, he doesn't like have great gold with his starting positions, right? So yeah, what this is right here is if DeMu had like an extra 4k, he'd probably go, say, golems as a front line. But because of the limitations, he's playing budget assassins. The funny part about the budget assassins is now, instead of the golems countering the archers and holding back the lancers, it's simply going to be archers counter archers, spears counter camel lancers. Pretty cool idea here. Also gives him a more efficient blob point, right? Archers taking 15 seconds, crossbows meanwhile would take 23. That is a 1.5x wait time. Crossbows now on the way. Military boot camp also queued up. Vortex, I wonder, does he consider a second TC behind this? It doesn't really read right for the player or the matchup. He's looking for a timing attack here. The mesh now queued up as well, but Vortex already finding this annoying Dow, a nuisance for his side. And remember, he can't reach it. Archers only have 5 tower range. This has 6.5. So unless you catch DeMu not looking, you don't have an easy way of sniping this now. What could be incredible here, by the way, I don't know if Vortex is likely to do it, but that right there, Tower of the Sultan would solve a lot of these problems right now. Because archers don't mean squat against it. It also gives you a way of easily denying the Dow. I mean, or DeMu could slightly miss micro it and lose it anyway. Golems would make it difficult for the Tower Sultan idea. And here you go. DeMu is now switching. We do have golems, crossbows on the way. Very limited gold, though. He's already tapped himself down to just 500 left in here. Yeah, this is not a highly desirable economy right now. Manjanique's coming in from Vortex. A little bit surprised Manjanique's at this stage. I mean, he needs an answer to the archers, though. If he just plays archer against archer, he's going to lose. Because he doesn't see enough spears to farm. Like, the whole idea is you need to hit the spears, kill the spears, activate your buff, and then you can test composite bows. You'll still lose one-on-one, but it's a lot closer at least. Which isn't reliable. Breakthrough on the wall coming in. DeMu has primed the demo ship. This could be perfectly timed. Mango trying to pressure. Vortex starting to retreat. Does he read the timing though? Demo on the way. It looks like he should be aware, but the archers, he turns around for a shot there. DeMu not getting as deep as he'd hoped though. Does at least create the space to try and reach the Manjanique. One Camel Rider going in. Does get the Splinter just in time here. But a lack of a front line now for DeMu. Only 2 golems to hold this back. Needs to get more troopers out to block the lances. Crossbow count is at least a handful in there, right? 5 in total, so that will be enough to push the lances away. And Vortex has to reset. You could see he was aware of what's coming, right? The backup was intentional because he understood how quickly demos could come out of here. That was a great read by Vortex. Could have been much worse for him in this fight. Because of that dodge, he at least looks like he can square her off, but the issue you're seeing here is without the Camel Lancers hard committing, your archers will always lose. DeMu now rushing out with the villagers. Wait, what the? Wait, what? He pulls the villagers for the defense. Oh my god, that may have actually just saved him. I mean, Vortex, he's down to what? 15 archers in total here? DeMu now has the archer lead. The lancers are non-existent, and now the pivot play is to shuffle over onto those berries. What a read by Ben. Looked so desperate, so dead, he needed to bring the villagers to his defense, but it is his saving grace in this game number 1. And even with some losses in there, it's still a substantial lead for him. Synchrosight's now looking to be decapped, and the game's starting to look a little bit shaky for Vortex. Things have slowed down. Food access is becoming a little bit harder to easily secure, right? Now with your opponent being out in the mid-map, these berries are a risk. Lance is at least going to raid in. We did see the stone grab from DeMu into a keep drop. Good staging point here. Wonder if it would have been better the south side with the berries, the deer, but this at least gives them the gold. And you're playing Abasses, right? So what's more important, securing the gold or securing berries, deer, when you could just build farms? It's not like they're expensive. Well, Castle is being rushed up. Looks like we'll come up in time here. Yeah, Vortex sees it, knows he can't go any deeper, so does have to slow down. However, the Sacred Site timer is still going. Debatable whether it's a real win condition here. He's not really at a stage where he can defend 2 Sacred Sites. Although, yeah, there you go. Decap comes in. So Vortex doesn't even try in the end. What does Vortex do now? He hasn't really got enough Lancers to dive the main. The wall is at least down, so you could theoretically kind of trickle in, but you lose any sort of follow-up pressure. Best thing you can do is try to idle the gold so that DeMu can't get the premium units in. It's a good start here. Castle is annoyingly on the edge. Yeah, DeMu probably could have actually dropped this keep a little bit further south. He would have still protected the berries, but I think his worry was food running out, not gold. He's already seen that he can actually win with just food and wood. So gold is kind of like a luxury, something nice to have, but not necessary to succeeding. I'm wondering, actually, why? Yeah, so we haven't got that many farms just yet, but I think agriculture should be a target for like 20 minutes in. That's when this food source is going to dry up, right? So we'll probably see Ben adding in more farms at that stage. Treeline is getting thin. So thin, it's starting to represent both of these boys' heads. But he still has these nice, luscious clumps of trees to play off of on the front side. Not to mention the secondary line here. Crossbows now for Vortex. I mean, it makes sense you're up against Golems, right? But it kind of feeds the narrative of composite bows wins. Goldbuck's on the north side. Whoa, DeMu! The keep drop! Wow, Vortex, he wasn't there in time. Only had an outpost up here. So DeMu gets access to the 8k vein, which is also now a blocker to Vortex's supply. Ram's also coming up. He was getting ready to deal with 1 keep. Now he has to deal with 2. That's wild. I can't believe that. He's shuffling for more gold himself. In the meantime, a clash in the center. Manjaniques trying to win out here, but the Golems are the real problem. Only 2 crossbows here for Vortex. Composite Archer's just not dying quick enough either. I mean, I feel like we're close to the end of the road here, right? Vortex is going to lose the majority of his army. He has a weaker economy, a terrible position in the game, where DeMu now has the longevity with that gold secure. Damn. DeMu's just so good at this against the Mangoes. I've seen it time and time again, and you will see it for the final time in this game. GG called. Game number 1 going to the bald Brit, not the Spaniard. Man, crazy way to open this up. We've seen both these players look dominant with the Middle Eastern civs on transhumans, but DeMu found that time and that defense strategy that got him through. That villager pool, truly his saving grace in this game number 1. What do you think of this one, though, guys? Abbas is meant to win this matchup. It should be dominant. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Oh, all right. Give me 1 second, guys. Man, a really good representation of how like eco can win games in these states, right? Like this was pretty much a pure back and forth when it comes to military kills, but DeMu proving the way the economy can be stronger. Let's mark that one up. So that is a win for the right side, but still potentially 4 more games to go. I think there's a lot of strong points of Vortex's draft. DeMu, the threat points are actually going to be more in Juji and French. I don't think Malians. Does Vortex have an answer to Malians? I feel like he's going to try to play Scarguard Mongols versus Malians, and I'm not entirely convinced, unless your opponent gets the worst gold spawn possible, that works. Usually when you see Malians on that map, having Juji or Chinese is really good as a response, because they're a good pro-scout civ that can play blocker against Malians. Let's have a look, though. We'll find out where they want to go. So, Civ drafts, Delhi Malians. Yeah, I think we're going Scarguard. Other possibilities is Highview here. I have seen quite a lot of Malian Highview. I'm not convinced. I think the spawns could really betray you sometimes. Also, it's a bit too gambly. If English is in the draft and you go Highview, English just has won practically every single matchup on Highview so far against Malians. So, probably looking at Scarguard. We'll get confirmation in a second, though. Let the Border Man win. Which one? There's too many. Nothing to kill Gunners because the Knights are bad. I mean, it's tricky, right? In that situation for IU. Like, I don't think Vortex's idea was wrong. You need a timing attack there. But for one thing, I think the river crossing muddied the waters. Against like a 2TC Abbasids, I can maybe see that working out, especially with 5 relics on the map. But against the river crossing fishing with the demo frets, it just slows down your timing a little bit too much. And yeah, by the way, for those that don't know, DeMu was literally he just came out of a deadlock game. He finished a deadlock game, went to eat some food, and then immediately hopped into this. So yeah. You'd think people would want to practice. Then again, I think Vortex was kind of in the similar boat. He just got home, he was traveling. And wow, it's actually Lipany. I think the Malian pick there surprises me a little bit. I thought maybe he'd be looking at French on that map. Probably wants to save it until it like has a more ideal matchup. But yeah, this is a little bit surprising draft-wise. Let's get ready to hop in though. Let's get those predictions set and done. This is time for the second game. Battle of the Balls, and he has done something bold here in Midweek Muster number 5's semi-finals. That's right, we have got Fox's Vortex up against Team Liquid's DeMu, and I'm a bit surprised by this. DeMu, he takes the 1-0 lead. This almost looks like a bit of a throwaway pick. Malians into Delhi on a map like this. I mean, let's be totally real, guys. Malians versus Delhi is a hard matchup pretty much on any map. But on Lipany, which is an S-tier type map for the Delhi, this is going to be an uphill battle for DeMu. Yeah, curious to see what he's got in mind. Do we maybe see something like a sofa opening to keep some pressure? A little bit weird against Ghazi, but you could always try to flank raid. I almost feel like DeMu wanted the Delhi removed so he had other options down the line. It really feels like a throwaway pick. And the really big surprising part to me is DeMu historically has been favoring Malians for Scarguard. We have Scarguard later, but I think he's looking down the line at his usually pick there. KP should wear a bald cap for this matchup. You think I have that type of budget? Bro, we ain't got that money. I ain't that rich. Bald caps, especially ones that are comfortable for 8-hour broadcasts. Good lord. Yeah, for those that are watching this later, this week we really went above and beyond. Big shout out to the players at DeMu, organized it behind the scenes. We have 2 semi-finals into a grand finals on this fine Thursday. Really sounds British to say it that way, the grand finals Thursday. F's and T's just being interchangeable in my language, clearly. So Mance coming in, Dome of Faith on the other side. Nothing untoward so far. Probably going to be seeing Ghazi opener, which should force a reaction of DeMu going into Donzos. This is tricky though, because like what used to be the problem here is with Tower Victory, Delhi would just blob a bunch of archers, take the sacred sites, force you to come out, and Malian players don't like to come out. They're like that friend you have that lives in his mum's basement, has done so for 20 years, and hisses when he sees sunlight. You think he's a vampire? He's not. He's just a degenerate. Malian players are the same. Sorry, Malians. Got to call it out. And what's up, if and full and beautiful nose? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Appreciate the support. But yeah, with Malians, they benefit from having you attack them. Pretty much you just headbutting a wall, which is the Donzo Javelin defense. What Delhi do that's so obnoxious is this. Sacred Sites, which only weakens the Malians' position in the map, forces them to come out, but also guarantees that their passive gold looks pathetic by comparison. Let's get upsides, though. Golds aren't terrible for DeMu. He's got 1 retracted, 1 is kind of forward, but it's near the tree line, which he can layer to protect. Layering is going to get a little weird here. You kind of wish, actually, that this stone didn't shove the gold further away. It was the other way around. Has got the tree line at the backside, can wall here, so north side shouldn't be very raidable. Oof. Meanwhile, Vortex got a jackpot with the double deer. Not that it really matters. Remember, he can always just get his hands on pro scouts, but even if he didn't, he has an easy area to pocket into. Berries in the mid-map are nicely dispersed. There's a lot of priority on the west side, though. So if DeMu survives into the mid-game and sofas start to come out, he could be favored for raiding here. How do you guys vote so far? Vortex heavily. It's not just the player. It really is the Civ in this one. If DeMu does get out of Feudal not battered and bruised, there is maybe some hope, but it's still tricky because of elephants now. Elephants just feel really overtuned. It's really hard to run into elephants with sofas, right? That's a death sentence. So you kind of only have archers to play with. I actually think like this is one of those matchups where unless you can get through to Imperial Age, it doesn't get better. Because remember, if you go into Castle, you've got archers. Do you really want to build archers against elephants? No. And you don't have crossbows like most civs would to counter the elephant. So it really turns into a meat shield that dies frequently to try and win. Donzos feel really good against elephants. It's kind of hit or miss though, right? It depends on the quantity you're blobbing. You have to reach critical mass really fast. And Delhi, as we've been seeing with their absurd tech up speeds and just what they get out of the map so frequently, like Lipany, for example, so much berries to work with, they tend to start dumping 4 or 5 war elephants quite quickly these days. Poison counters elephants, perhaps? You'd think it does until you realize there's a trickle of poison that can only stack so much, and you're hitting a target that has 800 health. Then it sounds really underwhelming. And what is up, Dr. Rev Spencer? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub, and welcome to the swarm. Stables opening. I like this from DeMu. You're probably thinking Warrior Scouts just to poke. I mean, Sofa is a bit weird just because of the Ghazi, but we did mention at the start of the cast that you could use the Ghazi to raid your opponent. You don't use it to fight the... sorry, you could use the Sofa, rather, to raid your opponent. You don't use it to fight the Ghazi. It's a nice start, though, if you can get the kill. Javelin is off cooldown if he just clicks it, but it's not enough damage on its own, right? So he needs the secondary. Yeah, not going to work out there. Really ballsy, actually. DeMu went far out on the west side. He was trying to hide his second gold vein, which is really smart because your opponent's going to check near your base first. So, good read. He did hide it. However, the downside now is it's sitting there unguarded. Very hard to guard here. Especially with Vortex now going archers. So this is cool then. Your Donzos are going to be countered, but the Sofa are really good against archers, right? They don't have the best armor, but they're fast moving. They do have bonus against infantry. Reasonable base damage. Very expensive, but it seems like Ben is just trying to play the age and block the conditions. Difficult to do, though, when the Delhi are just so rapid in their approach at this stage in the game, right? Both raiding and taking sacred sites. Of which, looks like the first 2 are about to be locked in. Third one now on the way, so yeah, you can go for the decap, but remember at this stage, Vortex already received some resources for this play. Makes it so bloody frustrating. Second one locked in. That's going to last a lot longer before the decap comes through. At this stage, DeMu doesn't have anywhere near enough troops to block multiple sacred sites. This is one of the sucky things about playing against Delhi. See that 1 out of 1 over there? Imagine that this is like a stables with another stable stacked on top of it. Now imagine this is an archer range with another archer range stacked on top of it. It gives Delhi obnoxiously powerful surge points in the game. They might not be able to afford to always dump units out of these buildings, but let's say they're at 1.5 times efficiency when you're stuck at 1, very powerful. Let's say you have to add in additional buildings like you're seeing from DeMu. Every single one of these is essentially 1 less unit, right? Like a Sofa costs 180 resources, these stables cost 150. Vortex, we do also have pro scouts now on the way, so there's going to be plenty of food safe at home, which means these Sofa are going to get even less value. Raiding is going to be hard in this game. What he might achieve out of this play, though, is forcing Vortex to go back for spears. At that stage, DeMu's play is probably just to try and sneak up. We already have the first ranch in. But you see how slow the scaling is, right? Because Sofas are so expensive. The problem is, if you don't build enough Sofas, you're going to die to Ghazi, right? Like, for example, this guy right here, wrong neighborhood. Remember, Ghazi do get bonus damage against you as Sofas count as heavy. So whilst Tim is out, we're probably going to end up seeing him play the Age for, say, another 4 or 5 minutes. You got to be very careful, though, because Vortex is already in a position to take favorable fights. And as he blobs more, he'll naturally get towards Castle. Clash coming in, though. Archer is already benefiting from that Sacred Site, slowing down the Sofa's approach. Ghazi are looking to block. The Donzo count is not looking great here. DeMu may be overexerting himself on this push. Sofas. This is the problem, right? With Steeled Arrow already there, they're not exactly very tanky. He did at least go with the undermesh, but they're still taking 3 damage per Archer hit. Donzo, pretty much down to nothing, right? Health bar's not looking pretty. Ghazi going to be able to swarm against this. DeMu is not going to be able to hold this position, so has to retreat, but doing so would lose you the Sofa anyway. Scrappy, messy, and unrewarding fight for DeMu. He now finds himself even further behind than when he tried. Meanwhile, at home, we only have 1 Raj full. But also, the distraction of it all led to him clubbing down cattle in range, so that's just kind of wasteful on the efficiency of this play. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, guys. We're down to 8 minutes already for Vortex. This is not looking promising. DeMu may just have to try and go for Castle and play a very weird win condition of decapping before the timer goes boom. I don't like that play for him. It's very gambly, very risky. If you guess the wrong Sacred Site, it's over. But you're so far behind now that playing longer feudal doesn't feel rewarding. The only way it makes sense is if he's able to raid. Sofas in the meantime are going to go for a free decap, so that's actually a good start for him. Vortex, however, once he sees this play, might just simply go Castle. In the meantime, still benefits from the raiding presence of the Ghazi. And no, Warrior Scouts just kind of feel terrible with Age 2. We saw for a while, back when Recon was still playing, some people like him were trying to innovate this build where you would go Archer, Warrior Scout. The problem with Warrior Scout is they're a reasonable meat shield, but nothing else, right? They don't actually counter any unit they really face because they don't get bonus damage against ranged until Age 3. So yeah, Warrior Scouts just have a very, very weird position in Feudal. Oh, Vortex? Tries to get a bit cheeky. That's not going to work, though. Decap is still going to come through. However, he started to stockpile. We could be seeing Delhi and Castle by 15. Then again, does he have Rams? No Siege Engineering just yet. Vortex didn't go for the double Blacksmiths build. He could pivot quickly into Rams and just try to delete this because we've got a rush for the Age. DeMu, stockpiling the cows. It just got scouted, though. Second wave also arriving. DeMu marching to defend his sources here. Archer's slightly out of position, but we do have spears now in the mix for Vortex. Reveals them on the sofa. Awkward fight now because these spears, they can take all the hits, so the Donzos aren't even countering a unit anymore. In fact, 1 spear is distracting half of the sufficient defense force that DeMu had. Yeah, that's going to be a wipe, and that might simply be curtains closed. With what Vortex has here, he can block the Fulani placement. Sofa Wave has arrived. Ghazi will look to commit to it. And you see what I was talking about, right? These Ghazi, with the bonus damage, they do conflict against the Sofas quite well. It is going to be enough to force him away, so a stay of execution for the time being. But the second wave hasn't even arrived yet, folks. That's now coming in, and you've already lost all your troops. Damn. And Ben, like, you know, you've lost all your troops. You have to replace the losses before you even consider going for H3. Top of that, your opponent has Sacred Sites, and he's about to age up before you. Yeah, DeMu's likely to call this game the moment Age 3 comes in for Delhi. He'll probably be aware already of how far behind he is. Like, this feels like an unplayable position, right? I mean, we shouldn't be too surprised, right? This is one of Marlian's hardest counters, I think, that they have in the game. So, surprising outcome? No. But the surprise is we get a longer series, right? That's going to even up to 1-1. So we're at least getting 2 more games after this in the first series. Yeah, I wonder if DeMu would have benefited from more risks like this in the early game, just to try and make himself more food efficient. It's hard to call, though. right? Like, he took a gamble with this pit mine play. It did pay off. I think once that happened at the highest level in this matchup, that's kind of the game. Because at the highest level, like, you're talking about situations where there shouldn't really be a big fumble on micro, especially with a player like Vortex handling Delhi. Tech up complete. There you go. GG called. Game number 2 for the Spaniard gives us 1-1 on the scoreline in this best of 5. So at least 2 more games to wet your beaks on. Oh, 1 sec, folks. All right, so let me get that ready on the scoreboard. Yeah, I don't think that game's going to be very uploadable. That was quite standard for what we've seen from the Delhi and whatnot, right? Nothing too untoward. So Delhi versus the Malians. Kind of felt like a throwaway civ. I mean, he got rid of the Delhi, which is really good on this map pool. Probably could have done something a bit different. Maybe tried French or OOTD even. I think OOTD might have done better against Delhi there. Maybe Ben has something very creative in mind for later in the series for Order of the Dragon. Kind of feels like it's meant to be a throwaway pick though. Okay, I just need to name the first video. Oof. I think DeMu should have gone into Donzo Jabs instead. Yeah, like, dude, the problem is your opponents don't like Ghazi and they'll play archers eventually, but then you have to play out. The idea of Sofa isn't bad. The problem is that initial skirmish to try and fight directly because of the pit mine. What you need to be doing is hitting your opponent's eco. You can't be hitting into him like that with the army, right? Like, fight his army, lose game. Fight his economy, potentially win. Okay, so what are we calling that first one? Oh, yeah. Maybe the demo play? Nah, it'd be the village on the front line. Desperate times call for desperate measures. There we go. Okay. In fact, I'm going to run a minute of ads now, so we don't have to worry about them in a sec, okay? So let's have a look and see what civs they're drafting. All right, nice. Easily got a minute to go because they are now drafting. They haven't actually confirmed just yet. And yes. Hello, Moonlight. You are indeed in time. We have got plenty of goodies ahead of us. Only the first series of 3, and I have been able to confirm that we have a rolling schedule, so we should roll straight into Wham versus Louis after this, and then straight into the finals. There's a redraft? No, but they have to draft their picks per map, right? So you don't just get in lobby and say, I'm going to do this. You have to blind pick it. So, for example, we have this. Use this thing. They both pick it and go. Puppy got bored. Puppy got scared. That's why he's come back next week, right? Got to defend now that there's more people playing. By the way, do you guys like my fashionable boot? Did anyone see my my Twitter post? You should go check it out. This leg is not very thick. I got a noodle leg. I can't believe how much muscle mass was lost over like 5 weeks. It's actually wild. Sick boot. I know, right? Very fashionable. Sadly, I haven't got a matching one. What happened to the draft? It's got a bit weird there. Ah, there we go. I think one of them just stretched their legs, so we should be in a second. Well, let's put the music back on. Vortex had to pee. Bio breaks. Dude, I've talked about this before. The ultimate form of gamer is catheter bags. I need to get a sponsor for that. You don't, like, you're just more efficient. You earn or lose more elo in a day because you don't have to get up to pee. It's very smart. Climb will give you big arms instead of legs. You know, that's actually funny you say that. Did I used to do running? No. But, like, when I was very young, but I think I've always just had good, like, leg muscle for some reason. I do something, right? But you are right. When it comes to climbing, climbing is at the highest level all about our upper body. Like, with climbing, actually, it's kind of unhealthy. At the highest level, there are pros who intentionally lose lower body mass because they just see it as dead weight, right? So they don't want to have leg muscle because then it's... The logic is they're pulling with the upper body a lot. So all they see bottom, like, muscle as is weight to lift when climbing. It's a bit unhealthy, but yeah. That's how they climb like spider monkeys. Have you guys seen the clips where, like, in the recent Olympics where they top the wall in like a few seconds flat? All right, we have English French, by the way. So confirmed locked in English French. We're probably going to be seeing it's either Dry Arabia or Hy-Vee. I'd be surprised by Scarguard. Then again, actually no, this could be Scarguard of Vortex. He has the Roost, right? I would have thought Roost there, but if you're expecting French, you don't really want to roll it into that, as French should win that on the Pro Scouts game. But how's that? Olympic speed climb. Yeah, have you guys seen this? Here you go. Yeah, a little bit speedy, you know? But they're climbing with harnesses, alright? I never would have injured myself like this with a harness. Got it hardcore. Alright, so, yeah, it's going to be Hy-Vee. Pigeon's View coming in. Interesting. I mean, DeMu, he did have Juji as an alternative, but I think he expected English. English have just looked oppressive on this map. So I think we are already... Yeah, there we go. Let's get ready to go live, which is 30 seconds out. Let's get predictions ready to go, folks. I have something on my nose. Wait, have I got, like... Yes, my moustache, mate. Have I got, like, the chocolate powder stuff? Oh, I have. No, I actually did have like some of the protein works. I had like a milk moustache going. Just realized I didn't stop the recording for the last game. All right, let's get ready to go. El Clasico here between our two El Clasico bald boys in Age of Empires 4. One and all. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Number 5. Semi-finals here. Game number 3 of this best of 5. DeMu on the French and Vortex on the English. A true classic, but ironically the roles reversed. Right? Like I feel like if I had to think about it over the years, I would have seen DeMu as more of the English player and Vortex is more of the French. It's going to be a fun one though. We are on an improved version of Hy-Vee called Pigeon's View. Honestly, if devs are watching this, just take this map and import it daily for. Replace Hy-Vee with this, full stop. This is just, full stop, a better version of Hy-Vee in every way perceivable. 2 Sacred Sites in the center of the map. 2 AK Veins balanced there as well. 2 trade posts centrally oriented. You have to work to gain. A lot of trees still, but actually less trees than the traditional Hy-Vee as well. Another thing that leads to very grindy late games on that particular map. So, Gamma's up. Get him in. DeMu and French is going to be interesting here. English just kind of has a way of camping and not caring. But this is going to be cool. We've got Council Hall play. I like that because in the French-English matchup, English can 2TC, but so can French. And French are better. For multiple reasons, guys. For one, they'll get their second TC quicker than you because they produce quicker, right? By the time they're getting Feudal Age, they have 0.6 more villages than your standard civs, right? Actually, I think it's like, no, in total it's like 1.2 than your standard civ. That already leads to a quicker time, right? That can lead to probably about like 15 seconds quicker tech timing at least. On top of that, the king play feels a little bit underwhelming because of the knights, right? So if you do go for the king, yes, DeMu is going to sacrifice his efficient TC timing to block you, but he's not going to be overwhelmed by your TC as quickly. And he can balance out the fact that your farms are cheap by just playing pocket resources after your king is dead. So actually, not that one-sided of a matchup when you read it out on paper. If this does get to the late game, a little bit scary for French, right? Because English, they have this brutal way of just plowing through right now with like Lombo mass spears. Meanwhile, French go arbitrary, but arbitrary just don't really compare at range to Lombo. What can be cool is if you're able to afford mass knights, but that is not cheap. So Castle coming up. Does Vortex even try to make it 2 TC? No, we've got a 1 TC push coming. Oh, that's cool. And you know, he's got to believe he can just win that fight, right? Because he hasn't seen anything that would anticipate or expect you to believe that you're going to get 2 TC French. Tech ups practically mirrored here. Knight already being queued up. Vortex needs to make sure he's got the spears there to assist. Yeah, you're going to have to hold back. I don't like the fact we're getting longbows so early. More than one, right? You need at least 2 spears here. Another tricky thing is if Vortex is looking for a timing attack here, where he applies pressure in the early age, feels really bad because you have to fall back at some point, right? Because of the fact that you won't be able to access gold with knights roaming. So, although Vortex can reach a point where he can just go straight for the base quite early, the problem he's going to run into is the interception of reinforcements, but also the interception of the follow-up play, right? This play is nothing if you can't get to Rams eventually. DeMu spawn. Is he really that exposed? I mean, yes. If you can get in a position to block this gold, his other option is forward. The final one is out the flank. So, like, there is a world where if Vortex is able to anchor here, DeMu has no gold access. How the Gamba's going. Wow, neck and neck. I'm not surprised. Like, with these two, you know, I think they are at a similar skill level right now. You know, DeMu has not been able to really find those podium finishes recently. Vortex did have a few this year, right? But obviously, DeMu's been a bit more persistent with his AoE4 playing compared to Vortex. Then again, you could argue that DeMu has been maybe just as split on his time in some ways, considering how much he's been playing Deadlock. What's the sheep count looking? 8 to 9. So Vortex has a reasonable amount to work with here. Tricky part here is if DeMu wants to raid and wants to block this attack, he's going to need a second scout. Right now, he only has 1. Archers are being prepped, but we can already see the longbow count. Not too bad on the front line for Vortex. Has got 4 here to party. Nice interception, though. This is key. Vortex, this is the tricky part of playing the longbow rush on high view against knights. Very difficult to keep eyeballs on because you have to keep the scout here with your army. You can't be watching the interception route, right? Like, the reason you have to keep the scout here is otherwise these longbows that have good vision won't see the stealth forest. You can get ambushed. DeMu looking to exploit that detail. Vortex will be able to get a villager. Really important he gets these picks. Remember, being 1 TC versus 1 TC, he's already behind. Archers. Whoa, DeMu missed rally there. However, the Knights, they can brute force this fight. Yeah, marching in right now. Longbows are going to try to exchange. Weirdly enough, DeMu is attacking all the counters right now, but don't worry, he definitely has enough Knights to win anyway. Okay, so this plan completely failed. DeMu has a huge edge now. 3 Knights, and you've only got 2 spears, 4 longbows. Usually in this type of position, you just think about going for a castle play instead, but now Vortex is going to have to add in a lot more troops to defend. He's going to basically have to allow DeMu to attack him, and then look for a recovery arc. Good news about doing that is he has got a lot of food to work with, and this will give him time to get blacksmiths going. In theory, anyway. The reality check is that he doesn't have many troops to defend this Fort Gold. And his secondary gold is literally on the same position. Yeah, so Vortex got a grand total of nothing out of that gold play, right? I think he can afford... No, nothing. He has to try and hold here. Longbow count has at least re-bloated. Funnily enough, actually, DeMu could contest that with the Knights right now. I think he's a little bit hesitant. Right now, actually, Vortex kind of taking the bait. Needs to be careful not to come out too far here. DeMu looks for the snipe opportunity, not quite able to find it. That would have been golden there, because remember, Vortex doesn't have a stable, so if he loses the scout in this type of build, he has to replace it from the TC. DeMu now taking advantage of all those cheap eco techs, right? Lumber preservation for the archer spam. Did get the survival techniques already, playing out to the deer. Outpost also going up. Love this detail. I mean, you could actually just spend the 70 food for a scout as well. That's an alternative option. But this at least gives you a standard defense to retreat into. Is there a world in which Vortex just tries to rush castle now? It kind of feels like it, right? The way he's scaling, he's just trying to build enough to make sure he doesn't get dove. And it is kind of his out. Like, the scary part is if you play feudal too long, the knight count gets too big, and then DeMu could go castle with Royal Institute, which would just end the game almost immediately. So, it does make sense that he wants to get out of H2 sooner rather than later here. And yes, later on we've got Wham versus Louis. It's our second semi-finals of the day. And we actually have a running schedule for once. A beautifully running schedule. This series immediately into Wham and Louis, and then culminating in the grand finals afterwards. Big shout out to actually Benny Boy. I know he usually likes to kind of get ready to spend some time with family in the evening at that point, so appreciate him having the flexibility to hang around if he makes finals. Vortex pottering again. What's the idea behind this? I mean, does he really feel like DeMu hasn't been genuine enough to the age? Like, this is big. We have a blacksmith advantage for the French. They got Bloomery automatically. They've got Undermesh already. They've got Steel Down on the way. If Vortex marches in now, he could just get rinsed. Spear count is at least reasonable. Outpost would be cool. But with 13, maybe that 14 archers, DeMu can fight you here. He doesn't have to be afraid. Steeled Arrow just came in, which means these two units are on equal damage output. Undermesh queued up. This is the time for DeMu to look for a fight. Does just poke down the campfire. DeMu is shuffling his tree line around. I wonder if Vortex is aware of this. I mean, really, DeMu should just be back on the safe tree line, right? But this one is technically close to the TC. Good reaction. Chooses to go with the outpost so that he doesn't have to worry. Usually I'd like to see scouts just built instead in this type of map, but the problem he has is he only has one stables, so he'd be sacrificing knight production. Fortifications as well. Was DeMu thinking about an eventual play into TC? Kind of reeks of it right now. And oh no, the Seek Shelter. Well, that's your entire eco lead and then some. Vortex is now ahead. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, the amount of players who've been screwed over by Seek Shelter recently are ad losing count. We're talking the best players in the game, and it's so easy to overlook. Much coming in here. Looks like DeMu's going to have to peel and go the other way. Actually didn't want to hang around the outpost. A little bit surprised by that. However, the dive comes deeper. DeMu, no! If he slips like that one more time, his only play is going to be 2 TC, and then he's in trouble. This is really rough right now. Ben has slipped twice in the span of 30 seconds. And these aren't small slip-ups when you're playing 1 TC on 1 TC. These are huge slip-ups. And we talked about how like a longer fuel is better for French. It is when you're ahead, because you're scaling an eco lead. He's behind, and he's against a Civ that can build farms. Which means these knights will struggle to find those raid targets. You're going to have to commit more. You have to dive a TC. You're going to have to dive military. DeMu now just smuggling to the backside, but that also did get scouted. Vortex is aware, but DeMu's at least aware that he's aware. So you're aware that he's aware that he's aware. Wink. Yes. All the above. I'm starting to wonder if there's a world in which Vortex just tries to creep the age now with the villager advantage. It feels kind of sacrificial of a good timing, though. I'd love to see him just get siege engineering. Maybe 1, possibly 2 rounds maximum. Start pressuring the production, right? Starve your opponent's ability to build a defensive army here. He definitely can afford it, but considering the way he's macroing, it looks like instead we should be getting a castle play. Dive in the meantime, DeMu, a little bit slow on the pull away again. 2 more villages down. This is very greedy. DeMu just not really reacting quick enough, which is crazy considering how much vision he has of the situation. Charge coming in. Spears are going to brace. Needs to be careful. The longbow pull away. Knight count is still looking good here. The spear count is dying fast. Yeah, this is the tricky part. Like, the brace doesn't take advantage of the attack speed, right? It kind of mitigates you in some ways. So, Castle now coming in for Vortex. DeMu, I think he was aware of what Vortex is up to behind this. That's why he tried to take the fight. He needs to do more, though. You can't just sit back now. He's got 150 stone. Going to DC would be kind of a death sentence. He needs to try and manipulate the map, right? Like, you're playing on high view where your opponent can't really see anything. You see it from his vision here. You need to take advantage of that and do so now. King's Palace coming in. If he reads this correctly and goes to the backside, this could change everything. But now he marches towards the straight and narrow. A shift coming around to that south side. And Vortex. He doesn't know what's about to hit him here. This would be big. He sees the landmark. Vortex now in trouble. He gets between him and the retreat path. Didn't get enough though. DeMu, it's almost like he was expecting a quicker reaction out of Vortex there. So instead of running all the way past, he went for the initial charge. Yeah, that wasn't enough. DeMu has at least bought time for his own tech up, but he needed to scalp about an extra 5 villagers out of that. Vortex now in position with a handful of spears able to hold that choke point. DeMu is simply going to have to mirror into the third age. So, question now is, do we get Guildhall or Royal Institute? Royal Institute with 10 knights is kind of on the verge of this could still work. You would have to dive the English. You could get a quicker Imperial if you just went for the greed option here, which would be Guildhall. Oh, age up complete. Veterancy queued up. More spears, men at arms now. And it looks like Ben wants the biggest punch he can get in the third age. Royal Institute now on the way. Other side of this, Longbow Spear is pretty good just for scaling. Vortex's logic there will be he's building a TC eco lead, and over time what he could do with this is he can afford to go age 4, quite budgeted, by only doing spears and longbows. On top of that, you get a very good kill point in the game because you're blobbing much quicker than your opponent. So it basically gives you options to work with here, compared to just flooding men at arms and knights, which drains your eco. Tech up complete. This gives it a window of opportunity for Vortex though, right? He's going to have the veterancies first. A whole minute until DeMu upgrades his Archer Mass. Longbow count at 30 is actually quite scary. Even just 27 of them on the front line could be enough to win this fight. Top of that, the gold is about to be tapped, which means DeMu has to play even wider. Yeah, shuffling out now with 12 onto the gold vein. Also worried about food at this rate for DeMu. The deer is still here if he can last in that area. The berries as well, but like this is a centralized area, right? If you look at the flanks, he's already exhausted the berries pretty much. Berries over here with the gold. I mean, there's just 2 target points, and either one, it feels like you get clipped on something you need. Nice little raid there. Vortex able to secure a worker kill. And weirdly enough, he backs up. Little bit surprised by this. Wait, is DeMu rushing Imperial? Nah, with 1 TC? That feels ambitious. There you go. Royal Institute with Raw Bloodlines. So a little bit of a delay. I think he wanted to get a sense of where he's at in the game. He didn't want to immediately start spending the resources. Ben is one of those players that historically holds reserves. Usually it's of one resource type, right? We've seen, for example, he'll bolster himself with 2k gold, 3k gold, and then go for attack after trading some of it. I think you're seeing something similar here, where it's just, before he commits to a unit type, he wants to try and feel out what Vortex is doing. However, if you want to feel out what your opponent is doing, you kind of need to be on their side of the map. Right now, he has no info coming in about what England is up to. We can see what Vortex's goal is. Trying to secure that south side corner. The gradual win condition in his mind now will be the Imperial play. Meanwhile, DeMu, he's gathering the stones. So we are getting 2 TC, both of them aware of the likelihood that this is going to go later into the game. Yeah, this is going to be a long one. Players have been getting kind of cozy on this map. I mean, this is the crazy thing, right? The stealth forests make you very paranoid in a lot of these matchups, which is why you've been seeing players maybe take, on average, a little bit of a slower pacing sometimes when we get into Pigeon's view. You think Guildhall would have been better? Yes, but he was paranoid. Because Vortex chose the greedy way, he could have just as easily chosen the aggressive way. So what DeMu done is he hedged his bets against an aggressive player. For example, if this was, say, Wham, or let's say a Louis, right, our other two semi-finalists, you probably expect them to just hunker down and go for Imperial now. It's a very safe play. It makes sense to English. Vortex tends to scramble your brain sometimes. His all-ins are well-known and renowned. So DeMu needed to be ready to deal with that from behind, which is why he had to go for the Institute. DeMu now at least starting to get more food. Looks like he's starting to ramp more knights. Back on the deer, back on the berries, and we have more stone gathering. So maybe it is just going to be the keep drop. For the 8K? Has to be, right? I don't think anywhere else makes sense for this keep drop. If you drop it at home, you lose your economy, right? Because you won't have protection on the flanks. So this is one of those situations where castle might feel necessary, but all you're doing is slowing the rate at which you bleed out. You're not actually cauterizing the wound. Relic's being grabbed by both now. 1-1 split so far. Looking at the remainder, this is quite Vortex favored. He should be able to get 3, if not 4 relics. French trade. Oh, God. No, we have second TC. Okay, now I'm feeling a little bit better about this game. He's still gathering stones, so there will be an eventual keep drop. But now it's a bit more justified to put it at home, because now you could just try to rush off these trees into farms around it. Before that, he would have been in a position where he'd have to go for like a central keep drop into a staging point. But the problem on this map is with where the gold veins are. If you choose a keep drop there, it's good for a Sacred Site win condition. It's not good for staging an assault on your opponent's base. The enemy TC is still very far away from the gold. DeMu is getting into the mass arbitrary. Now, at this stage of the game, this is really good for him. Arbitrary can beat everything here with enough. In Imperial, it gets a bit weirder. It's actually not a bad idea to scale it now. Vortex is already mirroring the same, but remember, his crossbows will be worse. Rush comes through. Looks like he's going to be able to block the resources. And berry gathering. Oh, DeMu. It's happening again. LouMT is just so annoying with all that range. You can't really afford any eco losses with what you've taken already, right? With how late your timing is. Keep drop now on the way. They're going to fight over this, DeMu. Needs to stand his ground. Vortex diving in with the spears and the men-at-arms. Muddying it a little bit. The LouMT could be targeting villages right now. He starts to move over. 8 clicks are starting to hit into the eco. He will have to back away. So yeah, missed opportunity there. I think Vortex was so focused on trying to deal with the Pavis dropped Arbitrier, he could have been killing villages there. Yeah, in that fight, Vortex could have easily scalped an extra 10. That would have been a huge economy lead. Instead, DeMu gets to stay of execution in an unexpected way. Spears are remassing Vortex, so DeMu needs to be a little bit careful about overextending here. Knight count isn't substantial, right? Only 9, but they are at least royal bloodlined up. They go for the clash. LouMT's going to target down that back line. Pavis seems to be on cooldown for DeMu, so he can't activate that for the extra armor. Because the LouMT's will get a good trade. Yeah, DeMu, this was a good start on the defense, but I think he kind of misread it. Felt that he had the advantage there. But what do you expect, right? Vortex just on point with the micro, looked and saw every single one of those arbitrary, took them out. Left the archers as things to pick afterwards, right? I mean, DeMu now, he's got these keep drops, but we talked about the gold. Look how low this already is. Only 1,700 left to work with. And whoop, we have a little bit of a pause. Yes, a new feature to AoE 4, and it's finally being used. So a little bit of breakdown while we've got a second of what happened in that fight. DeMu looked around the defense, then he pushed out into the outpost aura, which gave the 20% attack speed aura. In conjunction with the fact that LouMT's were targeting the arbitrary, added the fact that DeMu's vision was limited in this area, and you start to realize why that fight went so badly for him and so well for his opponent. Yeah, not sure what's up with the players. We'll see if we can actually check in if this takes a long pause. All right, reminder, guys, on this fine Thursday, we have our grand finals, as we do every single Thursday. Bar maybe over Christmas, we'll figure out maybe a week, possibly 2 off there. But if you're looking for top-tier AoE4 action, we have you covered every single Thursday. This one has been a treat, though. Semi-finals, semi-finals, and then grand finals. Whew. Chef's le kiss. All right, pause complete. Must have been a technical issue. Looks like we are underway. Vortex had keybinding issues? Ah, yes, of course. The classic... Oh, wait, okay. I mean, guys, he's playing English. You don't need keybinds. You just build aura and win fights, as we saw. Oh, this can be frustrating sometimes as well. I mean, it's a breakup of the flow for both players. You know, Vortex, obviously his keybinds are not working, but DeMu, you got to kind of now remind yourself, when the unpause happens, what were you doing before? So you just keep that flow going. I'd say this pause hurts Vortex a little bit more, because he's in a very advantageous position where he's been winning. So having that little bit of a reset can actually be an advantage for Ben. So clearly, what I'm getting at here is Ben very clearly sabotaged Vortex's keep. No, I'm kidding. He hacked into his PC and switched his F and C key. Looks like Vortex is getting ready to macro for Imperial. If he is having keybinding issues, this might be unintentional, but at this point in the game, it doesn't really hurt you. You know, you are a little bit worried about French TCs scaling your opponent quite quickly, right? 17 seconds versus 20, but with your farm set up like this at, what, almost 5 farm clusters now? You've got more than enough eco to rush the Age. Had DeMu not get the relic next to the sacred site? What, the one over here? Oh, he tried to rush out, right? He got intercepted. I think they both had issues with that. So 3 relics, 1 more to play for. They both know where it is, but right now Vortex with the advantage. And Foodie's getting recommitted. So I'm a little bit surprised by this. Going into Men-at-Arms when you know your opponent's trying to scale Arbitraire, it's almost like Vortex is assuming because DeMu lost so much, he can't justify being behind and building into the same thing again. So instead, it's like what he's expecting DeMu to do, we're seeing a bit of here, is build Horseman, for example. Build a more direct counter. So while Vortex is half right with this solution, he's also half wrong here. I think you just go Imperial, guys. The likelihood that DeMu is going to be able to stage an offensive in the next 2 minutes is quite low after that last fight. His Q key is not working. Okay, guys, so that means Lombos are being manually clicked. The classic, my Q key isn't working. Let me just queue up crossbows instead. Wouldn't have this problem if he had a keyboard from insert sponsor slot. Wow, look what we could have done for you guys on the other end. If you're a sponsor, reach out. You could have been the official peripheral partner of Midweek Buster. I ain't giving those shouts for free. So that's how we're back in the flow of things. Horseman for DeMu at this stage is difficult, guys. Remember, he did build Guildhall and he has about 10 farms. Exactly 10. Berries are running out. I mean, massing Horseman is so damn pricey in Castle in the best of situations. Unless you're English. And Imperial about to be in the way. Now, is he going to go for a Berkshire? Yeah. Oh. Oh, this is how you know you're watching a Vortex game. He drops the Berkshire right outside of DeMu's base, and DeMu has no idea what's coming. What's going up? Looks like the Horseman Knights will at least be able to break in there, so that's going to force a reaction to defend. And you know, if DeMu knew right now what was happening here, he would counterattack this and completely ruin it. But he has no vision on that area. So although Vortex's army is not immediately in position to dive, DeMu's is now not in position to counterattack down the center. This is wild. I mean, you had this gold vein, you had this one. Most players would go for one of those, right? No, not the Spaniard. Spirit of a bull into him, he has to send it down the center. Knights are at least going to force a little bit of idle time here. Vortex with plenty of farm workers right now. But tech up now complete. DeMu is starting to wish he had that guild hall. Oh, not just that, the men at arms and crossbows come over. Leaves it to the reinforcements to cut this down. A few crossbows and spears, enough to push DeMu out. Did get a few worker kills for his trouble. But you're now an age behind. DeMu needs to somehow now continue to scale army while fighting Imperial. Easier said than done. On top of that, Vortex can very easily now add in bombards, and that's it. He calls it. GG comes out. Ben not able to win, even when Vortex's Q key doesn't work. Means now he's on the verge of elimination. Vortex taking the lead in this semifinals. Do you think DeMu can turn it around? I mean, check the draft quickly at the end here. He's still got Ops. He's still got his Shuji. He's still got I can't deny it. Shonen Order of the Dragon has me in doubts here, guys. How does DeMu do this now? This is not going to be easy. So let's go ahead and mark that up. That's going to be a win for the English. I don't know if I've actually ever seen English lose on Highview. I can't recall them losing on Highview in this tournament. Very good Civ for that map. And that's going to be a win for left. Okay, so we've got Scarguard and Dry Arabia left. DeMu's probably going to go Scarguard for his Juji pick, which leaves him with Zhone or Order the Dragon on Dry Arabia. I think you play Mongols against Zhone, you're quite happy as Vortex. Japanese can work too. Japanese versus OOTD is quite a peculiar. The way this could work... OOTD against Mongols, maybe? I think the Rus is still tricky, right? Like, Vortex could do something like using Japanese on Scarguard, which would be very peculiar. But it gives him Rus for the final map. Mongols makes the most sense. I think you're going to see Mongols on Scarguard against probably Juji, which should be fairly decent for Juji. And then that leaves you with Rus as a follow-up. What brand is my necklace? I can't remember the brand. I've had these for quite a few years. So this was for my 18th birthday. This is for my 21st. This is from my grandfather who passed away. This one is from my grandfather who's still alive and my grandmother who passed away. So a lot of sentimental value. I don't take them off. They very, very rarely ever leave my neck. Vortex has a problem with the letter Q in the keyboard. It's fine. Just play a civ who doesn't need to use Q. He should have picked the French. There you go. That would have solved it. And good idea. We're going to do a minute and a half of ad time now, guys, while the boys get set up, so then you don't have to worry about ads in game, okay? Take this opportunity to subscribe to the channel, so you guys don't ever have to worry about ads. You can just get chatty with me instead. All right, so... And no, Puppy Paw did not play this tournament. And 9K is the total prize pool, yes, for the 30 weeks. So 300 buckaroos is the total each week. Within those weeks, first place takes 125 bucks, second place takes 75 bucks, third, fourth is 50 bucks split. My hopes is we'll be able to continue scaling, and if we are, we can look into increasing prize pools, production, maybe having like guest casters on finals days. But not promising that until we've reached a not blowing cash point. Looks like Vortex is trying to fix his PC, so we might be a minute or two. Yeah, I got sent his POV to look at him, but I think he just went offline. So that was perfect timing. Oh, that's right. Yeah, subbing does deal with the ads. Huh. Neat. But yeah, next week we should have even more renowned names joining in on the midweek muster. That's right. Like, look at that list now. And, you know, manifest it. Channel it in your brain. Imagine who you'd like to see playing next week who you don't see in that lineup. Never know. You might be seeing them. In fact, I've got a feeling, like, you know, give this another month or two, and pretty much all the names you'd expect will be in these. I think it's worth doing, right? It's really good practice. It's a nice way of engaging. It helps build the scene from the ground up, which I think is actually what AoE4 is missing. AoE4 is missing week to week to week consistency, right? It's nice to have these big S tier events that are worth 20,000, 30,000 and whatnot. But I think, you know, you need that kind of continuity as well. Like, those events are special, but how you make them more special is by having something rooted between. Lots of viewers? Nice. Glad to hear it. Yeah, hopefully we have a very good day today. Fingers crossed. My goal is, like, for the next remaining tournaments of 2024 to establish, like, really good viewership. My hopes is that we get to, like, a 500 average viewership across a week. With, like, maybe I'm being greedy, but, like, you know, with finals day being more like 600. And then I can start looking to bring in some brands into the AoE4 scene in 2025. Cool, was in this midweek muster? I believe he was, right? Who did he match up against? Let me double check. So he was up against Dragavan. Dragavan 2-1'd him. And then got 2-0'd by Vortex. Oh, thank you, Pirate. Glad everyone's enjoyed it. Who sponsors the madness? I mean, that's the question that we'll look to answer in 2025. So, yeah. Got a few ideas. So, just confirming now, it's looking like we'll probably have a 2-week gap over Christmas. So, for those who don't know, we're going to have KPMM 6 and 7, which will bring us up to the 19th. And then, likely, what we're looking to do is we're definitely going to be taking the next week off from that because we want to have people, you know, chill. Because you've got Christmas, like, you know, 24th, 25th, 26th is just not feasible from Tuesday to Thursday. So it didn't make sense to run the weekly there. But we're probably going to be looking to have the week after off as well, because I looked at the dates and I was like, 31st, first, that's Tuesday, Wednesday, right? There's a lot of games that need to be played there, and there's probably people that want to have that day to go partying, and they want to be able to see their family on New Year's, so we didn't want to put that strain in. So likely we will have 2 more editions of KPMM in 2024, and then we will pick it up again on the 3rd of January. Within that, by the way, what we will look to do is I will look to try and figure out some show matches we can do in between. So in between, I need to remember the dates of Christmas, I forget. So like probably from the 27th to the 30th. Like actually, I don't know if there's any AoE4 tournaments going on the weekend. So what I might try to do, I'll even probably check in with like Nilly and make sure it's okay if I can use some of the funds from the KPMM. Is maybe we have like a week tournament there. So, like, maybe we take some of the money. But I think we'll also, like, roll some of the money forward. So we'll look to make the first one back in 2025, probably like a $600 week. And then balance it out there. But we'll figure it out. Like, there's some cool ideas I have in mind. His keyboard's defective? Yeah, I had a feeling. So, looks like Vortex is back online. We should be getting into game in a second. But yeah, best way to keep updated on these things, I post out on Twitter and Discord as well. So my Twitter is actually in the bios below. There's a little link to click through. Follow me there. You should definitely be following me there. Let you guys know everything on there. I even let you see my noodle leg. But also, other easy way of being updated is !Discord, as I always post out there. No AMD today? No, we've done our weekly sponsor with them. So we're all tapped out of the awareness of it. But feel free to still click the link or put !AMD in, because I love supporting those guys. And they should be supporting us with the upcoming PC build. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Pro tip, buy 2 of the exact same keyboard. I mean, I've got a few keyboards. I should have... I'm getting sent a really cool new keyboard early January, actually. I'm trying to remember what it has. I'm trying to remember what the term is. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's inductive... Yeah, inductive switches. Which are, like... so they're analog. So, what was the idea on this? So I remember reading about them. It's quite fascinating. But they're meant to be more battery efficient if you want to be wireless. But there's also their response time is meant to be theoretically a lot better than the old school, like what they're called Hall switches. Yeah. So the Hall effect requires a sensor for every switch. The inductive switches do not. Whatever number of keys you have the number of Hall effect sensors to power. But for the inductive switches, you have the coils that are already built into the PCBs. So that's why you can save a lot of power. And it's to do with the way you can push them down, is that they can read the depth. So in theory, you could get to a point where like keys, you could have multiple inputs on one, depending on how hard you press them, was my understanding. So really cool stuff. But we'll talk more about that in January. Okay, so... Oh, yes, right, yeah. So I think it was like... Sorry, I was just glancing at more. And with those switches, it's to do with the fact that I think they have magnets that detect the pull down. And that's how it can tell the distance you are. Whereas like traditional ones have sensors that require you to push past a certain point. Anyway, looks like we're ready to go. Let's hop into the 4th game. It is going to be Roos versus Juji. So exactly what we expected. Double checking. I think we're good to go. Why do we have a delay? Chim, can you at them to fix that for the next one, please? There should not be a delay. Is Chum here? I'm guessing Chum is here. He's probably the one that done the predictions. All right, guys, what I'll do is I'm going to run a minute of ads now, so you don't have to worry about them in-game, okay? Actually, we'll do a minute and a half, so you definitely won't have to worry about them. All right, bear with me one sec, guys. Just going to cough my guts up. Yes, my daughter got me something I did not want for Christmas. Illness. I feel very ill at the moment. The problem with me as well is when I get ill, it's not just like a rapido done and over it type thing. If I'm ill, I'm ill. So yay. Thank you, Patrick. Whew. But yeah. Like I said, we'll post some more updates in the coming weeks over what's going to be happening over Christmas. I'm going to try to figure out something I can organize that would be special to do the last week of December because we won't have the midweek master then. But like my thoughts is right now, I don't think there's any tournament on that final weekend of the month. So I might just stick my staff in there His game just crashed? Oh, good. So... I guess that means we'll get a quick remake and we won't have to worry about the stream delay anymore. We can get confirmation of that in a sec. If we're going to watch this bar for a sec, and if it speeds up, then we know we have a crash. Yeah, like, dude, I mean... I hope Vortex can sort his stuff quickly, because it would be a shame for this to have to be like a forfeit. But we'll see. If it does end now, we have got Louis and Wham on standby to play their series. Yeah. So, the game just went... So I think we have a Le Crash. That was definitely too early for anything to have happened. Apologies about that, folks. So we'll look to get that sorted. I mean, there's no way in 6 minutes. I mean, well, there is the possibility it was GG. But I'm glancing at the deets, and like this is just gonna be pro scouts, right? The game wouldn't end. Yeah, like oh my god, 50 stone. That's OP. GG. No. Oh, he went Kremlin as well. That's very different. Kremlin double hunt cam is quite unique. Oh, dude, the gold, though. Yeah, that's outrageously painful gold against Yuji. So, yeah. Looks like we got a crash. That's kind of unfortunate. All right, so we'll get that sorted. Sorry about that, folks. Nature of events sometimes. So, we'll double-check where we're at with that. The boys should be getting back in the lobby. Then hopefully we'll be underway. Dude. Vortex is having a bit of an awkward day. Keyboard and now PC as well. I remind those just tuning in, he did take the third game, so he won that. That was English versus French. Puts him on match point. And if we go beyond the Scarguard here, we're about to see French versus Yuji, which actually I'll put into the UI for you guys now anyway. Oh, sorry, not French versus Yuji. Rus versus Yuji, sorry. If we get to map 5... which is going to be Dry Arabia, right? That leaves probably Japanese versus Jean, right? DeMu could try to be creative with OOTD. I don't really like Jean there that much. You kind of suffer even more than French do if it gets to castle. But in theory, if you rush the game, if you could shut it down quick enough, maybe. Already started the game. We're loading now, so we'll see. We're only a few seconds late in, but we have the fast forward, so we will be live. Chill. Got you covered. All right, hopefully no more crash arenas. There we go. Yeah, 50 seconds. We're good. Well, Vortex is having all the technical issues today. Hopefully, that does not continue. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster, number 5. Semi-finals between Vortex and DeMu, currently in game number 4. Vortex on the Rus is on match point here. Good pick as well for this map. Scarguard, full of deer, he goes for the bountiful Rus. However, DeMu has got something potent. Yuji have looked pretty hot on this one, and I gotta say, Benny Boy is something special with this Civ. I think it's actually one of his best civs on performances in recent weeks and months. So, curious to see what he's got in mind. Pro Scouts is most likely going to be the opener. Question mark is how deep in the game do we get? What do you think, guys? Are we going to be seeing Castle finish? Are we going to get all the way to Imperial Age? Bald boys versus gunners? As we know, bald men with sticks always win against gunners. I think that's how that works. Why are Chinese and Juji so good on this map? Great question, Swaggy Professor. Let me be your professor on this one. It's the Pro Scouts play. Pro Scouts gives you a lot of safe ecos. Usually in China are at risk when they have to come out of their base quite often because they're more of a defensive civ. It's usually a little bit different because they can play aggro. So being able to pull this food back safely means you can't be easily raided by civs like French, for example. The other thing is just how efficient that play is. Pro Scouts comes in aggressively quick for this civ compared to any other. Every other civ, 1 minute, 15 seconds. You're supervising the mill because you want to drop off food already. by supervising it, allows you to then get into Pro Scouts in just 30 seconds. The cost of which, not that high when you consider you've got taxation along the way to supplement some of the gold expense. Now, China is definitely better than Zhuji at doing that, but Zhuji benefit more from the follow-up, which is a fast castle play into either Lancers or Palace Guard, which you can now afford because you've got what feels like an infinite number of deer. Because that's right, this map has 64 deer up for grabs. You start with 4 at your base, 4 at your opponents, and then there's 66 that are not in reach of the TCs. Look at this meditation. Ooh, dude, he upgraded. So Vortex is the one who had the crash, but DeMu's got to be loving this right now. Last game it was double stone and a gold. Now he gets double gold and about 30 gold, 35 wood, I'd say. Probably more, actually. So that's going to be 50 gold, probably let's say 35 wood. An 85 resource meditation gun doesn't sound like a lot, but Scar Guard is infamously bad for Zhuji options because there's no berries, right? There's only the starting berries. The rest of the map is just deer, which you can't generate resources off of. So Vortex, Ford Kremlin, he got it again. Yeah, so before we had the crash, the remake, he did get a very tight double gold spawn, which almost looked like it forced a Kremlin. He's going for it once more. Deer are being shoved in as well. It is at least on his berries, so in some ways it's a nice Kremlin. In some ways it's kind of a horrible one. Influence is going to be the biggest issue here. He should be able to clip the TC, and then the lumber camp, there you go. So what happened there, guys, is he has the Kremlin bridging the TC into the lumber camp. He actually min-maxed it perfectly there for that teensy tiny overlap. Did we get predictions up in the end? We might not have, because we were like... Oh, I think we locked them in, right? So it was 58% for DeMu. Interesting. I mean, it can work out quite well. DeMu, of course, has to go for the stables opener, but I really like the idea of switching into PG afterwards. Can be a little bit tricky against the fast castle roost, because if you go Palace Guard, they will go Horse Archers. For now, though, it's going to be the stables opening for Vortex. This is to get that initial night out so that he can pressure his opponent. Yes, this is a best of 5. Look at the spawns as well. I mean, both of them have quite similar ones, right? The tree lines are a little bit different for DeMu, but the gold positionings are pretty brutal for both. The aggressive party should be somewhat favored, and I think that's why I love that Vortex is open this night. He looks to just try to strip gold access away from DeMu. DeMu already has Pro Scout, so it's not going to kill him. But likely it will force him to go into a Rax response with spears, and that's advantageous for a fast castle roost, because it means that you can go and build castle horse archers, easy peasy. What you really want to do, if you're DeMu here, is minimize the need for spears and get towards things like Palace Guard or Lancer spam as quickly as possible. Is there any chance he plays the Age? Like, we've got a second knight, but it feels a bit tricky. You will get a lot of archers, but your opponent can build a lot of Zhug. Maybe the idea for Vortex is he's expecting Zhuji to go fast castle and he could intercept, but looking at his macro, yeah, he just cancelled the knight. He saw the spawn and doesn't like it. He's like, okay, there's no extra pressure here. I'm going to stop at 1. I mean, that one has done a lot though, right? DeMu is now being forced into that Rax we talked about. He can turn this into a good thing by rushing castle or going mass palace. I think mass palace guard just works quite well. Yes, the horse archers be annoying, but the idea is you can dive their eco. Kremlin is going to make it a little bit weirder. It's an unfamiliar feeling right now because Kremlin has fallen off the side of a cliff. I would say Kremlin at the highest level play has maybe like a 10% pick rate. Practically every game we've seen a midweek muster has been golden game, with very rare exceptions. How do you guys feel about Skargar, by the way? I'm kind of curious on this map. I think we will look to rotate it out soon. I like it. We've just seen a lot of it. And it is Pro Scout Central, right? I don't know if we need necessarily less deer, per se. I kind of like that characteristic it has. But overall, like, it's a very, very entertaining map. I think one of the nicest things is how rare 2TC is. Because Pro Scouts, like, is a different form of economy to play into. And although it gives a lot of safe food, there's still risky resources you have to access, like gold. Of course, Cal hates the pronunciation. Probably, I mean, I'm not going to take a guy who probably can't even say Cal properly himself, seriously. I've never heard Cal say his own name. It sounds very egotistical, but I'd have to check his pronunciation. He'd probably say Goo. High trade house coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. This actually looks like a pretty good one. Untouched tree line entirely. Other side of it, DeMu is not even ready to rock and roll here. Nowhere near. I don't like this. This is a bit worrisome. He has at least got horsemen to try and contest the horse archers, but horse archers can fight you back, right? Like, your horsemen aren't actually that scary when they're just feudal age. High trade house. If he saw this, at least it'd be different, but DeMu instead ran into the Kremlin, immediately panicked and ran away. He's going to have to reactionary tech up, right? Which, on his current income, is not going to be a very competitive timing. So high trade house there. It is going to be 144 gold. Not bad at all pre-10 minutes. Not to mention the extra safe food at home. Puts less pressure on him to return goodies because he never went pro scouts. This is a very dangerous build, but it works out with that idea in mind. He could even be shoving initial deer in. That's why, by the way, he's so much quicker with his tech. If it wasn't for that, think about the cost of going pro scouts. 350 resources. DeMu would be about on par to go up. Monastery now being dropped as Vortex try to rush forward. 2 relics on the mainland. The other 3 are on the island. Remember, Scarguard puts all of the emphasis on water later in the game. No fish here, but later on you've got trade, you've got the relics, you've got the gold veins, the sacred sites. First horse archer is going to arrive here. DeMu should be able to keep him at bay, right? Like, this is not a very quick timing by Vortex. He chose greed instead. By going monastery, instead of getting out 8 horse archers, you're pretty much looking for a relic timing, not for an attack timing. But he's going to be scaling. On the other side, Shaolin Monastery coming in. So DeMu, no intent to go towards the Mount Lu Academy that has been growing in popularity, especially on this map. Oh, I like this wall as well. Vortex, yeah, I was about to say, just follow up towards your TC. You don't have to worry about raids. There is at least this side, but I think I could argue to you just walking out here, walling here, and then when your villager gets out to this point, you build a dock, right? Because that should be his follow-up play in about 30 seconds. First relic about to be grabbed. Not liking DeMu's position right now, gotta say. He is safe long-term with his food, right? Because he's gone pro scouts. But Vortex is kind of getting everything he wants so far. So what's DeMu's way out? Lancers is kind of interesting. Your opponent can mirror that, though. Roost Knights are just as good, right? The advantage you get as UG here is your production speed. You're already behind on your timing. You could go for Dali Horses, which would be a sick read here, by the way. You have so much food. Horseman Knights is kind of low-key busted. More play from Vortex. Does have to take the risks out on the flanks, but this is quite nice because get this Wooden Fortress up. Once you're out here, afterwards, just wall here, and look at all the deer you have. So much food in this area. And no, just to update for people, you do not get gold from killing the animals anymore. Roosts get gold from gathering from the animals, which is why you're seeing him generate gold when he drops off the food. Much more healthy change. Actually a buff to the later phase of the game for the Roosts, but it was a needed and necessary retweak to the early game. In fact, if it wasn't for that change, this map wouldn't even be competitively feasible. It looks like DeMu is getting ready to march forward. Only 4 Lancers so far, though. And also, Vortex already getting crossbows. That's cool. He sticks to a small group of horse archers for raiding. And now he gets ready for the punch that's coming his way. Dali Horses is on the way for Ben, though. Big deal. These knights will now beat the Roost ones. Even if you get Boy's Fortitude, the Zhuji Lancers will still win in equal numbers. No raid coming in, but Wooden Fortress already garrisoned. Army's already on the way. This is not something that DeMu can take, and he needs to be very careful about his positioning here because he doesn't have a scout. He's going to lose 2 Lancers. Crossbows in. Quick reaction there. Does at least minimize the losses. Could have been a lot worse, actually. If Vortex had chosen to wait until the crossbows were properly in range, he could have gotten a second wave off there, killed 2. So still arrow on the way, so we are getting more and more crossbow production going, and I mean, this has kind of been the champion unit of Season 9 so far, the unbeatable, the 1-2 beat crossbow mass. Scales so well into the mid-game and then the late game. Lancers, on the other hand, kind of have a timing attack here, right, where they start to pitter off. There's that attack speed I talked about. You're down to 1.28 attack speed, 0.43 with your Lance. Meanwhile, it's normally 1.5 attack speed and 0.52 with the Lance. So, they sound like a nitpicky number, but drastic difference over long fights, right? And considering how chunky Lances are, that's the type of fight that if you leave them A-clicking, it takes a good 20 seconds or so. DeMu's shallow moat play is looking underwhelming right now. Like, he's got no value out of this so far. Vortex is likely going to go for the Dock Drop next because he's already taken the 2 relics, and now he's getting the Sacred Sights. Charge coming in. Wait a second. Vortex. Oh, what a grab! Huge for DeMu. Vortex, only 1 makes it back. Wow. And that's crazy when you consider his vision. He should have seen that one coming. DeMu catches him not looking and gets a much-needed attack point to scale a lead. 6, I think that 8, sorry, Villagers up. Sacred Sights offsets some of that. Same with the High Trade House, but then you could argue you've got things like Meditation Guard and Taxation. DeMu in a very comfortable position now. Yeah, and I think Vortex, wow, look at this. We have the Gremlin pool. 14 marching across, but they're gradually losing health here, folks. Remember, the way Militia now work, they lose HP every second they're alive. They're like someone in their 40s existing in this world, realizing there's too many things growing by the day they hate, and they want to get closer to deteriorating out of existence. Anyway, crossbows being jumped on. Dude, that's kind of crazy, actually. He pretty much welcomes the engagement. DeMu! Oh my god. The Militia bought so much time there. Fortification now coming in, but look at the damage already done here. Ben, it looks like he was maybe trekking. Yeah, he went to TC, giving this opening across the Vortex. Outpost is at least doing a lot of work now, reducing the force. Vortex needs to do more work here. Remember, he's behind on villages. It's not enough to reduce the army. He now has to reduce the base. Yeah, and he doesn't have the capabilities, guys. Repairs come in. This one tower for DeMu. They changed everything about the outcome of Game 4. Crossbows now diving by, but not able to get a lot out of it. Difficult to go underneath the TCs with the arrow fire, with the hand cannon slits. At least find a few extra villager picks, but not enough here. Vortex has to make a choice. He's either going all in or he's going for TCs himself. It looks like we've got an all-in move. Villagers are going to have to migrate the area. Crossbow should be able to take out 2. Doesn't quite get it. Tower down, but that one tower done so much work for DeMu. He's still in a bad position, pretty roughed up here. And of course, a signature for Vortex for his aggression. We give him an 11 out of 10 for a reason. We're in Castle Age, but that sounds like just as good of a time for Rams. We may not see 5 games here, folks. This is kind of wild. Vortex has kind of got him bent over a barrel. Yeah, he's got good food access, but where's the gold? Man, now taking risks out the flank here. Unseen for now. And of course, because your opponent has lost all the knights, he should just be focused on going in. He's going to be going in on that second town center. Paxman going down. Crossbows also sniping additional. Perfect here. Villagers also. No, the 6 shoulder. DeMu, he realizes quickly. That could have been 10 times worse if he didn't. Second TC looking like it's going to go down, though. Ben doesn't really have a villager lead anymore. Gold gathering at least there. He's going Palace Guard, which is questionable at best here. Must be a misclick. There's no way you play PG into mass crossbows. That's the quickest way to lose a game. I think you just thumbed it when he was going for additional spears. He's going to need a lot of spears to hold this back, though. DeMu, 2 racks isn't going to cut it, folks. Food also got blocked. Remember, this is all of his gear. If he can't defend here, he can't actually access the food. He's only got 1,500 left here. At which point, he's going to run dry. This game looks like it's going to be done in 4. Yeah, I'm not really seeing the way back for DeMu now. It's just too many crossbows, right? And you're trickling troops. Your production is basically here on the front line. Nice little bait overextension there to get the reaction. Vortex now starts stepping back. Spears are in the mix, so the Knights will struggle a little bit to stand here, but the spear count is not impressive, and the Saint's Blessing buff comes in. A 3 damage extra differential, right? The +2 damage, the +1 armor. Raz being chased here by the villagers, but it's looking underwhelming. He can't access the gold, and that is it. First semi-finals complete. Vortex will be your first through to the 5th week of the Midweek Masters Finals. The question now is, will it be Wham or LouMT? What do you think, guys? Is Vortex going to get the rematch against Wham from the semi-finals last week? Or is it time for some Chinese pride to arrive in the finals again? Let me know what you think, and I'll catch you all in the next one. GG's! Well played, Mr. Vortex. Now we just got to hope his keyboard doesn't break across 7 games. So, left side win. That was really impressive. The Kremlin pull actually felt impactful, which is very rare these days. Louis versus Vortex, pretty sure it's Wham. Oh, we'll see. I think Wham's playstyle plays a little bit better into... plays a little bit worse into Louis than Puppy Paws. Puppy Paws more aggressive, whereas like Wham's a bit more mid-game oriented, which gets you a bit closer to where Louis looks best, right? So we'll see about that one. But do we have conf? We're sorting them now. So... we're going to be looking to have the next set starting in a few minutes between Wham and Louis. They should both be available. And then after that set, we should be getting into Vortex versus the winner. So yes, all that still to come. We are cramming the day full here in Midweek Muster number 5. I don't know if this will be possible every week. It would be the dream, but realistically, we can't expect it. That's the whole point of open scheduling. But the stars did align on this particular week to get us that beautifully layered Thursday set of games. So, 1 second. Let me double check. Sorry, just keeping an eye on my phone in case my partner rings me or anything about our son. Wham's Canadian, so he has to win. That is, like, well, you say that, but here's the interesting thing, guys. The back-to-back-to-back champion of Midweek Muster Puppy Paw lost to LouMT in week number 1. So, never quite that simple. I think that first map pool was a little bit more OP for English, but we still have some really good maps for them, so it could work quite well. I'm just updating the bracket right now. So bear with me 1 second. Let me export that for you guys so that when we go across the bracket scene, we will have all results up to date and in there. It would be nice if export would work. There we go. And then if we reload it, boom. No? What? There we go. That was very delayed. So yes, Vortex takes it 3-1. And it looks like the draft is already underway for our second series of the day. So bear with me a sec, guys. We'll get that open now. We already have a map draft. I'm going to reset everything and then input the deets. So I'll switch across this scene quickly. So opening map is going to be Transhumans. And then we've got Himiyama, Dry Arabia, Highview, and then finally, we've got Lipany. Fandappy bloody dozy. And then, in terms of the draft for the boys, They're now about to start. Okay. Oh, no, they done their draft. All right, shout out to the lads. They actually already done their draft, guys. So we're already ready for series number 2. So they should be getting in a sec. Thank you, Jim. Who's playing? We have now got Wham versus LouMT. So getting in lobby. Okay, so we'll be 5 minutes from in-game. Can I run ads now, or did it just automate? I think it just automatically ran ads a second ago. But we've got a few minutes, so we'll be... If you guys want to get yourself a drink or whatever, the next series should be live in about probably 4.5 minutes is when we should be in-game for that one, okay? What GPU am I looking into? Oh, Andrew, I have got the most godly slaver of beast imaginable. I don't know if I start showing people. I should probably, like, I don't know. I want to announce them on Twitter and all the platforms. So I think I might look to start doing I'm going to do like some simple recordings to show them off. I might start doing that for next week. So I'll start reviewing the components, but we are going to have some AMD things in there. Opening game Transhumans. Jean versus Roos. That's quite different. Yeah, I heard about the 8800 XT. Like, it sounds pretty pog, right? So, for those that don't know, the new 8800 XT, like, AMD already said they're not going to try to make, like, the 8900 ones, from my understanding, they basically said. But the ray tracing is ramped up incredibly well. And also, they're saying that their performance is on par with the NVIDIA 4080s. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. See if we've got a few minutes. I'll keep an eye out if I can run ads before the 4-minute clock is down so that you guys don't have to worry about the game. But just bear with me 1 sec. Need to quickly cough my guts up. Okay, I think my throat is clear for now. Yeah, it's a fun time in the pigeon house right now. Okay, so we'll get Predickies ready to go in a sec. A little bit surprised I didn't get to the 5 games though. That was really creative by Vortex in the end. He didn't play that full meta like we've seen. What did I study in college? So we would call it university, right? So that's you have like 6th form / college, then uni. In uni, I studied computer game design. So I learned how to program, how to 3D model, how to plot out design, basically everything. Mine was a very interactive degree. So pretty much covered all arcs. Bit of a hit or miss sometimes with the nature of those degrees. They promise so many things and usually can't deliver. But you know, it had some value to me. I don't know if I would say it had immense value to the degree it was fully justifiable, but whatevs. Which programming language? C# was the main one I used. I also used ActionScript was the very first one we learned with. But yeah, it's like the C#, JavaScript, those sort of things. We never really got to C++. That would have been more of a computer games programming-esque thing instead of design. All right, I can run a 1.5 ads. I'm going to do that now, guys, okay? There you go. Good guy me, trying to save you from the ads. Space Engineers is a game that can incorporate C# in-game. I played Space Engineers years ago. I don't really have any interest in returning to it currently, though. I don't really have an interest in using programming at the moment, really, I'd say. You know, it's cool to have an understanding because I can relate to it. But I kind of left that part behind. I love creation. I love presenting, right? Like, I love being an entertainer, really, is what I realized. God damn. It would be nice if my throat could just be okay. Hopefully. I'm hoping tomorrow, maybe. One puck hanging YouTube Premium and no ads. Yay! Hey, but you know what you should do? You should open Twitch and YouTube if you can. Boom. VODs will be available on both, as we do. We're even live on Twitter right now, by the way. I don't know if many people have been chattering there so far. It's been quite chill on that side. We give all the options, though. All right, looks like we're in the game, though. So let's get those predictions up, folks, and let's get underway. Well, if this ain't the place to be every Thursday, one and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. First semi-finals down, Vortex now waiting for an opponent in the grand finals that take place right after this. And we have Wham versus LouMT. LouMT making the first ever Midweek Muster Grand Finals in week number 1. Has not made any of them since. Can he do it now? Can he beat the guy who has been in every single Midweek Muster Grand Finals up to this point? That's what we're here to find out. Transhumans to kick us off, and we've got a very interesting choice, folks. Jean coming out up against the Roost. LouMT has looked phenomenal as Roost, almost unstoppable. However, you guys may recall, early in the bracket, in that series between Louis and Miyamaika had him on the verge of defeat with a Sacred Sight win condition after brutalizing with the early game. Wham, you got to be asking the question, was he watching that series? Did he get a little bit inspired with what he saw? I do wonder. Oh, 1 second, there we go. Wrong UI. I wonder if Louis learned anything in particular from that particular game, because he got punished early for having no protection by a 4-night all-in with Jean, which I imagine is what Wham's going to try here. We don't have any sort of fishing going on so far. And if one of the mods can set up predictions, that would be great. I can't do that right now. We're in game. Fishing from Louis. Yeah, we know he likes to do this. It's pretty safe. There's not really any threat that Knight's going to raid you and shut that down quickly. It's not like you're going up against an opponent who's going to build a ram in your base at 7 minutes, per se, because the Knights are just too expensive for that type of play. Shouldn't be anything like Chamber of Commerce. In theory, it would be wild. It could work, but I just don't think you want to. And what was that? Wait, was that... What? Pardon? What? Okay, so we have a Ford School of Cavalry. Why? Is this to play TC? I almost feel like Wham is not going to convert Jean to level 2 and is going to gather stone here. But then, like, no, you've got stone here. I'm a little bit confused. Maybe he could set up a proxy base here, right? So you get level 2 on Jean, and then you build double archery range. You're much closer to the enemy base than if you built it all the way back here. This is very unusual, though, out of Wham. Other side of it, Louis hasn't seen the play yet, but probability is high. He's going to walk in the base, go, where's your School of Cavalry? And then check south. Now, plus side is, you're against a fast-casting Roost player. He's probably not going to do a damn thing about it, right? This is crazy. What the hell? What unusual strategy. Fine, I'll do predictions myself. God, do I get some subs for this? Look at all the effort we're putting in for you guys. I mean, this is very unorthodox. Whether it's going to pay off, I'm really not convinced of. It has to be some sort of archery range base. So Louis Golden Gate's coming in. So he hasn't got the Kremlin defense. But he does see it, right? Yeah, he's running around now. He's going to... No, wait. He's actually wasting time with the deer. He hasn't seen a landmark. Like, alarm bell should kind of be going off. Saving space in the main? I mean, that's forward thinking, but that's way too far forward thinking. Look at the space you have. That would only matter at, like, 25 minutes, right? So it's not about space. He's up to something here. I'm just not sure what. I mean, you should immediately have level 2 Jean. So maybe that's part of it. The walkout optimizes for it, but I don't think that really matters in the grand scheme. So deck up complete. The villager walks home. Jean goes deeper. Is this an outpost rush? That's kind of wild if so. I mean, it feels very... No, it's a dock. So we've got dock play from Wham. Double Knight already queued up. This is very expensive in terms of idleness though, right? But I don't mind the idea of like a later level 2 Jean, because what do you really get from it on this type of configuration, right? If your opponent's not going to come out, and you can't really get in with Jean because you just get sniped straight away, then actually staying age 1 doesn't really hurt you. The passive XP would take so long anyway. So if this gives you advantage elsewhere, it's not a bad idea. So, Doc coming up, completely unseen. Louis also didn't keep an eye on Jean, so he's not aware. Which is crazy because I don't think the scout was there to keep an eye on Louis' vision. Light is arriving, and it looks like Louis needs to pull away ASAP there. A little bit slow, actually. That's greedy. He saw it coming, and he hung around anyway. Yeah, Louis, I'm a little bit surprised by that, right? Like, it's annoying to get pushed off your goal, but between the bounty gathering and also the Golden Gate, you should be fine to get castle anyway. This is the outpost, isn't it? He's going to outpost the gold and the dock. We are 6 minutes in, and it's still level 1 Jean. Outpost going up. Remember, you build this 33% faster, a.k.a. it's only going to take you 45 seconds to build. Oh, this is cool. Rax has been built, but remember, at any stage, if you feel like you're pressured, if you feel panicked, you can convert into level 2. And here's the thing, you have 150 HP. There is no way that Dark Age Spearmen are going to kill you quick enough. This is cool, man. I mean, you'll see an archery ship reaction, but there's already a sprinkled here. And now with the outpost here, you can't really do anything as Louis. Peasant Jean strategy. S tier? Question mark? Maybe here. Has to pull the fishing boats to protect the Lodya. Jean is trying to kite. She needs to tap the hammer up, right? Like, you're taking a bit of damage here, but you need to get this up before the spears stop you. Demo ship coming out. Pulls the spear back. Just in time there to dodge it. And that means now you block the spears. Oh, Louis is so stuck. He's jammed in a washing machine levels of... This is bad. Louis doesn't have any play out of this. He's got double racks. He's lost the dock. The outpost has gone up. And you can't even fish now. Oh my Gideon. Demo even detonates. Wham has truly been cooking. There you go. 7.5 minutes. Range Jean has been activated. Louis now pulling the spears to try and torch this down, but difficult with the Spiritual ship, archery ships nearby. Maybe a little bit ambitious, pull the archery ship north, actually. I'm a bit surprised by that. Villagers also coming as well, but you need to add all the torch damage in. Wait, what? He thought the Spirit was just going to move. Garrison comes in time. The Knights are just pieing right now. This is incredible. I mean, Louis has at least got some fishing going on up here, right? Because the archer ship had to come home, but you can go back up and finish that now. Meanwhile, the players what for Wham? I mean, you want to scale feudal longer. You don't want to rush castle, right? And now, how does Louis get age free? He's got the tickets, but he hasn't got the food. He has 1 sheep left. He's playing berries. Wooden Fortress going up. That's already a villager down. Spear count at 8. Knights are going to look for the dive in. Not able to hang around there, though. It is just range shots so far, right? Like, you know, it's not like there's extra archers added in here that are ruining your day. So he will get the food. That's 1,500 to work with. However, that Wooden Fortress doesn't actually protect you as much as you'd think here. Jean could still dunk on villagers if she wants to. And this is even more dangerous. Louis really needs to shove the deer in. Fishing boats never got finished off though. Wow. This is an oversight and a half. He doesn't see the villager running north. He doesn't know there's a redock. But he does know that there's fishing boats up there he never killed. Yeah, this is way too greedy for Wham. Whoa, needs to pump the Divine Restoration. This is not good. Wham. Losing Jean like that. A bit surprising. And what is up, Anonymous Gifter? Thank you very much for the gifted sub. I'm glad to see we have Killjadi with the correct emotes now. Spiral ships are coming. I mean, Louis, he's in a rough position, but he's actually not dead yet at all. On top of that, check this. This is sick. He went castle turrets and arrow slits. So Wham now has to go rams to get through this. Anything else is too inefficient. Holy crap. I mean, I feel like Wham basically screwed himself out of an easy win here. Yeah, he just realized it. He just revealed it. Marches north side. Spiral ship is already there, trying to snipe knights though. Has got his own spirals coming up. Demo ship to follow up as well. Louis is willing to fight for this. Spear count is looking decent as well. Archer count is not. If he loses the archer ship, his count's closed. Right? Because like then you don't actually have any pressure against blob spears. And Louis has been stockpiling these tickets, right? Yeah, he's still got 4 in reserve. Wham does at least have Sean back in action. She just spawned, so she got a long run back towards these fights. And we have got mass attack ships. Check this. Louis, he converted the fishing boats. Full fleet now. Smart choice as well. He waited for them to be fully repaired before he thought about it. And now he has the way of sniping out the units. The knights aren't tanky against spiral shots. Wow. Are you kidding me? For game 1 as well. Like this. Wow, who was going fishing boats may now be regretting that. He has at least still got the outpost blocking the gold, right? And that's going to be difficult for Louis to contest. He's going to try now. Need to be careful, respect the arrow slits though. So the logic here for Louis is he doesn't have to kill it in one. His opponent doesn't have any villages to repair here, right? Nice read there by Wham though, just fully garrisoning. So Warcock's come back to push this away. Dive now coming in though. He needs to get his boats across to defend this. Not doing it quick enough though. So this is going to be a burn down. Wham is going to lose his stranglehold on the gold. Short is back in the action at least. Demo ship gets blocked from diving. Outpost is down though. A little bit of XP coming the way, but you need to kill these boats to really make it worthwhile. Difficult to do, right? Unless you get Demo wedged in there. Which you're going to be seen coming a mile away. And Archer's now added. Louis, I think Louis in control now. Wham looks like he's macroing for castle. I'm just not really sure what that offers you. I guess you could go for a relic grab. You could then get a quick level 3 because you capture the sacred sites, right? How did Louis get the gold for all those boats? Gee, I wonder. Is there maybe a way he could just ask the game for a crap ton of gold? For maybe a little bit of wood? Winky, winky. Yeah, Golden Gate is just so good in these positions, right? Like, any other Civ would probably be dead after that gold loss. They wouldn't be able to afford these boats to fight back. Wham, trying to get the demos through his own walls of griefing him here, though. Does get in range. Big hit. Follow-up's going to be even better here. Wallops it down, only one attack ship left alive. Louis may have overextended. Wham, now with an opening. Gets back to the gold. Food's going to be even more important. Remember, the deer never got touched. Louis is about to exhaust the berries. His farm count is only 9 deep. Oi, oi, oi. This game is back and forth. This is crazy. I feel like with the Vortex DeMu series, you kind of felt like there was a decisive lead being held to a certain degree. But this one is just unreadable right now. Love that. Press coming in, though. Louis. It's going to scare away the Knights. However, there are archer ships now, guys. Archer ships should be able to beat these archers on land. Just need to play the distance. Kind of crazy. Consider the way that Louis typically plays transhumans for Roos. The fact that we're 14 minutes into the game and he's still nowhere near Castle Age just shows you how aggressively oriented this build is for Wham. Sean, I don't know how long she's got to go until level 3. Sadly, we don't have that technology in Capture Age, but he's seen a reasonable trickle, but he had a death, right? So, like, without extra kills, I'd imagine like a 19.5-minute timing seems about sane. Maybe 18. Could be quicker, though, especially if you find these boat kills. Remember, the galleys, look how much they cost. That's 23 XP waiting to be harvested. DeMu ship coming in, that's even better. Spring will just cost even more. Good block, though. A little bit overly ambitious. Wham got a bit excited there. It's like a Roos player seeing deer for the first time. And we have Stone Gathering. Wow, so Wham is going Castle Age and 2TC. Wait, no, I was about to say, there's no way you do Castle Age to do a keep drop. That doesn't... No. That'd be kind of insane. So yeah, 2TC plus Castle from this position is kind of crazy. One of those things I'd understand, but the fact his lead is this big is incredible. Not just that, it looks like Louis struggling even further than you would have expected, right? Because we have the delayed fishing, which is adding up. It's 52 villages now to 48. Plus fishing for one side, not for the other. Guildhall now coming in. Wow, this does play to Louis' favor a little bit. He loves the late game. Guildhall usually suggests the late game. However, in his current position, Louis doesn't seem very capable of making it late. Second TC also looking to come in. Louis' read is correct to march out, but is he going to be able to sniff it out? Is he going to be able to find it? Right now, his army actually looks incredibly scary, but the TC almost halfway complete so far. Wow, Louis actually hesitates here. He's not going to get it in time. Town Center is definitely going up. Archery Range is alongside it. Wham very presumptuous with the early consecration. He wants Arm the Trie. This is great. This is actually incredible the way he's executed this. Second TC in the corner for Louis. He's now going to have to catch up with the castle. The other problem with this TC placement is Wham can very easily just drop a monastery and pick up 3 relics. It's so close to him here. This map is goofy. Oh, yeah? That's kind of interesting you to say, because we've had pro-level players say they actually love the map. So... Does it look goofy because of the way he played this? Yes, because it's very unorthodox. Would this be effective once there's no regularly? Debatable. But that's the beauty of revealing strategies. Goofy doesn't mean bad. All right. Now I know which Disney character is your favorite. And yes, I agree. I think this is a better canal, for sure. High Trade House now. Oh, no. No. What? For what trees? You could have just built it here. Oh, no. Get your numbers in. We just had the battle of the ball players. We don't need a ball high trade house as well. Apparently we can get it, though. 21 trees. Help. I mean, 21's better than what we would have expected, actually. Monks are now on the way, so Wham is going to be picking up those relics. Moment of Truth is incoming. This is going to be like, what, 43 gold times 2, so 86. 47. Yeah, that. So 94 gold. I mean, yeah. Honestly, not as bad as it could be, but that is still painful to look at. Wham's walls are coming. Oh boy, how this boy loves them. Even after the nerfs, he's the first player trying to really extend deep in the mid-game with his wall placements. Still getting away with it to this day. Relics now being taken away by Wham. Louis stuck on his starting island still. He's trying to scale crossbows, but I don't like that. It's the correct read here because Wham's building better arms, but I don't think he's scouted that at all. This is just blind, right? And if this was LouMT versus Crossbows, I'd favor the French/Jean every day of the week. Yeah, a little bit surprised actually that it wasn't LouMT at all. I mean, Wham, he probably feels like Louis doesn't have enough gold to mass Crossbows, but this Civ's kind of busted for its gold generation in the corner. We've seen that what Louis can do, right? Like, Louis is the guy who regularly wouldn't touch gold until 17 minutes into the game on this map. Sacred Sight's being captured. Love this. So many players just seem to forget it in the flow of the game. But if you use Jean to capture, which you can, you'll generate 50 XP as well. Gets you very close to leveling up. If you capture the other one, we should be seeing level 3 Jean. Cool thing about having a range Jean instead of melee Jean. LouMT massing is easier. We're in a Mangonel meta for the late game, right? But those Mangonels can easily be sniped by range Jean. So if you have got range Jean, you're able to blow LouMT with very limited options to shut it down, right? Guildhall got some way to go, but you can see how it's starting to stockpile up for him. Wow. he's just like, okay, I'm quite chill. I don't feel a necessity to rush here. I mean, to a certain degree you should, but I can also understand his position in this. Feels like rushing leads to more loss than gain. Walls are up. Louis has had to negotiate in a very weird way here. If... Oh my... Wait. If he gets Imperial Age, guys... Carracks. That is actually an option here. Louis needs to be careful not to chill too much. Carrack play could just kill him. Because you don't have Spriggles like you used to, right? Like, Spriggles don't really get built. So anything else that would counter them, like, what is there, right? You could try to go Mangoes, but they're inaccurate. The moving Carrack can kind of dodge. Trebs haven't been built by him. He's had no reason to. And there you go. Level 3 Jean just came in. I believe that was Riders, right? No, he went Champions. A little bit surprising there. Probably because he's not expecting crossbows. He's seen mass spears, and Champions make a lot of sense against spears here. Sacred Sight's now locked in, so it looks like he's going to try to play a similar angle at a later timing than me and Mike had done, where he allows him to try and come out. Difference here is Wham's tech timing should be a lot more competitive than the last game. Louis shouldn't really have much wiggle room to contest that quickly. Wham also now looking to tighten that noose around the neck. He's moving in. Louis playing wide on the flanks in the meantime. We have got ship on ship playing the south side. Demo ships are on the way though for Wham, so Louis slightly overextending here, needs to be careful. Meanwhile, pressure coming from the north side. He's going to look to burn through. No demo yet. Louis would benefit very much from having one of them coming. Demo's coming out. Will at least reset things on the south side, as the fleet has to move north. Scout getting the lay land. He now knows about the 4TC. Wham has broken through the wooden protection here. Demo has been queued up. This is smart from Louis now, because you essentially stop your opponent from retreating. Dive comes in. Needs to be careful with range yaw here. A lot of XP being gathered up, though. The crossbow count, not really looking that threatening right now. Louis needs to get more of the fight here. He's trying to snipe down Jean, but she's still got Divine Restoration to work with, and she's not dying quickly now with that ranged armor reduction. Remember, 50% of the damage, just not affecting her. A big win here is Louis. Misread the state of the fight entirely. Double Wooded Fortress just not phasing them. He's diving in even deeper here. So much XP farmed up, and Wham, still plenty of time to gather more here. The demo ship play was a cool idea from Louis, but it was too late. He made it in. Final hits coming in. Looks like Jean is now going to die. A lot of XP gained and a lot of damage done, though. Wham needs to be careful not to overextend. Wait, at Wham. Wham, I know that they get 20% more wood, but there we go. Yeah, so that was horrible, actually. Wow. About 20 seconds, 15, 20 seconds spent killing a lumber camp. Oi, oi, oi. Like, that actually allowed an even trade. Louis comes out ahead now when he should have been losing the remainder of the army. Yeah, complete distraction, a loss of attention there from Wham, but at the same time, an overwhelming lead. Look at his resources here. Guildhall hasn't even been pulled, and he's almost at Imperial. And remember what we said about Imperial, guys. Carracks. Carracks come out almost immediately here. He's gathering stone as well, so we'll probably see a double whammy, right? A keep drop on one, and an Imperial keep on the other. Actually, instead he goes for the north side. Gold and stone here. Spinner nearby. Louis. Oh, no. This hurts. This deeply hurts. Doesn't see the keep drop. He's marching out now. The Imperial play, Wham has yet to pull the trigger on. He could have actually pulled the Guildhall and built the Red Palace already. Instead, Louis is going to get an opportunity at a decap here. And a keep drop as well to make it simpler. Wham did exhaust himself pretty hard with that dive. Has to give him the space here. More men at arms and crossbows being queued up in the meantime. And a Red Palace now on the way. A very, very defensive Red Palace from Wham. He really wants to go hyper late against Roos. Okay, he changed his mind. I like this a lot more. I don't understand that Imperial placement at all. This is much more sensible. Red Palace on the south side. Decap trying to come through, but the outpost has actually bought a lot of time here for Wham. We're going to mop up the last of the spears, and I don't think Louis saw that. If he saw that, he knows what's happening right now, and he dives onto the site. Instead, though, he takes a slower approach. Thinks that Wham might get an opportunity to contest him here. Wham is being very, very defensive. Maybe overly defensive from this position. Meaning that Louis doesn't have to worry about that sacred site anymore, so he's going to decap it. No ticking time bomb, but Louis is now stuck an age behind. He has secured an extra 4k gold to work with, though. There's still a big 8k up for grabs on the south side. So, Wham at this stage just masses Arbitrary, right? Arbitrary, Horseman, and go. Get a cannon or two. Jean can't be too far off of level 4. Not after that fight earlier. Louis now marching south, maybe about to get the bad news here. On top of that, remember, we said about Carracks, that is still an option here for Wham. He hasn't queued him up yet. If these start coming out, Louis is not getting anything off of his starting island. In fact, yeah, he realizes. Carracks just got queued up. Wrong dog from Wham, though. That is not coming out quick enough. Needed to be out of the south side one. So it looks like we're not going to see any Imperial Age boats. Yeah, kind of an off timing there from Wham. Definitely was an opportunity for it. That being said, Army is coming. He's not going to let this go down for free. Crossbow stirrups on the way. Minute and 10 seconds out. Things have slowed down here. Wow, he builds the ram, sets it in. He gives over. Oh, no. Folks, it's happening. The ram won't clear this quick enough. That means Louis' worst nightmare is about to be realized. Not just that, look at the landmark placement. Oh my god. Tell me you're stuck in a corner without saying you're stuck in a corner. How often do you see all 4 landmarks on one screen these days? It's happening though. And it's not even an HRE game. Well, it's just content to march back here. We'll play for that north side. Has a cannon already on the way to contest the keep for the sacred site. And now, behold the Carracks glory here. You may be age 4, but you don't have an easy play out of this. Remember, you don't have your own Imperial ships. He's going to have to play demos. Well, the good news at least is it's not about you on. That's kind of all the good news I've got for you here. He goes Trebs. So not even trying to go into the demo ships to contest this. North side cannon is going to look to breach though. Louis doesn't have much stone in reserve here. He's making a play for a lot though. Double stone outcropping in the gold in the far north. We really do have a Chinese version of Corner Boy here, don't we? Nice hit there. Nice raid from MSN. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome, welcome, one and all. To the weirdest strategy we've seen from the Jean on this map. Maybe the weirdest strategy we've seen on Transhumans, but what a banger of an opening game between Wham and Louis. Flash in the center here, but the Golden Hat upgrades aren't in for Louis. He never actually elited his crossbows, which means he's going to get yeeted in these fights. Can't fight up against that. Arbitrary, more than willing to contest. Interesting choice here. Raw Bloodlines before getting Incendiaries. Not what I expected. I don't think it's going to matter, though. I don't think this game's going to be going long enough here. Louis trying to stand his ground. It's just so much XP to give over. Double cannon onto the keep. Louis is about to be pushed back in a big way. Nice on Horseman already poking the backside, and more Carrack still coming up river here. Upside, at least for Louis, is that he can actually detonate and get favorable trades there. But land is anything but. Yeah, I think Louis is toast at this stage. I mean, he's trying to scale Streltsy, bless him. But the problem here, folks, is that Streltsy actually don't win against Arbitrary Jean like you think they would. Because if Jean gets level 4, that attack speed buffer allows them to Gatling gun you. It's brutal, just how well Arbitrary can fight in Streltsy. Especially with Pavis drop for the extra range. We're not even at mass Streltsy yet. Flash coming in. Shell's going to peel back a little bit here. Pavises could be dropped. Wham decides not to. And oh no, Louis. That was not the click we were looking for. He's trickling troops. And that's it. GG gets called. Peasant Jean strategies for the win. Who saw this one coming? Anyone tried something like this before? Obviously on Transhumans, but on another map. The Peasant Jean into, say, a proxy base. Is this a strategy we've all been sleeping on? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Ooh, sacre bleu. What a way to open for Wham. Also allows him to now keep very powerful picks in his draft. English, Delhi, Chinese, none of them having to be used on the opening game. Meanwhile, Louis uses one of his best, right? Roos is seen as very powerful here. He banned it away early for a reason. So that leaves him with like Abasses, Juji, French, really, as priors. Damn. What a cool strategy. All right, so let's mark that one up as a win for Jean. Let's get ready for game number 2. Looks like my son has made it home. He is sitting across from me now while my partner goes to get Medor. Fingers crossed. He remains sleeping. All right, game number 2. Let's get into it. So a win for Wham. Let's get ready. So it's going to be Chinese versus Zhuji on Lipany. I guess he's still... Well, because they didn't... Yeah, sorry, they didn't draft Scarguard. My brain's still in the last series. So this makes sense, actually. I think, yeah, like on both sides, the Zhuji can kind of make sense here. Like, where else would you have picked it? Maybe Himiyama. Himiyama is likely going to be Japanese for Louis. Wham has English there, so really tough luck for Louis. Dry Arabia is most likely going to be Malians or Delhi. And then Louis is probably thinking like French there. French versus Delhi could be a good matchup for him. Malians can work okay as well. Highview is the other really big question mark. Probably going to be Abbasids, but then you've got the Delhi, right? Like, I actually think you have to get creative with the Abbasid pick, and you've just done Lipany, and you didn't do Abbasids, right? So that leaves you very predictable. He could try to do Dry Arabia Abbasids, but it just feels like a bit of a weaker pick. Then again, you're kind of going to need to take that little bit of a risk to get an edge over your opponent. All right, I'm going to put the predickies up now. We are about a minute and 15 away from in-game. Yeah, my mom's not getting away from that one. We're going to make her make a PC. And if she breaks it, she pays for it. Yes, guys, for those that don't know, hopefully, I'm hoping to do it in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be building a PC live on stream and having my mum, who's never built a PC in her life, do it. So yeah, very, very fun thing we've got planned coming. Oh. Drink all amid delicious protein works. All right, one sec, guys. Let's get ready to roll. Okay, yeah, predictions up. Fantastic. Who likes repeated crossbows? Did I hear some people say I do? Well, you might get a lot of them. Zhuji versus Chinese. One and all. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Second semi-finals of the day. Wham leading early in this best of 5. Can he make it a fast sweep? Can he get to that 2-0 already? Or is LouMT finally ready to intercept? Game 1 looked brutal for him. Wham, a very unorthodox strategy. Paying dividends and then some. This matchup, though, you have to wonder, Zhuji should be the ones with aggressive options, fast teching, for example, to castle for relic grabbing, or going for an all-in timing where you get a lot more Zhuji than your opponent. Let's see what they want to do. Spawn-wise, actually, I don't know if you really want all your deer in one location like this for Wham. Louis has a bit more of an easily accessible food area, right? Triple berry, the deer as well. So I kind of like his spawn being open like this, as he should be more aggressive. And also that gives him a potential easier deer shove-in opportunity because there isn't like a tree line in the way. It's very difficult to do at this level without being noticed this far though. And whenever you're in a series with the Canadians, it's one of the first things you think about. Medigarden location though is probably going to be here for the 36 gold. Wait, actually, even better. Get the 48 food and the 50 gold. 48 food, 50 gold, and then like 10 wood if you go for here. It's a little bit further away, but not drastically. If he is worried about walk distance, he just takes the, say, 50 and 36, though. Other side, Wham should be going for an Imperial Academy. Now, someone to always watch the Canadians, they're very tricky about these delayed Barbican drops. You may have seen it before. Most notably, Puppy Paw does it a lot, but Wham has also started to join in more recently, where you wait until like 8 or 9 minutes, then you try to catch your opponent off guard. So if this turns into more of a macro game from Louis, that's the risk he runs. How do you guys vote so far? Oof. Big chunk favoring Wham in this one. I mean, I think these two are... Right now, I'd say, like, as a skill matchup, it's maybe, like, 65-35. Louis needs to really prove his consistency. I think he struggled a little bit with that in the second half of the year. Compared to the start of the year, it was kind of the other way around, where Louis was more expected to make podium finishes than Wham. But really trading places and... Ooh. He does one better by the looks of it. Only literally one, though. This meditation placement only got one additional berry than if you prioritize this fully, because you're not getting this one, right? So that is going to end up being... what is it? 54 food? 54 food, 50 gold, and like free wood. So 100 plus meditation garden. Not a bad way for Lou to start this game. Stone gathering underway, so Louis is going to make it a multi-TC game. Very interesting, actually. Wow, he hasn't gone for stone himself, so maybe he's anticipating that it's going to be an attack from Zhuji. Usually you would in this matchup be a bit suspicious. Likely it's going to be opening with Horseman, but when he realizes what's really happening, which is going to take a while from his current position, you're probably going to see him pivot into Fast Castle. I mean, you could theoretically just go Barbican and play 2 TC as well, right? Like, the reality check is your opponent's TC is nowhere near as good as yours. How pros would play forts? They don't. That's... that map disappeared a while ago. I don't know if it's ever going to come back. I like the idea of forts. It's just its generation leaves a lot to be desired currently. Also, wow. The way he's macroing suggests Fast Castle. Like, his gold is very lagging behind, but it's very deceptive with the Chinese due to taxation. And yeah, look at that, 132 gold sitting there. So this could still just be a Barbican. However, when you reach this kind of phase, you almost get tempted to just rush the castle. I think we're probably going to see him go Barbican into maybe some Zhug. What? No, did he just scout it? He didn't even look. It's just he's looking at this and going, well, there's nothing coming for me, so I'm going to play 2TC. Good read here, because it means that Louis isn't going to really have an advantage. This is the other tricky part when you play as Zhuji. Like, you know, for Wham, he can split between wood and stone and have the taxmen in both places. You can't. Barbican drop coming in is going to be huge. Remember what we said about this double deer stack? Very far out there. Against an aggressive party, you'd be in trouble. But Louis didn't take an aggressive line whatsoever. He took the most complacent approach he could have. Second TC coming up for him already. I mean, Wham's timing really isn't that much worse, folks. While also having all this taxation to go alongside it, which is going to allow him to get things like his level 1 eco-techs a lot quicker than what Louis should be capable of here. I mean, Louis shouldn't be too far behind, at least on the tier 1s, because of the Medi-Garden placement with 50 gold a minute. I think where it's really going to matter is for that castle transition, though. You just generate so much tax with this Civ. We are already up to 3 of those taxmen as well, by the way. About, what, 120 extra gold to still drop off? A second TC coming in? Yeah, love that placement from Wham as well. He doesn't want to place it right in the deer because you want to get mills here. With mills, you can supervise. So he puts it close enough that he can efficiently walk his villagers over. Louis, from here, surely should just be naked fast castle. I don't think there's anything you can do to attack this now. It's a little bit too late. Your opponent will bloat a bit too fast with deer for you to go Zhuganu spam. Instead, Louis tries to play deer himself. Yeah, not a bad idea, right? You have to mirror this play, otherwise you fall behind. So we're basically just going to get a fast castle game from both players with 2TC. Well, I did say this was the more defensive Canadian bro, and I did highlight that Louis really, really likes late game. Once you get castle, though, it's going to be kind of intriguing. We're probably going to be seeing Shaolin Monastery, but actually going the alternative will give you some options. If you usually go for Mount Lu Academy, you can get a Zerg spam going with PG. What is up, Atraxi? Thank you very much for the 15 buckaroos. H3 is confirmed OP by Krakeny. Really? I thought he said the other Roman Empire was OP. This guy keeps changing his mind every week. Imperial Examination also on the way. Archery is coming in. Okay, so Wham is going to field aggression here. This is cool. Does this work against Fast Castle, though? I mean, your opponent does have full resources, but if a few Shaolin Monks come out, he can also mirror your Zhuganu approach once he reaches Castle quite efficiently. I think I like Louis' position more with this play. Okay. Well, you don't often see this, folks, but we already have a granary placed instead of a mill. That's cool. Oh, that's so smart. Because of the deer spread, guys. A mill is very inefficient because a mill, you have to walk further, right? Like, look at this mill over here. He got a tight formation, but imagine the deer is shoved out more like you have 2 packs. He has 2 packs of deer here. So what's the more efficient thing? Just place a granary so that you actually have a lower drop-off distance for each of the individual deers. That's cool. Shaolin Monastery now also on the way. So Louis making the expected play. Lancers as well. And that means the Zhuganu play is going to feel underwhelming. Wham does at least have spears as well. So he should be able to maybe poke at this front side. But without a ram, it's going to be very difficult with small quantities to dive the outpost. Still, will at least be a little bit annoying. Alright, 1s if you think Wham's going to win this. 2s if you think Louis is taking it. Now that he's in the tech up, I'm starting to wonder if Wham just keeps pressing. Yes, Lancers are coming, sure, but if you idle out this front side food, your opponent can't really dump crap tons of Lancers into the battle. And walls as well, wow. It's been a while since we've seen the triangle walls, but Wham looking to block the Shaolin Monk play. Pretty smart as well, because right now Louis is flooding troops. He can't afford to go for shallow monks as well. That is a lot of twos. Whew. Now, how much of that is truth versus you guys just really want a full 5-game series? Taxman not quite going to be able to get it, though. I think Wham needs to go up. I don't like the way this is trending. He's got a lot of spears coming, and you can pump a lot with this type of economy, but Palace Guard already there. Shallow monks can scale over time, which is also very scary. The first PG has been revealed. Lancers also to follow it up. Nice timing there by Louis. Spear count is not really that threatening. That one Palace Guard. It's like someone shooting Nerf guns at him, and he's wearing full medieval armor. Good lord. Does finally get rid of the first, but there's already a second Palace Guard here. We do have the wall-ins almost complete. Well, one of them anyway. Shallow Monk's going to get the Central Relic, though. So Louis starting to get the goodies. Free Palace Guard, free Lancers. This is too late for Wham. I don't think this is paid off. If he can get the spears on the Lancers, like if Louis actually misplays, which is what is happening right now. Poor micro there. I mean, that's the only way that Louis should really lose the fight, right? Is overcommitting Lancers. You want to pull them back after a charge and just let the PG take the hits. Instead, Louis is going to have to start backing away. And, you know, we said it was a positive of his spawn, but now we see the negatives. All this forward food, because you have to work very hard to defend it. Has got the deer on the south side, needs to move fast. Yeah, gaps is not acceptable when you're trying to pump these heavily armored units. He actually just backs up to the berries. A little bit surprised Wham doesn't try to aggro further. But he doesn't want to take the risk until more arrives, right? He wants to try and be close to reinforcements. Wow, now go for that second wall in. I mean, he was idle here for so long, though. So, too little, too late. Louis will grab this relic as well. That's 2 relics. Plays are starting to pay off, right? It's still a notable lead, though. Wham is already 11 villages up, courtesy of the Song Dynasty effect. We do now have the undermesh, so you have minimized the damage the Zhuge are going to do as much as possible, or as much as you need to right now. Love the idea to go to melee defense. You're being hit by mass spears, they're low base. Still, right now, this trickle of troops, what is he really doing with this play? Louis, he's fighting tooth and nail to protect an outpost that's dead. This is getting bad really fast for Louis. Palace Guard isn't really going off at a reasonable quantity quick enough here because of the losses. And Wham just stockpiled what he needs. He's going castle. Yeah, Louis really kind of missed the spot here. He has at least gathered some relics, but reality check here, he hasn't gathered that many. On top of that, you're talking about someone who's already 10 villages ahead. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, if Louis just has a bit of patience here, this is the thing that's kind of perplexing me, is there wasn't really a necessity to keep fighting over that deer. He pulled back already, right? I'd understand if he stood there for longer, if he wanted to finish these off. But he abandoned them quite a while ago. You could argue that it was making space, right? He has got 3 relics home, soon to be 4. So there is a positive there. And he has still got a window, right? Like, Wham hasn't started getting crossbows out yet. He only just tagged. So Louis can now look to do some damage. Walls are mostly up for China, though. Still some gaps to work through. He's going to start diving underneath the Barbican. Villagers do not have textiles here, folks. Ryan will be able to shuffle through the other side, but they're going to be diving even deeper. And he has eyeballs on. He sees this other granary. Dude, this is crazy. He keeps using granaries and deleting them on resources. This one's more permanent, right? Because you want to set up your farms here. But this was a very creative play on the deer. Even if it did cost him a bit. PG in. I don't feel like Louis is finding good targets right now, though. Yeah, Wham, pretty clean on the reactions. Loses a few villages, but nothing substantial here. Behind this, Louis has got the 4th relic to bank. 5th one still needs to be grabbed. And thank you very much, Hey Looney. Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Remember, guys, if you have got the Prime subs, drop them here. You don't want to have to worry about those ads. Crossbow's now out. Yeah, so PG spam's not really going to cut it now. With the walls going up and Crossbow's coming quite quickly, Louis going to need a switch. If he just sticks to Palace Guard here for the next 2 minutes, I think he gets countered before he arrives. He could play for Sacred Sites, though. That might be his upside, is if you get all the Sacred Sites, then Wham has to come out. But it's a 10-minute clock. It's not really that urgent. Oh my god, if I don't get out, I'm going to lose right now. Also, granary transition already going, right? Like, that's the big difference here, is that Louis playing as much of the map as possible, which means he's not getting his permanent food. Which is worrisome, because really what he needs is either that permanent food to keep a Palace Guard pump going long enough for it to matter, or he needs Horsemen here. Theory, you can afford Horsemen for a bit on Lippity. He has got the double berry patch still to work with. Actually, oh, okay, no, he's down to the one over here. If he can secure this area, he has the longevity for this meat play. Yes, there is a big eco difference, but once again, that is what farm transitions do to you. This could be cool, actually, if Louis just switches pagodas now by going Yuan. That should be the play, right? Like, he's starting to stockpile for it. It makes sense when you've got 4 relics. That also would give him additional food via the taxation. Not to mention, Mount Lu Academy techs are really good, especially the movement speed one for taxes. PG Ray's still getting in here, by the way. It looks like he never actually finished off that wall to the west. So Wham. With a little bit of pressure there. Meanwhile, he looks to return fire. A dive coming in here, but Louis is starting to find picks. There is raids everywhere in this game. It's getting shut down on this side. Looks like the crossbows are catching up. But Wham, yet to find that big punch to the face here. STB's also now coming out. Wham, the walls just went up, so he won't be able to easily escape here. The STBs could actually press him. He's going to look to dive here. Louis should have enough to defend it, though. So yeah, not able to get it. And now if you just turn around, you could easily take out this back line. Going to have to scare him away. So Wham now converting into his own PG force here. His military is substantially larger still. Despite the state of Louis' economy, he hasn't really got much to show for it so far. I mean, he has done that chip damage, but now return fire coming in. And the crazy thing is, like, this is actually not as much return fire as you think. It's just, once again, the power of Song. If you can get the STB kills, this would be huge. It's just so difficult with these chokes, right? What he has done with this play, at least, is he's forced Louis off of a Yuan Dynasty timing. So he's not getting extra value out of the pagodas. Instead, he has to sell for the Song. Yeah, this is not what I'd call the optimal way. Usually what you want to do is go for the Mount Lu, so you can build pagodas, and then come back for the Song. Because now, you can't go pagodas until after you've built all your farms. So that way, Louis got a little bit skimmed. It's going to be a little bit more of a wait, right? Which is unfortunate because the pagodas are the easy one-up advantage here. Meanwhile, it looks like Wham has been pinned in the corner. Gold-wise, he's not that much of in a panic, though, right? He's got double 4K. He's almost exhausted the 4K back here, down to the final 1,000. Is there a world in which Wham tries to rush in? Probably not. I don't think you can get there too quickly. You're going to probably wait until about 120 villages here before you make that play. Especially with Louis still flooding Palace Guard, because if you want to try to play naked him from this position, you'd have to get walls up. Farm's quickly coming in. Alright, so Louis, he actually done a good job of hauling ass onto the wood to make sure that he isn't stuck here in Song for too long. I was looking to make a move again, though. And, you know, the scary thing right now is crossbows do eventually win this. The problem, though, is Louis done a great job of just holding his base. Crossbows win in the mid-map. In your base, STBs can reign supreme. Tricky part is going to be the fact that these are not clock town STBs, though. They don't have substantially more health like we often see out the Chinese. Not just that, Palscard, he seems to be aware. This boy is sentient with his thoughts here. He realizes what's happening over here. So Palscard are checking the corner. Is he going to check the tree line, though? He never scouted this corner. No, so somehow LouMT safe with those 26 workers. Palscard break through on the other side. It's just going to run the crossbow, so shouldn't do too much damage. Man, this is just a macro game in full, right? Like, you can see Wham is trying to not make it that way. He actually is trying to find a pressure point. But Louis is just shrugging it off time and time again. And what we're heading towards here is a faster Imperial timing for the Zhuji. PG can at least try to wrap in, but it's triple nest of bees. Okay, for a second I thought we had proxy Raxes. Apparently Louis is just hiding houses here. However, he does still have a villager back here, guys, and you can see the walls coming in, stone walls at that. I mean, realistically, what you can actually do here, and he sees it as well, he can build Raxes in the corner and then ambush the gold gathering later. Alright, this has to be the temple, right? Is there value in going for the library? Nah, temple's on. I was going to say, like, in this type of game, you've been raiding constantly, right? This keeps you raiding. This allows your Palscard to just basically do what China does with Yuan Dynasty. That's not going to reveal themselves, but there we go. We actually have a siege. What? Wait. Really? This is pretty greedy. So he's assuming there'll be a huge gold gathering and he can ambush with Nest of Bees. I would have expected maybe a few Raxes here instead. Well, the good news is we're in a best of 5, and we've got what should be the most boomy matchup out of the way early. Chinese versus Yuji. Usually late game have to play Cav, right? You can't play infantry against China because they do everything better. The Palscard have 30 more health. They have hand cannoneers that you don't have, or that have better range. I mean, theoretically, you can win with Zhuge. If it turns into Zhuge on both sides, you're Zhuge better with Ming. I just don't really see that being the way it goes unless you can gold starve the entire map. Ooh, good pinch opportunity here. Unfortunately, these boys are too fast. Oh, the absurdity of both Divine Haste and Yuan Dynasty. And we do have the Raxes now, so Louis is getting set up in that corner. Huh. Only 31 villagers here. Yeah, just 31. Louis, mate, you're playing the other Chinese. Wait, what? Was that a misclick? Was that meant to be a Stonewall Gate? I'm very confused. But we do have the walls going up here from Wham, right? He's yet to commit. And oh no. Oh, you're right. I'm an idiot. This was Wham's wall. Okay, so he is going to get it up in the weirdest way possible. Oh man, these walls all over the place. Louis now trying to get through. Walls aren't coming up in time, so this is going to be big if Wham just builds it. There we go. Great Wall Gatehouse. The most scuffed Great Wall Gatehouse I've ever seen is on the way. Damn. And you know what? Louis, I don't even know if he realizes it. He ran beyond. He's coming back now, but it's too late. Handful of PG and not going to be able to mop that up quick enough. 11 villagers. Wait, no. Wham. Just commit. Just commit. Right now. This is your moment. Wait, what? Wham? No way. He would have built that. Wow, he's backing away. His army is on the way, but it's taking a while to arrive here. So Louis gets a blocker that he really never should have got there. Wham, always just want to protect a handful of villages, even though it's 130. Meanwhile, we do have poke damage coming in here. Palscard being built. No Nest to be, it's just more PG. So they are about to be revealed by the crossbows. I'm a little bit shocked, guys. I really thought he'd just commit straight away. He's going to get it in the end anyway. Some villagers run back out. Is everyone else getting, like, this eerie feeling this game could be 2 hours long? This is starting to feel like the Wham effect after that cat series yesterday. Or the other day, rather. Alright, so Great Wall Gatehouse is up. He has secured an 8k vein with it. Very big deal. Other side of the map. He's already got the 8k, right? So, like, Louis in a bit of a gold urgency standpoint here because Wham has plenty to get him to that true late game form, which is the hand cannons. Louis, however, is doing the most Louisest of Louis things. He does this all the time. If you guys remember, before the Season 9 patch, Louis would infamously do this with meta arms for English all the time. Just build the heavily armored infantry and nothing else. It kind of makes sense here though, right? Like, do you really want to be responsible for building grenadiers against eventual hand cannoneers? PG at least gives you the gap close. I actually think Wham's doing something dangerous here though, guys. The Nestami's play is really weird against Zhuji because of the Tower of the Sun. Tower of the Sun? The Palace of the Sun. Temple of the Sun. Got there in the end. You can just toggle this on the Divine Defense and then you beat Chinese, right? Because your Nestamis will shoot first. So yeah, a little bit surprised to see Wham going this way, but his assumption is because it's Clock Tower, they won't die quick enough. Wall's going up in the meantime. Louis just trying to protect his economy a little bit, but Palace Guard are still finding their way in. And we do have the interception walls, so an opening in this area. Gold has been blocked. You need to do this to stop the hand cannoneer scaling. Like I said, it's really tricky because Wham still does have 8k to play with. And no, Louis hasn't transitioned to pagodas. You'd know if he transitioned to pagodas because he would have went into Yuan or Ming. He has not gone there yet. Therefore, he cannot build these beautiful buildings. The army tactics is on the way, and I don't think Wham has that yet, right? No, and he doesn't really have much of an army currently. Village is shuffling out. He's looking for the big boy resources. Did he wall around it at the end? Yeah, he did. Okay, so he burned it down and got the stone wall up. Louis is just wasting his time standing here right now. All right, get your predictions in. How many minutes, at what minute do you think this game ends? There isn't really an urgent move for like a killing blow from either side, right? It's very much just looking for these pocket raids, but both of them have been doing a good job of reacting up to this point. Keep drop as well. Wow, that is a heavy commitment. 55 minutes, Louis grinds it out. Do you really want to here? I mean, if you can block the gold and take it away, sure, but if Wham gets gold, it's hand cannoneer galore. Why is there a university in the center of the map? Who cares? Siege works on the way. So this is about as classic Louis as it gets. Rams and PG and nothing else, truly. I mean, this guy's obsessed with playing the late game this way, I swear. Well, there's going to be a little bit of a clapping going to the gold vein, but beauty of the Great Wall Gatehouse is, although Nestamis have been nerfed, this has not. 15 damage, 16 bursts. Good luck surviving. Who wins, China HD or Zhuji Zhuk? Hand cannoneers if you can keep max pop, right? But Zhuganu come out a lot quicker. The problem is we're not getting a Zhug transition, right? We're not getting the university, but rather we're not getting the Zhuji library, and we're not getting Ming as a result. Oh, so, I can tell that this is going to be a long day. Let me just go ahead. Yep, that's needed. Well, I hope you guys didn't have plans tonight, because we're going to be here a while. GG Library now on the way. Dude, he skipped pagodas. Really surprised. Mount Lu Academy is a great landmark at this stage of the game. Get 8 taxmen, get the faster movement speed. It does so much for you in this stage. Kind of wild, actually. And like, for a guy who's only building Palace Guard, what do you really need GG Library for? Maybe we're going to see the cavalry transition. I think in the late game, you have to play it that way as GG in this matchup. You don't want to keep playing infantry, right? It just feels underwhelming. Right, you know your infantry are just worse in every way, right? You don't have hand cannoneers. Your Palace Guard have less health. You think Lou's gonna go Sacred Sites? Guys, chill. There's a Great Wall Gatehouse here. It's not that easy to get. I'm wondering if Wham should just build a wall here. Louis keeps getting into this piece. You've already walled here. Wall here as well. Just take the options away, right? We do have the PG army building up. I can't believe it, but over time, this proxy base is becoming a little bit scary. And stone walls are at least there, but Rams are trying to answer it. Wow, we have Cloud of Terror. Okay, he's going for the Mass Bombard Divine Defense strategy, right? That's interesting here. It's a good way of dealing with the hand cannoneers, as long as your opponent doesn't have Yuan. Wham should be getting Yuan unless he's forgotten. Remember, Yuan here will give you the movement speed to gap close. In fact, I'd love to see Wham just build the Imperial Palace here. The vision you get would be incredible. You'd see everything around the center of the map. There would be a move that Louis can make unnoticed. Oh my god. I'm trying to think, like... You know, I was saying the other week how new variants, I'd love to see like an English variant. I mean, you can't really call it Scotland because Scottish people hate that. But like, you know, an English variant. Now I'm wondering if I want it. With how much like static placement that the English matchups involve, seeing this and its variant fight with this many walls, good god. Looks like he's trying to dive in on the STBs from multiple angles. Bombards are also now coming in from Wham. We've got to switch. Biology's already in the way. GG Library. Wait, what? He didn't take Dynastic Protectors. Wait. Did he really take the Taxmen without Mount Lu? And you don't want to go back for Mount Lu now, guys, because you got a 20% damage increase. And what is up? Yao Lock, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs, you legend. People are going to be grateful for that, because of how long this game's going to be, they're about to dodge a lot of that. Looks like there is a breakthrough on the west side. Did get through the wall. Keeper's about to go down as well. And Louis is gradually wearing Wham down here. He's so good at this, man. It's literally just Palace Guard to win. It's all he has to do. It's actually crazy how effective this just one unit strategy can be. He's got Wham reacting. Wham has not been able to make a productive move towards winning the game in several minutes. Because every time he gets ready to, there's another Palace Guard wave in his base. Oh man, PG is just so toxic. The problem with Palace Guard is like, compare it to Horseman raids. Horsemen are faster, sure, but Horsemen also do substantially less damage. And also, I can counter Horsemen with less units than it takes to counter Palace Guard, right? Like, if I send a handful of hand cannoneers to try and deal with Horsemen, then kill the hand cannoneers. I send spears, and I don't need to send that many spears. So, you know, Horsemen, yes, they're fast, but like it's a cost-efficient counter to stop that raid. Whereas PG are just wild. LouMT did lose a lot on that raid. He still has a lot to pump with, right? I mean, wow, he has got up to a solid count of hand cannoneers. He's going to want to double layer the sides with stone walls. Otherwise, he's in trouble, right? If he can get enough stone walls going here, it'll buy him the time to push down the center. However, Louis is doing something really scary here. He's going for the cannon slash. His goal here is to try and just delete the hand cannoneer mass from range. And we do indeed, once again, have a proxy base out of Louis. Dude, this guy is so good at finding these spots. Team games, 1v1s, it doesn't matter. He always finds a way to creep additional proxy bases right underneath your nose. Oh my god, this is infuriating. Has got the Ram knocking at the door as well. Will take a while to break through. Meanwhile, Wham looks to make his move, but let's check the AoE damage, how effective it's going to be. The bombards do need to target the hand cannoneers here. Not doing so yet. Just trying to hold those choke points to protect against the dive here. Wham is going to make his way around. The bombards need to back away here. Starts to hit the hand cannoneers. Attacks are a little bit spread out though. Not getting that clear big wall up in one location. And Wham looks like he's going to break through here. Castle can't hold on. I don't think this works for Louis. This is the problem, right? His strategy is all about zerging and being in multiple places at once. It becomes one location, it becomes a little bit more questionable. He has at least got Pass Guard, and Wham needs to get more out before he pushes again. However, Wham might be a little bit distracted. We're in again. This keeps happening. He has to back all the way up again. He still doesn't have protection against a dive on the center, by the way. And Wham, he's got this 4K vein to work with, but after that, he's tapped. Raise on the backside should at least get cleared up. We've still got attempts to break through over here, and more is coming. This is the thing. If Wham could just get the stationary fight, he wins. He can't get the stationary fight every time. Like, this fight always looks good for him, right? Even that defense, yes, you know, Louis held, but he lost the keep. He got pushed back a little bit. And then Wham's meant to have another wave of Palace Guard coming. Does he, though? No. The reinforcements are back here. Every single time. Oh my Gideon. And you can't just have the PG come here on their own, guys. Like, hand cannon is the only way you win this because of the Ming, right? Oh my god, dude, he's got, like, the hand cannons are trickling at this stage. It's like a lose condition, right? Attempts to build walls. Louis just trying to create a little concave to protect the bombards. They don't really need it. At this stage, your opponent is trickling out troops one by one. He looks pretty dead. Counter bombard play now, but I mean, really? You've got more health, I've got more damage. Who wins? Reminder, folks, these Palace Guard on the side is usually hit for 24 damage. Meanwhile, it's 20 damage for China. That's enough damage to make up the difference of 30 health over a long fight. It's actually pretty crazy. Another keep drop coming in. We're up to 7 bombards. This is working. Wham's still getting distracted as well. Look, this is where his army is right now. Okay, like this is beyond saving now for Wham. He's going to try to stop the keep drop. But he's got no front line anymore, which means his bombards are going to start getting sniped. And Louis is not letting up. 1,000 stone in reserve. He'll happily repair this. And he'll happily remark the score 1-1 for us. It just feels so toxic. I usually talk about the necessity of having a full production, but I didn't really mean this, per se. Well, we said that LouMT can be the Beastie Cutie Slayer, right? But I don't think we had this in mind. I mean, he's outdoing a CG Cutie moment here. 11 bombards. He heard that and left. Wow, GG. GG late game. Yeah, we saw DeMu experiment with this a few months back, but didn't really seem to keep. But when you've got 4,000 gold income a minute, I think it can work. What do you guys think of this strategy? The mass siege strategy, which is harder to counter now with the changes to Springles, unless you're able to get mass horsemen. Was this the bombards being that good, or was this just Louis being so on point with the proxy bases? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Oh my god. All right, I need to mark those out. I think the last two are probably worth uploading, right? Yeah. All right, there we go. So let's mark that up. That is going to be game 2. Oh yeah, we want to call about the proxy bases, right? There we go. So that one might be uploadable. The early game was pretty slow. But let me mark that up. So that was Chinese versus Juji. I mean, I'm pretty impressed by that one from Louis. We're going into Dry Arabia. It is going to be the Delhi French. Okay, so a little bit surprised by that. You still had Delhi for Highview. French isn't bad. I think this is a matchup that like French can win. It really comes down to execution. It's not just like a, oh, GG, this Civ is favored type thing. Keyboard ASMR. Yep. Still got to write my own titles until my dude is ready to start handling that. And then I just have him do everything. Oh, the dream. I ain't got time for the YouTube stuff on top of everything else. That's why we've got to get someone to do it. The perk of having ad blocker is free. I mean, ad blockers don't always work with Twitch and YouTube, right? I had this one on YouTube where I had like an ad blocker and it was lagging videos. Apparently YouTube done something to force that. At the same time, if you can't afford it, whether it's me or someone else, support your content creators you enjoy watching. Oh, man. Gamba? Oh, my God, you Gambaholics. Oh, nice. Someone just ended predictions. Thank you, mods. Can you sort out the new prediction? Legends. Oh, man. Is this going to be PTSD-inducing? We've got Wham on the Delhi up against the guy who sounds French on the French. Louis. Yeah, so this matchup, dude, whenever I have a Canadian in these, I always just get flashbacks to the Red Bull Wallalol finals. But we're not quite at the finals here. Week number 5 of the midweek muster, and we are in the semis. 1-1 apiece in this best of 5. French versus Delhi is a matchup that I'd say is quite even, or was quite even, before the Elephant build started to rise up. Now I'd say it probably leans a bit more Delhi favored, but that feudal age is very important, and it is a skill-based execution. So there is a world in which either could take this. We just have to find out which way it's going to lean. Not one of those, oh my god, 80% win rate for this Civ, you're not going to do it, which is what I love. I hate it when we get those type of ones because it's cool to see if someone's able to upset, but when it goes the way you're expecting, it's a little bit resident sleeper. So, ways to expect this to go should just be School of Cavalry versus Dome of Faith. Louis is one of the players that likes to go for the Chamber of Commerce when it makes sense. It doesn't really make sense in the Delhi matchup because they'll just build Ghazi and kill you. How's the sheep pool looking? 12 to 13. So pretty even. This is good enough for a French player to not have to panic. Looking at the spawn, though, this is... Oof. Leans very heavily one way in a matchup where you're probably both going to be going Cav, right? So I don't like this for Louis. I think it's too many forward resources and not enough protected. Like, you prefer to actually have Wham spawn with the back deer and the forward deer so you can pivot. And you can wall certain areas. Like, how do you ever wall this? That's risky now, because if we're talking Cav on Cav, Wham's not going to be exposed. And Wham, by the way, is also playing a Civ that will eventually get Pro Scouts with Dome of Faith. So he'll get food safely underneath the TC consistently. You won't. Good news, at least for Louis, he gets to make the opening move, right? Wham, because he's up against the French, should be opening with a Rax play here instead of a Stables. I have seen some players go Stables first. It's pretty ballsy. I don't think it pays off. In my humble opinion, at this stage of the game, there's no point going Ghazi first because you won't dive your opponent early enough. You could theoretically idle the gold, but it depends on the spawn, right? And like with this spawn, Louis has a fairly safe gold. So it's usually better to go for Rax, repel the opening play of the French, and then get a stronger Ghazi timing afterwards. Tell us about new Civs for 2025, please. It is my pleasure to leak that Vikings are coming to an RTS somewhere out there, just not this one. It is also my absolute pleasure to leak that Mayans are coming back to Europa Universalis 5 when it releases. Not sure about AoE4. You guys think devs tell me things? I mean, maybe they do, but... Even if they did, do I look like WikiLeaks? I mean, I guess I do have... I do have a donation option on the page, so... In some ways, yeah. But, just like WikiLeaks, do people click it? Alright, anyway, tech up's complete. First night has been queued up. Other side of this is going to be the racks opening as expected. Is there actually a big expansion coming? I believe they said that there is going to be an expansion for 2025, right? But, like, I want you guys to really temper your expectations. When someone says there's going to be an expansion, that could mean anywhere in the year, right? Like, if I'm doing business for you, I'm like, yeah, we'll get around to it in 2025. I could wait until December to get around to it. So, we'll see. My desire is 2 new civs and 4 more variant civs, right? Which kind of, like, pads the roster nicely. Like, what civs don't we have variant for? Delhi could be cool. Then we could get our hands on a variant civ for English, would make a lot of sense considering how popular English are. And then we could also see variant civs for... God, I'm trying to think of my top of my brain what's left. Do you just add Romans as a variant of Byzantines? Nah, I don't know about that. So let's get another French variant. Let's get Burgundy. Actually, I don't mind the idea of some civs just having even more variants if there's enough uniqueness to it. But we'll see. I do want to see them adding more campaigns. That's important. I don't like that Salt and Ascend only had 1 campaign because that campaign was really good. So take that as like a positive negative in that, like, actually next time, guys, do 3 campaigns for the new one. It's weird that we released new civs and didn't go, we should add campaigns for those. Yeah, like, what new civs? I mean, Mayans would make sense. Mayans or Aztecs, I think, is one of the most obvious ones to kind of add. But you also have to keep in mind that the audience of AoE4 is primarily European and North American based, so you want to try and lean into factions that they would like to see. So maybe it makes more sense to do like Cherokee or something, do like a, you know, Native American tribe, and then go for something Europe based that isn't there yet, like Polish or Vikings. Anyway. Focus on the game. We have got Knights plus Archers coming in. Wham is taking a more defensive line entirely, right? Just adding the spears. Now going for the long walls, dude. This guy loves his walls. I love the way he's able to do this, though, which is with the spearmen. This is so good because you have to remember they nerfed the build speed of villagers. So there's actually really no benefit to using villagers over spears anymore. You get built at the same time. You only, in this way, end up with a lot more economy than you otherwise would. And we have got Pro Scouts queued up. That's going to be a while away. The deer grab makes a lot of sense for Louis, but notice he's playing very defensive. I think a bit too defensive here. Probably should have had more knights forward checking, but he's paranoid that it was a Ghazi play. Had he been scouting, he would have seen it's a Rax opening, and he wouldn't be freaking out like this, keeping 2 knights on the deer. Is the AoE4 player base really mainly European, though? As a person who has access to the demographics, at least for my channel and a few other channels, yes. Like, the demographic of AoE4 is almost 50% European, at least based on YouTube and Twitch. Now, that's not everything, I know that. But, like, what's the other regions? Like, China, obviously, is a big one. Yes, is being talked. But China already has Yuji in Chinese. I don't think you need more. You stream it in English? I mean, sure. But would you like to point me towards the largest Punjabi, like, streamer in the world, right? Or like the largest, where are we trying to represent? Like, largest Brazilian streamer for AoE4 in the world? AoE has historically been a European facing game, for sure. But yes, AoE4 does do very well in China. Still, I'd be curious as to what the sales numbers are for China versus Europe. Because my feeling is Europe probably still sells a lot more. So a little bit of poke damage coming in. Wall's already up, though. Wham's being very patient about this, which is dangerous because you're not achieving your wing condition of Sacred Sites, and you're against a Civ that's building more villages over time. The biggest streamer is called Dark. Currently gets millions of views per video in Bilibili. Way more than Drongo and Beastie combined. Very interesting. once again, though, like, I would love to see some player numbers. I'm not doubting it. I've heard really good things about China. But I'm wondering, like, what player numbers are like in general. Because the other thing I'd say is what succeeds in the Chinese market is very different to what succeeds in the Western market. And if you think about the way AoE 4 has been designed, it's very much a Western designed RTS, right? For example, by comparison, Age of Empires Mobile is very much an Eastern designed game. We'll see. I think there's a brand smuggling logic of like, where do you, like, on the public level, where do you see more recognition? Do you get what I mean? And it is because of the confirmation bias of we're like Western and we're not Chinese. But it's also an anchor point historically for AoE. We'll see though. I think China's going to be mostly happy with the fact they've already got Chinese in Juji. Like, just give China a dedicated campaign in the next expansion, and boom, Bob's your uncle. Right? That's the smart play. You guys reckon that's why China doesn't get nerfed? We figured it out! Alright, anyway. Spears are moving out. He finally feels ready to contest, but I don't really like Wham's current position here. Spear count isn't really that obnoxiously high yet. There's 11 knights in play. Like, it's going to be micro-focused on this fight, but Wham could easily end up losing this engagement over the Sacred Site. It's going to be an interception on the deer yoinking. That is going to buy time, actually, for the cap here. You're seeing how impactful these Sacred Sites can be, actually, right? Like, the fact that, like, Delhi doesn't look like they have an insanely high number of troops compared to their opponent right now, especially when you consider how expensive a lot of Louis' army is here. Yeah, you know what, guys? Like, okay, I'm gonna give you the big play here. You do a dedicated Chinese and Delhi campaign. That sells. Do you know how many, like, gamers there are in India and Pakistan? Woo-wee! Anyway, Archer's a little bit overextended here from Louis. He got distracted, right? I think he was looking at the backside here at the beginning of that fight. So great engagement from Wham. Spear sticking to their target so far. Archer numbers looking low. Louis just needs to pull away. Bad fight for him that's about to get a lot worse if he turns around there. And he's turning. I mean, you can't even get a charge out here, guys. It doesn't work. On top of that, Louis is about to lose access to the deer stacks. He's trying to rush up the outpost now. Spearman can engage. Wham can just pull the Ghazi across if he wants to. There's not enough archers here to contest the spear mass anymore. The Knights, they just can't get that charge out. Pushes him away. Grabs him with the line formation as well. Hey, Wham is on it right now. This looked like a fight that was going to go catastrophically for him. But he noticed Louis wasn't looking at a critical point and exploited that to just full-on A-click it. Damn. And now you have to wonder, like, maybe Louis, the way, if he was going to be like this, should he have had 2 or 3 Knights raiding this entire time? Because now that window of opportunity is gone, right? You lost your villager lead entirely. It's 41-41. Your opponent's locking in sacred sites. You can't access food. At home, you have got scraps left. Only 3 sheep. So he's going to stand here and fight, but this still doesn't look good. Spear count pretty reasonable. Sure, the Knights are still going to be live, but the losses do not lie. Another 5. That is now a 5 villager lead for Wham. On top of that, Scholar still shuffling out. 3rd Sacred Site about to lock in. Wham just done all of that without a single Sacred Site giving him income, right? The impact of that wouldn't have been seen in time. Now, he's got an extra 375 gold a minute. Ishi ai caramba. Where do you really go from here? We've got Archer transition now from Wham. He could theoretically just go Spear Archer now. And overwhelm, right? It would give him a much higher quantity that way. Whereas Ghazi is like, you know, more about the quality of the raid potential. But now that you've built such a lead, you don't have to panic about raiding as much. Over time, French are going to build that gap back up, right? But that's over a very long period of time. Success all these being decaps. Louis slowing down the bleeding, but These berries aren't going to last very long, folks. Meanwhile, Wham still has the deer out here, He didn't even really prioritize the pro scouts there, right? He's busy yoinking away. He can still play back for that on a delay here. We'd have to add in new scouts, though. If Louis makes one more mistake, it's pretty much over. So guys, how do I get all these Chinese viewers to watch English? Help me out. You know what I need? I need an AI that generates subtitles in Chinese and then a way of making a Bilibili account. I don't think Westerners can make a Bilibili account though, right? Was it Bilibili? I think it's Bilibili. Damn. Need Chinese ID? Okay, that's not a stopper. Remember all the people that were able to get like Korean IDs to sign into the MMOs over the years? Just saying. You know, it's kind of crazy actually the way that China treats people in esports as well. Like, it's over the top celebritism like you wouldn't expect. Maybe not over the top, but you get what I mean. It's more like traditional. Like Ame from Dota 2. That guy is treated like how you treat Cristiano Ronaldo. Oliveira had this as well when going back to China, right? Imagine how popular Louis must be becoming in China. Imagine if he starts taking some lands. Holy crap. I mean, he isn't looking as bad as he was a few minutes ago, right? Back up to 14 knights is actually quite respectable here. Wow, I'm a little bit hesitant to take these fights now. Almost feels like going archers may have hurt him a little. But he was worried about the blob on both sides, right? If the number gets too high, archers are always the most favorable to go to. Dives in here, though. And the spearmen, I mean, where are they? They don't exist right now. Not in the fight anyway. They were in reserve here. Louis, what a strike back. My advantage really starting to show its head here. 15 and scaling. Second wave of spears starts to arrive, but the Ghazi count isn't that high, which means the archers can fight back against this. Louis starting to snipe them down. It's only 6 left over. The Knights could just commit. And Wham is about to be shoved back behind his walls here. Knights go in. A freebie onto the archer mass. Is this really happening from the position he was in here? LouMT, when he needs it most, gets the space, gets the room, gets the map. Archers have been heavily depleted though, which might slow him down a bit and give some hope to Wham. Wham, who still has an eco lead, but not as big as it really should be. This is the power of the French economy, right? 13 villager deaths, but only 6 behind. The other issue now is Wham still hasn't relocked those sacred sites, only 1. Which means no castle play on the horizon. Louis, I mean, the good news is he's not losing too many knights, right? That's very important here because remassing archers, quite feasible, limited food. Remassing knights, not, right? Because you have plenty of wood, not much food source. Moving now out to the boar. Wham, actually going back into the Ghazi, which I like. I feel like the archer mass kind of hurt him. But we've mentioned that archers get scary when they blob big. The fact that Louis lost practically all of them is really, really worrisome here for the next engagement. Because it means you can go back into Ghazi now because your opponent doesn't have scale yet. Very expensive for food, but if it gives you an overwhelming win in the next fight, it just doesn't matter. And when you look at the numbers, it's kind of where it's trending, right? Does feel like Wham, yeah, I was about to say he's going to have to add in farms as well, though. Last of the deer being exhausted. This is tricky. It's going to put a strain on his ability to build troops the next 2 minutes. So Louis does have a window. My worry is like these walls have made it so difficult to get in, to open that window, right? He can't at least come in on the west side. It's going to force a reaction, but I don't think Louis wants this fight. He hasn't got his full troop here, right? It's only a handful of archers. 12 in total. It's not really that scary. Especially with scholars now. Wham! Going for that signature pull. 8 of his 10 scholars involved in the party, because remember, at this stage, he's researched pretty much everything. Bar, what? Melee defense, which I'm surprised he forgot. And wait, what? Oh, we get this a lot with Wham. There's always a weird tech that's just kind of left out. So, no lumber upgrade, which is crazy for someone trying to go farms now. And weirdly enough, no melee defense. Synchro sights are locked in again, though. You can tell how different these players' playstyle is, right? Compared to, like, Vortex earlier, right? They're very much looking for that one decisive strike, both of them, in fact. So it makes them a bit more reluctant to poke as much. Well, I'm trying to come in for a hard poke here, though. Archer numbers are looking pretty scary. You don't really need to reveal the spears that much. Actually, the spearman doing this is more risky, decreases your chances of winning. You just want to keep the knights away. Chase across on the west side. Louis, a lot of idle eco, almost half, in fact. However, dive comes in, and this is exactly what I was talking about with the spears. Wow, overextending there. So knights will mop this up. Villagers could be sniped in the meantime, though, which is going to build a villager lead. That's another 5 workers dead. Now an 11 villager lead for Wham in a game where it looks like he was trying to go towards castle. He's going to have to reinvest now, though. Yeah, and the A clicks. Oh, no. No. The A clicks are betraying him here. All the outposts just getting in the way. So Louis still has idle eco, but he's not losing it at least now. Knight count hasn't really inflated further. Louis has a huge misback right now. It's just the food, right? He can't access it. He doesn't want to have to go farms at this stage, which is scary considering that over time, Wham has been transitioning there, right? Now up to 11. And wow, soon to be more. There's at least a raid on the east side blocking that. Is this the first time we've seen Louis raid with a knight in like the last 8 minutes? He had a knight shuffling on the south side near the deer, but he never jumped in. This is kind of what's been missing for Louis. Wow, good eyes, actually. I just would expect it, but we don't have Undermesh either for the French. Okay, this is just weird. Both of them are missing very easy and logical text to have at this stage of the game. I mean, you could actually forgive the defense armor for Wham a little bit more than Undermesh because you're fighting knights. Percentage-wise, this doesn't decrease their damage output much. The fact that Louis doesn't have Undermesh, though, I mean, it's why these knights actually can die to archers. Crazy to think how less impactful they would have been in these engagements otherwise. Anyone else getting that feeling like, how has this game not ended one way or the other yet? Feels so scrappy. I don't want to say the type, but like this is the type of way you see players play sometimes after, you know, 2 or 3 series, right? I think what's happening is they're straining each other so much with these presses that simple things are slipping by the way. Wow, Louis, he doesn't even realize he could have killed villagers here. Select all army betraying him. He walks all the way home. Wow, he's patrolling now. Looks like Louis is in the middle of a farm transition, so he admits it has to happen. Might be easy to do if you just like bought some wood for 1,700 gold. But what do I know? Yeah, Louis is just floating a lot of gold. The good news is he's not going for it anymore. That would have made it 10 times worse if he's still gathering. So he's kind of consciously aware that he's over-gathered. Just trying to adjust now onto the wood. The longer he doesn't realize there's no undermesh, the harder this gets, though. Look at the spear count now for Wham. Up to 30. And archers, it's not just the knights they kill quicker. It's the archers on the other side they do. Right? This is making it even more difficult for Louis to hold on now. 3 sacred sites locked in again. Wow. He can smell it. He can taste it. The verge of victory here. Louis, I mean, a tech up won't really save you either. Not from this position. You need to fight right now. Leak over onto the economy. raid with the Ghazi as well, but at least mirrored by the Knight, so he's going to be able to shut that down. Got moves out for the Sacred Sites, who also getting blocked here. Louis doing the best he can to try and dodge this spear issue. A bit of an A-click into the base for Wham, loses him all the spears. Okay, he's going to get pushed away again. Oh my god. Louis now rebooming Knights, all of a sudden able to queue up 6 more. Wow, I think you, at this stage, have to go Castle Age, right? 31 farms would make a lot of sense here. At this point, it kind of feels like you're going the hard way of trying to win this game, trying to dive this base. Now it's going to be even more archers. He's like, maybe he doesn't notice that he still doesn't have undermesh. And that's nice, because if you go for archers, you'll have surplus food and go for the tech. Meanwhile, more farms coming. So Louis actually could mirror his timing into castle here. And by the time he would, we're probably looking at, what, 15 to 18 Knights, which isn't bad for a Rogue Institute play. Now, admittedly, considering we're talking about Louis, it's more likely that he's going to go for the Guildhall, as he's kind of infamous for trending towards that Imperial Age. Bit dangerous to do as French against Delhi, though, with Delhi's newfound groove in the late game. You'd think at some point Louis would sit here and go, these Knights are dying kind of quick, right? This is going to be one of those facepalm moments after the game when he realizes it. Because it has made a really big difference. Think about how dominant some of those defenses looked for Louis, but it still cost him, right? The amount of difference that one tech would have made here. Wham posturing, but I think this is just him sheepdogging, right? He's just trying to keep his opponent in his base. Resources are starting to stockpile a bit, but wait, we have a Ghazi switch again. Does Wham not realize the farms are up? Because he's playing as if he doesn't realize farms are up. Like there's a starvation point coming, right? I mean, it's only 18 farms, but with how efficient Louis has been for the most to keep these Knights alive, despite the lack of undermesh, it feels like 18 farms should be good enough. Flash coming in again. Archer numbers pretty much even here. Spear count on the front side isn't great, though. Only 11. Wow. The gold trickle isn't great right now. Right? Just keeps getting decapped when he isn't looking. And remember, he pulled those skulls into the fight, and he's doing it again. The 5 skulls are still out here. It's going to sound really weird, but I'm just going to say, like, at this stage, if you want to keep pushing like this Wham, it might genuinely be worth 4 Draxes. Because he keeps getting to this verge and then running out of spears every single time. Which means the Knights can recover the game every single time. Actually, I'm going to say something even crazier. Just build Ghazi. Let the archers counter the Knights. We're only in a 27.5-minute game with French feudal play and no undermesh. This is wild. And yo, he realized Feared Leatherwork is on the way. There we go. That one doesn't really matter as much as this one. You know, this is like you're trying to make your bills meet each month, and you got to make some cuts. And it's like, go for like semi-skim milk instead of full milk because it saves me 10 cents. And then this is like, yeah, downgrading from like my Mercedes class car to like a chill budget Honda. Right? The undermesh matters so much more. And wow, this is going to matter a lot as well. House of Learning now on the way. Louis lost so many Knights. He doesn't have a Royal Institute play here. And Wham will get wood upgrades, guys. He's about to realize it when he does his tech up, right? House of Learning live. Louis now looking pretty dead. Veterancy gets queued up, 2.5 minutes away. He could play for like 3 relics here quite rapidly. Scholar count isn't crazy at this stage, right? Only 8. For a 30-minute game, that's not a lot of scholars. But Lancers are now the way. Homeblades is yet to be queued up. Bless him. Wow, there's a lot of buildings he needs to queue right now. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but Delhi, everything's free. Yeah. This is like the Denmark education system. You want to go? You just go. It's okay. It's on us. Actually, that's not accurate because an accurate representation would be all techs are free, but you only get half of what you gather. Royal Institute now coming from Louis. Ooh. Yeah. With 8 knights. How could Louis have addressed this differently? I mean, I feel like we've hit it on the head repetitively. The undermesh and the raiding. He didn't really raid. He just stood there waiting quite frequently for Wham to come back in. And then he didn't have undermesh. Those 2 details would have changed his game quite a bit. For Wham, melee defense 1 isn't really as important. Definitely the wood upgrades would have been very valuable to have here. Relic's now coming home. Wow, I'm looking poised to bring this home. I think Louis, he can't even really break through these walls, right, with 9 knights total. So, like, what's your play out? You could try to play for the hyper late game. Might be your only hope. But then again, does any Civ really want to go into a pure late against Delhi now? Like, we've all seen the elephants, right? We've all had to address the elephant in the room that literally takes up the whole room. That kicks you out of your house. That takes your family. Adopts your son. Right? They don't even call you daddy anymore. The elephant provides for everyone in the house. There we go, guys. 31-minute undermesh. Oh my god. It's so late. Oh, he's at least going to have it for this fight. He's going to bloody well need it. Steel Arrow level 2 coming in a minute and a half. Archer Mass already big enough to contest the small-handed knights. And Wham now going for the killing blow. Lancers charge in. Veterancy at least there for Louis' defensive archers, but the numbers don't really favor him here. He's mirrored on Lance account with knights. Spears are already fighting. The A-click from Louis shows you this is over. He's not even trying to finesse his way through a defense anymore. He's dead. Wham will take the lead. 2-1 now on the verge and making a back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back grand final appearance. Can he put the final nail in the coffin? Let me know what you think in the comments. I'll catch you in the next one. Oi, oi, oi. Give me my points. Nah, sorry. We have like a 30-day invoice and payout scheme. Oh, damn. We paid out. Anyway, let's get ready for the next one. We'll apply the win. So that is a win for Delhi versus Hunch. And we are going Himiyama next for Mongols Ibis. This is a horrible matchup for Mongols. But Deerstone can maybe give some hope. We're 3 minutes away from live. What I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to run... we'll run a minute and a half of ads. Oh, wait. Did ads... Dude, the ads keep playing at the most cursed time, so I can't stockpile them correctly. God damn it. But yeah. Ibids versus Mongols. We have been seeing a few more Mongol wins recently, but it's still a really hard matchup to navigate because, like, you can't really play around Keshiks as camels ultimately counter. And one change I was seeing is people back then were doing trade all the time, and it just sucked because by the time trade started to be worth it, camel lancers was shutting it down. So what players got a little bit better at is playing like archer spears. What's really cool on this map is you can potentially go for the fish and then go for like a land aggro infantry play because Himiyama is very limited on safety, right? The tree lines are really small, so raids can be very impactful from range units. So we might see Wham just play a very aggressive line here to try and shut Louis out in the 4th game. Alright, let's get ready to load this bad boy in. Make sure everything looks good. And we'll switch over now. Alright, give me a sec, guys. I just need to message Emma. So yeah, after this, by the way, we should be hopping immediately into the grand finals. Vortex versus Wham or Louis. Oh, Tube, can you bump the players about the stream delay just so that they're aware? So basically, we have a required 5-minute stream delay for grand finals. Makes sense, actually. They already are? What, aware? Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Wham's on a 5-minute delay. I assume Mr. Vortex probably is as well. Good, good. As long as everyone is aligned. All right, get the gambers going. Let's get in the game. Look at that. Perfectly timed. Can he slam dunk a horrific matchup? Let's find out. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Semi-finals number 2 of week number 5. Vortex is already watching, researching on the side to see what Wham and Louis have got cooking. And what Louis got is the Camel Nation up against the Mongols. Himiyama is going to be the map. A good map for some greedy shenanigans if Wham wants to go for it. But looking at that opening, I'm starting to wonder, is there a chance we might see him go for a Rax play instead? Ubu first, no immediate play into the dock. Yeah, curious to see how they want to approach this one. I think on like a standard Dry Arabia-esque map, I really lean heavily in favor of the Ibids. They block the trade play. They have a very easy time getting into castle as long as the spawn isn't atrocious. Himiyama is a little bit different though. I think there's more exposure points you can try to use to your advantage as Mongols with outpost rushes and follow-up infantry play. We'll see which way he wants to go with this though. Yeah, Rax coming. Okay, so he's going to try to block the gold, but look at this spawn. The second gold is quite far out there, but it's kind of wallable for Louis, right? And the first gold is a little bit retracted, much further around for you to kind of contest. It's not as bad as it could be if it was back here, but it's not going to be the easiest one to reach either. Yeah, curious to see how Louis wants to play this. Wham's first step should be walk in, hit the mining camp, so now your opponent's locked. He's not going to delete that, which means you'll get paid for it later. Very important to do that, by the way. Really important tip for people, because you should be scouting near the gold anyway to try and find it. So if you're in range, just go over and hit it once. You should be expected to make Rax rushes most of the time. It's also a really cool versatility play where if you don't go for a Rax rush, but you hit the mining camp, a high-level player might be suspicious you're going to Rax rush him. You can just repair it. Players always forget. They always forget. Gully, would you agree Louis is a better player than you? It's okay. Like, I'm not trying to shame you, but like, based on performance, yes. Has he repaired it? And it's been like 30 seconds. He's not going to remember to repair it. Look at that. It's going to be the dot play. Love this. This is really efficient. So Wham could drop the dock, poke to get off the gold, and then maybe do an outpost on a delay. Oh, wait. Actually, okay. Is he legit just going to send it? There we go. I was about to say, yeah, you definitely dock this. It's so worth it. This is the value of Himiyama. It's a nice fluid play. Because, like, the outpost being a few seconds later isn't really going to matter if this is meant to be a fast castle build. And look at that. It's going to be Growth Wing. Like this from Louis, you're going to benefit a lot from the extra economy. It also mirrors out this dock play now. Your opponent's going to have extra food coming in, but you have extra workers to bring you resources as well. Wait, did he not repair that? Ooh, I think he did. Gold flaps, gold flaps. Yeah, I wonder if Wham could have been like a bit more efficient if the Khan had been there. I've seen a lot of players recently just not do it in time. Usually I think it's because the Khan is there. Right? Because if the Khan is there and you go for like the repair, but then the shot comes, you get screwed. Gully's like that little kid who's like, I told you so. Sorry, I need to put that in more of like a Germanic accent, don't I? I told you so. Wow, that actually sounded very punchably nerdy. Bless him. So, we have got the Gathering in the center. That's going to give him more rapid timing to tech up. He does need to catch up. Growth Wing is already coming, and I think Louis is probably going to be looking to open, what, Desert Raiders here to poke? This guy loves Desert Raiders. Plays a lot of team games, so he's very familiar with them. Stables on the backside from Wham. We are going to be getting Keshix here, which is ambitious. No, this has to be Horseman. Horseman's a very crafty read, by the way. You're expecting Desert Raiders, and a Mogul player, you just like, oh, Keshix is just a brain dead play, right? Of course you want Keshix. They're your raiding cav. It's like having a French knight. Only get 2 at once. No, Horseman here makes 10 times more sense if you suspect any units coming out of the Iron base in Feudal. Because the units that are going to come out are either Archers or Desert Raiders. And there you go. Wham queues up the Horseman. Yeah, so let's look at the long-term resource benefits. There's a really nice berry patch you can grab around the back. The issue Louis has here is I don't think the tree lines have been generous to him to wall it. You'd probably have to come all the way out here, and it doesn't feel good either. So, like, Mongols focusing on, like, Horseman raids has a double value of pinning you in, countering your units, but then also stopping you from getting additional food. One quicker blacksmith time is way better to go for Horseman. I think it's also just in the Ibid matchup in particular, it's good. Like, blacksmiths can be value against this Civ because this Civ is atrocious at getting blacksmiths in Feudal Age. Like, we're talking the 8 best Ibid players in the game, and I very, very rarely ever see them adding in blacksmiths, even when they play long Feudal. It just feels weird and out of the build. So that's one thing, but the more important thing is that it leaves you more cost efficient to play into infantry mass, which is more beneficial in this matchup, right? And the deer shoving begins. Wham's like, well, the spears didn't get the outpost up, but who cares? He's going to be bringing food home. And funnily enough, Louis doesn't seem to be aware of it at all. This is actually big. You know your opponent's going to be trying to go Castle Age eventually, so yeah, where would you rather have your villagers be when Lancers start to arrive, right? It's not like the spearmen have any other purpose right now. Deerstone now coming in, so pretty smart choice. I think also this makes it very hard for Louis to play a long Feudal Age, because now you have to worry that if this gets into mass infantry versus mass infantry, you're never going to get to touch your opponent, right? Khan Hunter gives more range to Mongol archers, and then they have the movement speed to always get away. Ambitious choice here. Louis tries to get the shivs out. I think he was expecting to get a surround there to pin them for the spears, but the fact that Dark Age Horsemen just got a kill there is ridiculous. I mean, sure, it's only 50 health, right? But they only hit for 8 damage. They're not exactly very tanky either. So tech up complete. Wham adds in the Archer Ages. I don't think he's going to add more Horsemen. He saw the Horsemen, and now he's like, okay, so this guy's already racked with spears. I just blow Archers to counter. Archer ship coming in the center just in case there's a counterattack. Because Louis should be trying to get out of the base, but Louis instead is interested in securing the gold. I think he's going to maybe scale up to like 20, 25 military max, and then just age, or try to anyway. Wham, meanwhile, is sitting on quite the booster pack of resources here. This might be a blacksmith rush timing. He's got pastures coming in very, very early here. A little bit surprised by that, considering the deer are on the way, but he doesn't want to end up on the berries beforehand, I guess. And, like, you've only got, what, 7 sheep left over before the pasture's added? Keshix queued up, though. And that's double pump, right? Yes, sirree. So, Louis from here is likely going to be going for... There's no way you do advancement, right? Logistics feels a bit too greedy. If you wait until you see the Keshiks, you might be inclined to think Desert Raider. But I know that Louis likes to save Desert Raider for Imperial Age anyway, so don't expect this to come out. You're probably looking at either advancement or logistics. Considering there's now Keshiks though, logistics kind of sucks a little because you don't have map control. So we're probably just going to get advancement for a quick tech. And yes, pastures on Uvu generate sheep quicker than those out of range. You kind of, in the other game, if you're going to build pastures, you really don't want to be doing it outside of an Uvu range. It's very inefficient at that stage of the game. How about Gamba? I mean, Wham does have a game... wait, sorry. No, Louis doesn't have a game lead. He can't do that. My rules on Trade Wing Bazaar is, are you leading by 2 games? Yes? Okay, screw it. Roll the dice. Which we have hilariously seen in competitive play before. Wham's rushing castle. This is kind of sick. This is going to be step readout, though. I don't think you get value out of Kurotai at this stage. You could down the line, but you give Louis an opening, right? So we're probably going to be seeing step readout into Mass Keshiks. Because it's so early, Louis doesn't have the ability to mirror. Just that. Okay, it's a spear. I thought it was another villager going down. So step readout, yeah, now on the way. He could even just go crossbow Keshiks with this type of gold income. This is a really cool build. And Louis' scout isn't even checking on it, right? He's actually rotating the wrong way. Wait, he went the secondary gold, right? Yeah, and you're going to see the deer workers out here and probably not think too much of the gold gathering. You're going to assume it's like just 2 Keshiks and then there's mass archers or something coming. But like Louis should be super paranoid right now. He doesn't see anything. On top of that, he's taking a very defensive line though. Just sitting in his base, not coming out. Yeah, this is not boding well right now. Louis is going to have to be advancement wing, which means he doesn't really get that much of an edge in any particular way. Like, yes, you know, you did go the eco wing earlier, you were 3 villages ahead, but the fishing mitigated that. And to make it even worse, now with the step readout, he's probably going to have, like, what, 12 villages at least gathering, which means he's got essentially 6 extra villages. I have a feeling we're cursed to not see Game 5s in our semi-finals here. Because Louis' back is now up against the wall. Tech up complete. Louis is a long way off his own in that he has advancement going, but it's still going to take 1 minute and 36 seconds here. Food source is also starting to run a little bit low, so Louis is going to have to start taking risks. He's got 8 sheep left clubbed here. Judging by the rough health left on these, or food left on these, probably about 800 food max. So there is a shuffle to the other side, but funnily enough, Wham waited until he had a Springwood placement available to build. He's going to start reacting. The first men-at-arms are already out, though. Why have to come to their base to MAA rush if they're willing to come to you? Yeah, and now with the Springwood up, that's all he wanted. He knows that Louis can't dive him here. So instead, he backs off, waits for additional men-at-arms, and waits for that undermesh that guarantees that on this small 0.00001% chance an Iron player remembers blacksmiths in feudal, the undermesh won't matter. But we know historically, based on the last game for Louis this series, he probably wasn't going to build undermesh anyway. Oh, Galley coming. Does at least harass and shut down the fishing a little bit here. And Wham, that was smart. He queued it but cancelled it when he saw that it wasn't going to turn into a siege there. There's no point wasting resources on the galley here because, like, at this stage, you should be able to control the map. There's less than half the food remaining. It's just a wasteful investment. Keshik's not even upgraded yet by Wham. Yeah, doesn't actually want to spend the extra moolah for that. 175 resources he'd rather put into MAA spam. Tech up complete now for Louis. And he is upgrading it all. Veterancy for Spearmen and the Archers here. That's problematic. You need to address the men-at-arms threat, right? So presumably we're going to get the second archer range coming in. You're going to need to get to crossbows quite fast. I think you just go for relics now, right? Oh, there you go. Wow, yeah, he's already queued up the first. So the Shamans are going to be shuffling out in a game where Louis is now taking a defensive line by going infantry. Never built stables, right? So we don't have the potential for Lancers. Khan is at least going to absorb 1,000,000 arrows before dying. Wolves are up, though, so these guys can't really leave. Unless Louis doesn't pay attention. How does that work? Just don't look at them, boys. Just don't look at them. So actually, that went quite well for Wham. Double Kesha gets out. Men-at-Arms crossbows are on the way. Louis got to be face-palming a little bit of that. He's now playing for relics himself, so he's in a race. But we have 2 TC Mongol. Are you kidding me with this build? You know, sometimes we, like in esports, we Omega lol when we say NA build. But in fairness, I mean, Wham and Puppy Paw's very creative approach to these builds has been paying off in big ways in the midweek busters. They work. Meanwhile, looks like first Dervish is going to get shoved away. Keshik does run headfirst into death, but that's going to allow him to reach the relic first. Should be seen, though. There's no way the Dervish doesn't see. There! Get him! Army's on the way, though. That's quite a few men-at-arms. 11 in total. Snatches the relic a little bit further over. So this should be 3-2 split in favor of Wham, right? Yeah, he's got the third one now, shuffling on the south. And I agree. Step Redoubt has been underutilized. I think Kurotai is over-leveraged in games where people fast castle. Like, Kurotai here would have made absolutely no sense for Wham because he didn't have an army. People usually like to rebuttal that point by going, yeah, but once I have an army of 100, Kurotai is good again. Sure, but you'll be dead before you have 100 army because you rush castle and have nothing to show for it. Your opponent, a good opponent, will likely punish that. So that's the situation where Step Redoubt makes sense. Does mean you're sacrificing a 20% attack speed buff down the line, but being totally real as well, the Imperial Age, it's quite hard to get a Kurotai timing into the enemy base right. Quite often you're playing cavalry, you're raiding wide, the game's moving a bit too fast for that landmark. So you don't end up losing out as much as you would think. It's also like we've talked about this with other landmarks where, you know, if you have got to the Imperial Age in 40 minutes plus, this landmark is OP. What about the first 40 minutes, though? Louis, how are we looking on food? He's gathering a lot of wood, so you may have to just consider going for farms soon. He's playing for the Ford Berries, deer as well. A lot of outposts coming up for this. Manjanique's also getting added in. Which civ is specifically favored in this matchup? With the old Fast Castle Ayu build, they should be fairly favored, right? Unless the spawners really cruel to them. But Wham just kind of played big brain here. Right? He outmaneuvered Louis strategically. Going for Fast Castle, going for 2 TC. Like, Louis has twice now been 2 significant steps behind. And it's why he finds himself in a pretty uncomfortable position here. I mean, we're seeing Ayabid's queue up Horseman, right? Which makes sense against the crossbows, but like he hasn't really addressed the men-at-arms issue still. A little bit surprising. Don't think Mongols are ever favored late game. So you know what we talk about how like, you know, 40 minutes plus, this can feel good. That's kind of like the Mongol logic. It's like 30 minutes into Imperial, things can be good, right? You get these very unique things like Wee Wee Pows. You get your hands on potentially loads of cannon emplacements instead if you went White Stupa. But what happens in the first 30 minutes of Imperial is more important. So hyper late game, when we're talking like 2 hours in, and I've got an outpost for every square on the map, Mongols could look pretty good. However, before I've got an outpost on literally every square on the map, I kind of hate my existence. Louis, what is the play out of this? Is he really thinking about just dragging this hyper late now? I've seen him do this with Ayabids. It's kind of vile, right? With the Imperial playing the Desert Raiders, but once again, so far away. Sacred Sight's being locked in. We do have outpost strings. The army is posturing north side. Louis not really rushing for the decap here. I mean, it's not like there's 20 bit of time left on the clock, right? You got plenty of time to work with here, but still, you want to get the decap and get away. Doesn't feel like a fight that he's going to benefit from stationing on. Instead, he might actually have to bail on the Maginique. Looks to stand his ground, though. Maneuver speed arrow is not going to allow him to, though. Look at the scap close on the speed. 1.7 on the men-at-arms they get in. Maginique immediately goes down here. Horsemen are going to shuffle around, but he can use that stone to try and recover his position here. He'll be able to do so quite efficiently. Only a few horsemen. Yeah, it feels like Louis is trickling what he needs a mass of. Horses aren't going to get around the back. Men-at-arms are going to dive under the archers, though. Just needs to back away with those crossbows. Louis actually needs to stop A-clicking right now. Yeah, this is pretty rough. Crossbows have now arrived, so that should balance out the fight a bit more. Wham needs to start thinking about backing off here. It looks like he's going to end up in Imperial at this rate, but he won't, folks. He's going to need to reinvest. That was an expensive fight because he didn't keep production going. Had he had more troops funneling out here, Louis would have struggled to hold there. Instead, now we have a double decap op. And a retreating Wham. Dude, he's going Imperial. He's actually just going to go Imperial. You know what's really likely to project a can-do attitude here? A Carnate Palace, maybe? Because I feel like Wham wants a Carnate Palace. Oh, sorry, Carganet. I always say Carnate. It's ballsy. You can see he's flirting with the idea right now. Louis seems suspicious for good reason. He's going to start pushing in. Wham needs to be very careful here. He can't be overly greedy because he only has 2k gold to work with. Post looks like it's going to be going down suit to the Ram. Louis needs to be very respectful of the static emplacements, though. TC plus the Cereal Fire doing a lot of work. And I think he may have just overextended here. Yeah, gets pushed back. Wow, immediately builds up another outpost to protect this area. Has already set up on the north side as well. Louis has gone 2TC as well, so he's not falling behind more. In fact, it looks like we're going to be getting free TC IO. Yeah, I don't mind this, actually, from this position. You just saw how greedy your opponent is being. Like, at this point, you're very suspicious. He's either attacking or he's just now reinvesting. Either way, it gives you a bit more space to be greedy. Because crossbows will scale well for Louis, right? We can see Wham is actually still not sure if he wants to play the Age fully or tech. He is switching into Horseman, though. Cool idea. One downside is if one Dervish shows up, a lot of your damage gets offset. One's if you think Wham's going to win this. Two's if you think Louis is taking it. A few minutes ago, I would have said Wham has this on lock. No doubt. With that weird choice to try and fight while saving for Imperial, the game has taken a very wacky turn. Then you have to think, if this goes Imperial, who's favored, right? Like, IU... Desert Raiders are pretty freaking good in late game, guys. Biology plus incendiary arrows affecting one unit is kind of wild. I find it very difficult when you reach your true late game potential to bank against IU Desert Raider spam. The issue is going to be setting up for gold. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see these players starting to place marketplaces soon. Especially when you consider there's not really that much left in the grand scheme of things, right? 4k down here, the 4k here. That's the divide, really, for Wham. He could maybe sneak up in this corner. But if you're massing crossbows and thinking about going Imperial, that's actually not a lot of gold. It's actually crazy when you think about how much worse Wham's position would be without step readout. He took these limited gold sources and increased them by 50%, right? If it wasn't for the step readout, he'd already be halfway plus through this gold. Once again, we have this similar situation between these two. No raid attempts. It was these small groups that are really hitting. I think both of them are just quite good at reacting to those raid attempts, and they're also very frugal about the attacks. Not really interested in essentially probing before they feel they've got a big advantage. Little raid here. You dive on the other side. Mangoes. I'm going to whiff. What's up, Vortex? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you've been enjoying watching the games. Probably got all his notes ready to see who's going to be up against here. Wham! Now pushing in. No front line for Louis. The raids on the other side, negligible damage, but this could end up irreparable. Yeah, Louis, he just doesn't have the numbers anymore, right? He got caught in the middle of the farm transition. It wasn't fully complete yet. Let's dive in. Could do a lot of damage. Manjanique's already down. Crossbows continuing in the Mango in the meantime, finding the villagers on the side. Wham! He has more and more horsemen on the way. Louis, it's almost like he wasn't expecting this much cavalry. I think he was expecting Imperial. Sorts of Mamelukes will at least allow him to fight back a little bit at the tail end of this fight, but the reboom is what's really going to kill him here. Idle time of about 30 to 40 villagers in tow, still more dying. With this, Wham has the option to just keep on sending it or look for the tech, right? He's reached that pressure point. Now, all he needs to do is press down. Crossbows could easily find this at the bottom as well, right? 23 workers, unprotected. So it looks like he's going to do it again. Wham makes it back to back to back to back to back grand final appearances. That's so many back-backs, I just sounded like a chicken. But who's going to get roasted in that grand finals? What do you think, guys? What's your prediction for KPMM5? Will it be Wham or Vortex that take the best of 7 coming up next? Woo-hoo-hoo. Really cool day this is turning into. Well played to Wham. So a 3-1 victory in the end. Let me mark that up on the sheets. We are going to get the boys ready for the next series. They're going to start drafting shortly. Remember, this is best of 7, so we will have all maps available, and we will end up with a redraft is the way these work. So what I'll do now is I will reset everything. And we'll put 7 maps in. I need to type them all out because we have every single one playing. So remember, we are going to open on transhumans. That is always guaranteed. And then we've got Dry Arabia, Kurlauga, Himiyama, Lipany, Highview, and then finally, Scarguard. So, give the boys a second to stretch while they get ready, and then we should be into the draft shortly. This is the tournament where the Canadian bros win everything. Whoa, 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 whoa. I wouldn't doubt Vortex, man. Don't doubt the Spaniard. And I caught Pilsen out of that and nothing else. What do you get if you cross a T-Rex and a pig? Jurassic Pork. Oh, no. You know what? That's the... Actually, now that I think about it, with jokes like that, you'll fit right in, son. Don't worry. All right. So... let's have a look here at if the boys are prepping now. So I think they should be getting the draft up in a second. In fact, do we have comp in? Let me just check my messages. I reckon it's probably going to be like a 3 or 4 minute break for Wham. What I can do now, guys, I can run the ads so that when we get to the draft live, you don't have to be messed around by that. So I'll run 1.5 minutes of ads now. In fact, yep. They just started drafting it, so I'll hit that now. Alright. Because we are very early in, which means you haven't like missed too much. So we're gonna have... let's get rid of some of these extra things. Actually, I want that start GG, don't I? For later. Boom. Wait, has Twitter even been bussing? Have people even been looking on Twitter? Someone told me I should stream Twitter too, still. I don't know. I think I'm just buried in whatever the bot system is that not many people see the tweets anymore. The olden days. We yearned for them. With Relord joining next week, this might be the last time. Is it Marie Lord? Who is it? I don't know. Alright, so anyway, bans are mirrored so far, just the other way around. Byzantine, H in the opener. Delhi is the first pick. English should be the most obvious for Vortex. Probably followed up by Chinese if it doesn't get banned away. Remember, we've got every single map imaginable here. So you have to feel like you have to think robust. We do redraft after the 4th game. So not every pick that comes out here is going to get leveraged. And there you go. Vortex, signature English. We're probably going to see Chinese if it doesn't get banned. But I think Wham is likely to ban that away. They're probably both going to do that. And then the most likely things to come up afterwards is this map pool. IU for Vortex would make a lot of sense. And I know that Wham covets the French quite a bit. Pubby always wins. If Wham changes his name to Woof, he can call him that. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, remember guys, English chat. We don't speak Spanish here. Sorry. I speak very little Spanish. I mean, like, Te amo, Age of Empires 4. Right, you know? AOE4, que significa el mundo para mí. Wait, no, that was you. Close enough. Alright, so I picked Vortex as predicted. The Bassett ban is really surprising here. It leaves the field open for China, which is a nice protection pick for Delhi. And also has its own flex. So I'm expecting Wham to go there next. Likely afterwards, we're going to see bans or... Wow. Okay, this has to be Chinese ban then. Definitely from Wham. But from Vortex, he might prioritize like a ban on Roos instead. Damn, what the French ban? He's legit just trying to snatch it away at the end. This is kind of creative though, because he has opening pick. China's already been banned. You know Vortex is going to take that. Okay, so Japanese. Now Vortex just takes Roos, right? But that does leave... that Roos Mongols back-to-back pick is really strong here. Mongols can be quite good against Malians in the right setting. Very good against Japanese in the right map as well. There you go. And then return pick is going to be into, what, at this stage, French you say for the last. So Juji makes a lot of sense. You're probably going to be seeing Juji Ottomans. Ottomans, very, very, very situationally useful. Hasn't worked out so far, though. Instead, he goes for Jean. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, he has French, right? So I don't think you have to be that paranoid. And then, yeah, rounding out Ottomans, Chinese. I kind of like that he has the Ottos there. I think it's a little bit underexplored. It's very hard to make work, but there are ways. So, draft complete means we can now hop across and get ready for our grand finals. You know what I'm going to do? Snack break, guys. Oh! So let me hop into my loaded legends. They're getting low, actually. The loaded legend. Oh, there's only 2 left. Don't be like me. Restock before you run out. Risk of running out. Yeah, I'm going to stack break while we wait for the first game to begin. I'll respond to chat as you guys talk. But obviously got to get some protein in me because we might have a long series ahead of us. 7 games potentially here in this grand finale. And also, I do need to update the scene, don't I? Why is that stack? It's the Protein Works Loaded Legends. Very good, actually. No. The crunchy cookies and cream. You guys want to see it? Yum, yum. In fact, what I'll do now, I'll update the bracket. What's everyone else eating right now? Paint a picture for me. What you got for dinner? Opening game. I think Wham's going to be aware that Vortex likes to pick Ayu. I don't think you want to pick Jean into Ayu, right? In fairness, his Jean outpost rush would be more impactful against Ayu than it was against Roos. So he might still go for it. The alternative is I could see Wham going Japanese as an opening pick. So for those that didn't see it, we did just watch Wham 3-1 Louis. To make sure it's always the bridesmaid, never the bride for poor Louis. It means we are going to get a best of 7 grand finale now between the Spaniard and the Canadian. In fact, let me just get ready to export that so the bracket is updated. Give me 1 second. Live production, wow. I'm seeing a lot of pizzerias. Good lord. There you go. We see our grand finals. Let me update the title as well, because we're now into the grand finale. I'm going to keep saying it like that. Oh. Been a nice long day. How long have we been live? Almost 5 hours? Probably looking at what, 7 to 8 hours total? Took about bang for buck. Whoo-wee! All this entertainment. And 30 weeks of it. I don't think the winner of Muster is getting a good deal. KP should give a winner an emote in his or her honor. So, that has extra overhead for a good artist. You know that, right? Also, the other thing is sub-slot limitations. You can only have so many sub-slots. And it is based... emote slots, rather. And it's based on how many subs you have. So to unlock more, you have to have more and more and more and more subs. So, step 1 in that process is clearly subscribing. And then we'll see. Not promising anything though. Like I said, artists, if you want to get good artists, ain't cheap. Oh, I need to update the Nightbot. As the Black Friday sale isn't on, but they've still got big discounts. So if you guys are thinking about it, we just had a Protein Works bar. Also had my Protein Works shake today. It's how after 5 hours without food, of like the stuck in a microwave or an oven, I'm still going. Because their food is that good. If you're a gamer and you want to keep gaming, you don't have to worry about like taking a break, you should have Protein Works. It's really handy. I have been told this is in particular good. I didn't mind this actually as someone who hates coffee. So what is up, Flocky? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Swarm, mate. 340 subs. Let's keep it going. Keep it pumping. Legends. Because I think the goal's baity because it's going to move down now because like a lot of those subs were in November. So they'll start to expire. Which is why you guys need to remember to resubscribe. Yeah. Emma's going to love these, by the way. So I'm not really a coffee person. We did try this the first time they sent it, and it actually wasn't too bad. And me saying that coffee isn't too bad is a really, really good sign. Because you ask me any other coffee, tea, I say I hate it. So yeah, they've got you covered pretty much all your needs. Caffeine needs. They've got nootropics. They've got the food covered. I am, when I have my full taste buds back, looking forward to trying this, by the way. They sent me Thai curry sensation. Looking forward to some spiciness, man. Feels like the draft went Vortex's way. No, Wham got some good picks in there. Game 1's going to be very impactful. And remember, it's 4 games played, and then it's a redraft. Right? So it's not that simple. Eyebrows, eyebrows. So, let's see what we're getting for the opening game. It's going to be quite important here. Oh, it's Roos versus Japanese. Dude! You're not a coffee person? No, dude. I get my caffeine through like the nootropics and Red Bull, those sort of things, right? So, we're 4 minutes from live. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. The players do have a stream delay on. Japanese versus Rus. I don't know. I feel like Japan can be okay here with the fishing to back them up and some Shinobi harass. But if you just naked fast castle on both sides, I don't really like your odds against Rus. Feels a little bit tricky. Alright, 1 sec. So I'll switch over. We're just a few... Wait, whoopsie. We were a few minutes out. It's going to cancel back so it was less laggy, so I could change some things. Do you have a black coffee type of guy? I mean, try out the protein works then. You might be surprised. I think you'll like them. But yeah, we'll run ads if we can in time. It's giving me that like invalid run ad thing again. Like it literally just ran ads. Twitch is very crafty like that, it would seem. All right. Your 5th coffee at the moment. I mean, so like, I'm a big fan of the Red Bulls or whatever, right? Those type of things. The nootropics they have are quite useful as well. The whole idea is that they're meant to be like energy drinks throughout the crash. It depends on what I'm in the mood for though. Small coffee roaster you can find. Small brands that are really good. I'm just not really a coffee person. I don't think I ever will be. I just don't really resonate with it. I mean, in some ways on beer, I'm still not a big beer fan, but I'll socially drink beer, right? Like I kind of came around on it. But it tasted like crap at first. It tastes less like crap. It's kind of okay now. If it's reasonable beer, at least. I don't know if I'd say I'd get like that same feeling with coffee ever. It is a social activity, but it's like, you know, compared to beer, I don't know how to describe it. You know how I mean? It's like, it's more... I feel like coffee and tea are more aggressively impactful on your taste buds than, say, beer. And like I said, even after all that coming around, going to like Germany and experiencing good beer and stuff like that, like I'm still a person who'd rather have cocktails and stuff. It's like I kind of put coffee, tea in that similar arc of like it would be difficult to bring me around. Yeah. What I do like, actually, I like matcha latte. I also like, which, by the way, they have a really good one of at Protein Works. I actually drink a decent amount of that. The matcha latte, which you just need to add the powdered water. I would recommend, like, maybe half milk or a little bit less than half milk. And then the rest water. But they have that, which I really like. And I also am a really big fan of, like, green teas and things like that. So Rooibos tea is phenomenal for kind of like soothing the throat and everything. It doesn't have caffeine in it, but still very nice to have. Let's get the predictions ready though. So 2 minutes clock. TikTok it goes. All right, there we go. Should be ready to get underway. Oh, I just had to cough my guts up again. Having fun at the moment, guys. Having fun. Oh, there it is again. Yeah, I really want to try more like Bavarian and Austrian beer. That seems really impressive. We had last, not like El Renado Red Bull, but Red Bull World Law Legacy. I think it was some of the Capture Age guys, actually. I think they were from like Bavaria. And they brought... It's quite funny, actually. They brought beer in, like, almost looked like wine bottle type things, right? Very, very fancy beer. And I was quite impressed. That showed me, like, you know, beers can have quite a robust range. Because most of your beer experiences in life are going to be, you know, this this donkey whiz out of a tap sort of thing. All right. Here we go. Oh, wait. Was it the wrong... did we put the wrong predicky up? Sorry, let me delete that. Go again. Who'll win, Wham or Vortex? Yeah, I like how people bet anyway. Did someone request a grand finals? One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's midweek muster number 5, and we are into our GFs. That's right. Don't need to go get one in real life. We got you for them in game. A grand final showdown, best of 7 between two of our best. Wham 01 in the red and Fox's Vortex in the blue. We start off with Transhumans, and I feel like Vortex caught Wham with a curveball when he was trying to throw it as well. Vortex usually goes Ibis on this map. He pivoted to Roos, and Wham, instead of going for something like Jean, which he quite likes, I think he was worried about the IU pick, he switched to the Japanese. Interesting. So Roos versus Japan, I think this can work quite well with the hunker down Roos build. Japan might get the relics, but you can play into 2TC quite quickly with all the passive generated resources, and you can be very efficient with Horse Archer scaling into things like Mountain Samurai. Yeah, so we'll have to see what Wham's able to do. I think what it comes down to is actually early pressure. I love this idea of going Coca Township and just trying to deny some resources. I think the tricky part, though, in this matchup compared to like any other one, is if you try to lean too hard into Shinobi, you fall behind. Because Vortex, realistically, with Golden Gate and a double hunting cowing opening, doesn't need to touch the gold. In fact, on average, I think we've seen players spend like 14 or 15 minutes before touching gold with Roos. It's a bit ridiculous. And yes, the reason why Wham is ahead, it's not because of villages, it's because of fishing boats. This is a very efficient player. Okay, enemy. No, this is very good for the Japanese, and the follow-up play is really nice. You got the farmhouses. You just start spamming the farmhouses out here because you can manually drop off at these houses. You don't have to worry about the extra walk distance of the boats going back to the dock, right? So it saves you a lot of time. Very powerful, actually, especially for Japanese. I think the two best civs at doing this are Japanese and Chinese. A third one that can be in there is actually something like French, because they're very cheap. But these are the best, because for the Japanese, by building a mill, you're basically building a house, right? So it's very efficient. You need these anyway. And then for China, what makes it really good for them is that they can supervise a mill. Little tip for you. If you want to make extra food, that does indeed work. Golden Gate coming in, though. Sheep Hall looking pretty bloody good for Vortex. 1 scout and he gets 17 sheep. Meanwhile, only 10 for Wham. Wham, likely to go Coca Township, means less food permanence here. It's going to put pressure on him to remain aggressive. And also, am I being flamed for saying boat walk distance by Don? A guy that lives in the swamplands where realistically boats and people both walk? You know? Kind of unnecessary. I thought you'd understand. Coca coming in anyway. I imagine we're probably going to get like a second Shinobi added in, max. I just don't really see where you're meant to get value here. In fact, he could probably just save the resources if he scouts in time. He's already marching over, but usually the way this lines up is you're going to be, like, prepping a second one. We have dams. They don't work very well. Didn't you guys almost sink your entire country basically tapping too much natural gas? Farmhouse is coming up. And you see what I was talking about, right? Like, he's hanging around. That's the only thing I don't like, is now you've taken some long-term value from the fishing play because you've gathered a 120, but he didn't want to just spam houses straight away. He wants to try and be efficient, right? So it does mean long-term you have less value out of the fishing play to gather. Meanwhile, this villager that's building all these houses could have been doing anything else, right? They could have been gathering wood. They could have been gathering gold, stone, food from the land. So, first Coca unit already coming. Love the play into Takazaiku. I think this is growing in popularity. It's just so good. Remember, with the recent changes in Season 9, they essentially buffed the gathering rate of the Japanese by buffing the base rate of berries. A lot of things were changed to balance out, right? Like, for example, the farms are only 20%, not 25% now from each aura level. But the percentage that you get from berries didn't get changed, which means gathering from berries once you have Takazaiku is equivocal to gathering from a boar. Actually better, right? It's equivocal to shoreline gathering for villagers. 0.99 versus 1. Vortex is going pro scouts. This is very unorthodox here, but kind of smart if you're worried about your opponent diving you early. My only worry is like the way he'll dive you is Mount Samurai. It's almost like you'd expect this against a Horse Archer play, because Horse Archers can't like dive in, right? They'll just die to standard defenses. But for Mount Samurais, it'll hurt, but they can still do it. So I think for Vortex to make this make sense, you're probably going to want to consider getting a castle turret, so that when you have to garrison with your Wooden Fortress, you just melt Samurai. And whoops. Whoops, we forgot. Yeah, the food ran out, so he missed his timing. Basically, Wham will have like an internal clock on his brain of when to check the fishing to pull it back into the house. But if the fish runs out sooner, your internal clock is worthless, right? So he'll understand based on the gathering rate of the fish, he needs to check this like every roughly a minute for them to have gathered 40. But if you only gathered up to 20, you're never looking. So a little bit inefficient there. But now he's on the ones where he should be able to monitor it a bit better. He's got, what, 7 fishing boats? That ends up being 280 per rotation. So at least the first rotation will be clean. Shinobi arriving. Scout being a nuisance as well. Vortex may have to drop a run here. Yeah. And you can do that on the other one as well. Flowing Gate coming in, but look at the high trade house timing here. Vortex doesn't skip a beat. Courtesy of the power of the Golden Gate. Yeah, kind of wild, right? Like, Wham has 7 extra eco through fishing boats. The gather rates aren't that great, right? Between the hunting cabins and the Golden Gate, Vortex is able to compete. When you add in the fact that you get the gold from gathering on food as well, makes sense why he's able to mirror this timing, so. You need to be careful with that scout as well, because you're very injured. Vortex could just snatch it away at any point. In fact, I think it'll be worth him just going for that kill. Like, Wham wouldn't expect it. He's so busy trying to pressure, he wouldn't expect to get slapped like that. And then you're basically playing blind into the opener. It's presumably going to be Horse Archers, but you really want to confirm it too. Looks like Wham did end up diving the TC, so no vision on the front line other than that one Shinobi. Flowing Gate's coming in. Very far back, weirdly enough. Was he trying to hide it? Like, I'm not sure what the positioning was all about there. Ah. You know what it is, guys. Wham is thinking long term. So this is to guarantee that if the game goes late, he can have maximum farming at home, right? Because he doesn't have a landmark. Same with the Coker, actually. Like, he's very creative with this. A lot of players go for the optimal castle timing and don't give a damn about eventual farms. He has. The weird part is while caring about eventual farms, he didn't care about farmhouse placement. For example, Miyamaika, when he plays Japanese, he almost always leaves one tile to build a farmhouse, right? So he has farms around it. Looks like monks are on the way. 5 Horse Archers, extra been queued up. Wham does have his Mount Samurai coming in, and they are going to be very aggressively produced with the Ursura drop. All about momentum and control, right? We've seen in this matchup, sometimes players try to go for Horsemen, but going Horsemen against Roos is tricky because you trickle them out, and they don't feel very impactful. The initial Mount Samurai are always going to be better than initial Horsemen. Relics also now already on the way home for Wham. Where are you gambling? Because you're flipping a coin, right? On whether you go the right way. Let's go north side. So this is probably going to be, what, a 2-1 split in favor of Wham. He already has a second Shinto on the way, courtesy of actually building a shrine. So yeah, wow, that's kind of cool, actually. His timing is going to be 30 seconds quicker to gather the second Yorishiro than what you'd expect. And not just that, we have 2 TC from the Japanese. So this is a very big difference between these two civs. Japan is frequently more likely to go for a 4 TC in this matchup, or rather in its matchups with transhumans, whereas Roos, on average, have been dropping that second town center on their starting island. Difficulty with what Wham is doing here is it's very gambly. He's basically dangling his Mount Samurai so the play doesn't get revealed. And luckily for him, it looks like he should have bought enough time here. Yeah, the Mount Samurai definitely going to waste enough time here. Vortex, good micro there. Love that. Pulls back the injured front line. Shoots for the secondary. Just trying to get a little bit of a better trade. But even though Wham knows eventually these Mount Samurai are going to die, he's keeping critical mass down, and he's buying time for the static defenses. And a very important secure here. Berries, gold, down his purview. Wham probably went for the Euroshiro drop in the TC, right? No. What did he drop in? Wait, please tell me he didn't run the guy out with the Euroshiro? We've got stables. Oh, he's waiting on the arch range. Okay, so we have transition. I was a little bit worried there because I've seen players do that. It's very easy to get distracted. Horseman spam coming though. Is he just going to go Yumi? I think you go Yumi here. Which is kind of cool actually, considering your opponent hasn't switched yet. And when he does, you can switch Onimusha. In the meantime, Yumi should be able to address the horse archers. This doesn't feel great though. A relic not coming your way. Wait. Yeah, he dropped this one here, right? That's a big hit and a miss for Wham. So 2 relics grabbed for Vortex. Crossbow transition coming in. A little bit weirded out by the presence of Onimusha. Wham has assumed. And you know what they say about assumptions, guys? They make an ass out of you. You can tell I'm a father. So the problem here is you don't have a reason to build Onimusha. And you're on a map where your opponent realistically should have walled himself in, so you can't even argue that they can pivot to raiding. Yumi would have made sense. Like, you could have built a few Yumi and then not even necessarily vetted them, just use them as weird raiders instead. Kind of silly. But the problem with Onimusha is if Onimusha run into horse archers, they'll lose. If they run into crossbows, they'll do okay, but crossbows can still beat them. I think the logic for Wham is being as mobile as possible. Because the nice thing as well about doing this is if you go 2TC, you only have Daimyo level 1. Which means an Uma Bannerman with this comp buffs your entire army. That's where horse archers can lose to Onimusha. But the difference is in scale. You will have a lot more horse archers than Onimusha because horse archers cost less. Pro Scout shenanigans still happening from Vortex here. Spearman from Vortex. I mean, he's reading this perfectly. You do not want to have to play Onimusha to Spears. It's just too micro-y. And you micro hard and you don't really get anything for it, it feels like. Because the attack speed is so low, like if you keep trying to attack, you'll be gap closed, right? Kabutoya will at least allow a level of flexibility, but the problem with Wham's TC is you don't really have time. If this pressure comes in, you're going to have to make your stand there. Vortex, second town center of his own now. High Trade House, did we got numbers in? Give you guys a few seconds. I know you love this mini game. God, I still remember when that like started kicking off. I think it was like me and Nilly in a cast on King of the Hill, and we done on Legacy, and the chat went wild. You guys are addicted to that mini game. So, number is going to be 150 gold. Actually pretty damn good. Right, you're generating almost 2 relics worth in a game where you already have 2 relics. Then you add in the hunting cabins on top of that, which is generating almost 40 extra gold. Sorry, 50 extra gold. 48 to be specific. There's a lot of passive. So Vortex is basically just taking his time, going for kind of a stalemate to get his comp together. It's worrisome for Wham because the choice he's made, composition-wise, isn't about late game. Which is kind of unusual for him. Historically, he likes to play that late game. And funnily enough, usually Vortex likes to play the early mid. But the takes are different. Like, Vortex can fight stationarily. But he's got something that's meant to scale much better into the hyper lane. Whereas while I'm going Onimusha and Horseman, I don't think you want to see Imperial with that comp. TC is going to be dove towards, has to turn around here. I mean, Sacred Sites could be a lock-in for Vortex from this position. Does need to sort the Warrior Monks. In the meantime, Wham is going to try to snatch those away. TC now getting pressured. I mean, with this many spears, you could seriously threaten to take this down. Surprised Vortex is even hesitant for a second. A guy who knows no chill. Got to show that he's got none here. Horsemen are wrapping around the back though. Spearman, quick to mirror. It's awkward up against this tree line, right? Like really, you want to come from both sides, but Wham, he only has 10 horsemen. Not impressive. This could impress, though. He's finally doing it. Yumi on the way now for Wham. Smart read as well. I think if you're going to win this game, in this current position, Yumi is the best way. You need numbers. Vortex has completely out-bloated you. 66 to 33 military. Yumi may not be good quality, but they counter units that exist here, and they are very cost-efficient. Really wants to add in more archery ranges, though. Okay, no. He should be fine, guys. We have, like, 6 archery ranges worth of production. Wow, 7 to beat. 7.5 is about accurate. TC going down, though. I mean, this is expensive for a guy who's only built, like, a 10-villager lead, right? Against the guy who has 2 TC. So big losses on the forward here for Wham. Starting to wonder if it was really necessary to go for that type of TC. Vortex, the military lead is shrinking, but it's the quality of units, right? Like, Wham can't just reach equal numbers. He needs, like, a 1.5x multiplier. Yumi Bannerman also in the way to make that buffer better. Courtesy of the fact that he did get the DeMu level 2. So we should start seeing the farms getting added in by Wham soon. And because he's going Yumi, he can just prioritize wood and kind of do that very fluidly. In fact, did he get the wood upgrades? Yeah, he's got level 1. No lumber preservation. A little bit surprising now that you're leaning this hard into mass wood usage. Probably a little bit distracted right now, though. Still arrow 2 on the way. Vortex still just training so well. The tricky part of, like, this point in the game is actually, ideally, you want to be into crossbows. Crossbows are a good bread and butter unit in Castle. The problem is you're playing a Civ that doesn't have it. And you tried to play the alternative, and it looked a little bit sad, right? Onimusha, I don't think they work on campy maps. Transhumans is designed to make you come out, but it offers up a camp at the beginning, if necessary, right? Canal can kind of be seen the same way, maybe to a more of extreme. I think another one where Onimusha quite often kind of don't do what they need to is on Frisian. Because on Frisian, your opponent doesn't have to come out fast, right? And Onimusha are similar to horse archers, and they're all about tempo. Once the armies get too blobbed and big, this unit feels a bit weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You'd think Japanese would be maybe the weakest Civ in the current meta, considering the shift towards crossbows. But they still compete. They're definitely not like a top 6 or 7 Civ. But especially when there's some water involved, especially with these Conquer Township builds, they at least have some variance, some relevance, shall we say. Like, all the information you mentioned makes me feel smarter, although I don't understand. Unequivocally, understandably, petromoniously, substantially. There, I said enough big words. If I just say, that's the thing, if you just say big words, people nod along, they just think you're smart. Well, we've hit a stalemate here. I think Wham's going Imperial. Which is kind of wacky, actually, for Elite Yumi. I actually think Elite Yumi can turn this game. This is the thing about Yumi. Using them well requires specific timing. They suck when you're in the hyper late game and you're both blobbed at 200 pop, right? At that stage, this whole idea of producing quicker doesn't really work out that well because your opponent should have like 10, 15 archery ranges. But... okay, scrap it. It's going samurai. When will they read it? This is the thing, though. If he had been going Yumi, I think the meta arm scared him. But even then, like, you get the elite tech, your Yumi hit for, I believe it ends up being about 11 damage. So half deeps go through. Almost, right? I get it, though. There's a lot of meta arms. What I don't get is this. Wham! Building into Samurai when there's already so many crossbows. I think he needs Siege if he wants to make this work. You can't just switch one unit. Yeah, he knows. You need to switch two. We do have another TC, guys. Because you know what they say? If at first you don't succeed, give up, you're a failure. No. Try, and then have Yoda hit you over the head and say do or do not. There is no try. Onabigisha feel pretty rough with your opponent having mass men arms, yes. It's also super food expensive. Onabigisha is all about throwing away a giant slab of food. Like, you know those people who have the Christmas dinner where they ordered like 15 turkeys and they eat like not even one? That's Onabigisha play. Right? You will get value over time, but you need to almost be aristocrat levels of rich to get away with it. And the problem right now is, especially with Coca Township builds, you don't really have that type of food income. On a water map, Onabigisha can make sense, but these days, Onabigisha is really in a weird place. And also, Onabigisha kind of got full-on crippled in the late game. Papa World's Edge took it back to their knees. Those girls, they swing it like they got noodle arms now. Because remember, with the Elite Army Tactics changes, it's now +4 melee armor. I actually think Onabigisha is like one of the worst late game units now. It's pretty sad. Dive coming in. Vortex trying to punish a free TC play out of Wham. Mangoes are arriving though, and wow, Vortex, he hesitates. He backs out. One mango is all it took to scare him here. Okay. Meanwhile, Samurai are intercepting reinforcements. That was a sick move. Wham. He can't fight the army directly, but he can cart the reinforcement wave with this army. And that's buying time, right? Vortex almost hesitating a bit too much here. Does have mangoes of his own, but he's buying time for Wham to get this blobbed up. And that's where Yuumi can be very influential, guys, because Yuumi can be great body blockers, and so many of them show up to guarantee that block. Behind this, though, I think the biggest worry I have is, like, farms. Vortex is, what, 14 deep? Sorry, 20. Wham is only 16, but he's straining himself. He's adding in, like, another 15. So we're going up to about 30 farms. This is the worst phase of the game for Wham right now. If he can survive this, his push should be stronger. Right, he should be able to flood more troops, but it's a really big flood right now from Vortex. Dive coming in. Mango's a bit weird against Yuumi, not that impactful. But they can counter the other Mangoes. Let the squishing begin. Brings him low, doesn't quite get the finish. Wham now with a pull to repair. Additional Mango is coming into play. Vortex is going to lose his forward momentum with Siege here. And at this stage, Wham just needs to flood more Yuumi to hold the choke points. Crossbows moving in, spears, men at arms as well. Wham on the verge of being defeated here. He doesn't have the Shogunate to fall back on either. I think this is done. The Vortex has just got too much ground at this stage. The crossbow mass is too big. This Yuumi idea would have been cool if you'd done it at the beginning of the crossbow mass, but you waited until your opponent was into men at arms as well. There's no comeback. Yeah, and we know how Vortex is. Like a dog with a bone, right? That just won't let go. The moment he senses weakness, the moment he smells blood, he pounces. Like a blood fox. There you go. We brought it back to the org. So that's going to be a GG. Game 1 going the way of the Spaniard. But don't worry, folks. We have got plenty of blood sport here in our best of 7 finals. Let me tell you, these boys have got some strong drafts coming out both sides. Let's see if we can keep up that tradition of, what, 6-game average grand finals for midweek muster? Oh, music to my ears. Well, Wham has watched the Tom Cruise movie Last Samurai too much on repeat. We are I think he's just processing the loss, guys. Like, this crossbow force is idling him out way too long. The difference in food is about to be, what, like 6x, 7x? Interesting strategy, though, from Wham. I mean, I think he did get, like, outplayed on the draft of the opening game. He was expecting IU, I believe. I can see that working a lot better. He's probably going to be wishing he picked that zone. But let me know what you think about this, guys. Rus versus Japanese. Do you have a Civ that you think should be favored in this particular matchup? Curious to see if a lot of people would lean Japanese. I feel like on a more open map, maybe, but you're still going to get into Horse Archer versus Onimusha, which should be good for Rus. I do think this Horseman build from Japanese would be better on open maps, though. On a map like this, I mean, your only play is Horseman and Horse Archers, and it's just way too easy to set up a defense against that. I do feel like Japan needs something else. I don't know if I'd say, like, I don't know if I want to see that eco buffed. I think Fast Castle's too dominant, but it's also because they have nothing else. You need to kind of nerf the Fast Castle build's efficiency, but also give them something else to play with. Because this Civ, especially now that we're in a crossbow meta, feels in a very sorrowful state. One good matchup for Japanese. Oh, I'd say two. Japanese can do in French and Jean quite well. Okay, Wham. What are we really waiting for at this stage? I mean, the first game is a scary advantage, right? Gives it a very powerful dynamic to the flow of the draft. But that should be the final nail in the coffin that convinces him it's over. Spaskai Tower, now on the way. Is it me, or do we never see rocket launches anymore? Anyone else notice that? We used to always see Shogunate Palaces like every game. I don't remember the last time I saw a good old Shogunate. Damn, to think several months ago at the start of the year, I even got to see like Feudal Age rocket launches. Now I don't even get them in Imperial. Well, we have a valiant last stand with archer ships, but I'm not really sure what he's looking for here. So, narrative gets off to a good start. Well, not for Wham. He's starting to look like always the bridesmaid and never the bride at this one. He won week number 1 of Midweek Muster, but has fallen short in every single grand finals since. The question now is, do you think that he can rally? Let's find out. I'll see you on the next chapter. Oof. Rocket Launcher feels meh. He really shouldn't. The problem is that the point in the game it comes in, right? Like, it should feel really good, but like you're talking about getting it in like a very hyper late phase where your opponent has a lot of units. So usually what happens is you just kind of overkill with it all the time. So let's have a look. Let's go ahead and game number 1. That was Japanese versus the Hrush. A win for Vortex. Good start for the Spaniard. Let's see if he can follow up strong. Game number 2 is going to be taking us to Dry Arabia. Delhi versus Ayu. Don't like if I'm going to guess like 65% Delhi win rate here. I feel like Delhi have been taking a bigger and bigger percentage. Right? Let's have a look. Delhi versus Ayu. Ooh. Actually 44%, but only 9 games played. Let's check the October 22nd patch. Delhi versus Ayu is a 57% win rate for them. I think even if you check the August one, though, right? Delhi versus Ayu. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Delhi suck in that patch. 35%. Camels are kind of strong, though. I wonder if the play is just to play the early rage, though. You know what? Actually, with the Dervish build, I think there's some hope for Ayu here. Dervish is your advantage, I believe. Yes, this is a best of 7. Wait, did Mods pay out the predictions? I don't want to touch it if it hasn't been paid out. Mods, can you sort predickies if you haven't already? Thank you. In fact, do I look to add in a map name somewhere? Oh no, actually no, not map name, but what I will do is maybe put best of 7 in writing. I don't know if that looks cheap. Yeah, Mods, where's the payout? Also, why is the 7 written like that? Good lord. That kind of looks tacky, right? I think. Might look to get some extra UI components made up. Alright. I assume my mods have just disappeared for the night. Alright, I'll pay out Vortex then. There we go. Get that going. Lazy mods. You pay them nothing and they don't do anything. An early lead for the Spaniard, but can he pounce while it's hot and build a dominant lead in the grand finals of Midweek Muster number 5? Let's find out. We are in here after a 3-1 showdown. Result for Wham and Vortex to make it through, beating both Louis and DeMu respectively. Early lead for Vortex, but now Ibids versus Delhi. A great way for Wham to strike back. Delhi, they've been looking scary recently. These fast castle builds, or rather playing the castle without hesitation into elephant plays, just kind of unraveling a lot of what Ibids used to benefit from. Wondering if maybe the line you have to take here is a little bit more aggressive. We've been seeing some logistics dervish plays recently in Feudal Age, which could lean into a Desert Raider and attack formation against Ghazi. Question is Vortex game for that? We've already seen him actually in the series against DeMu being willing to play into that dervish. I think it'd be more impactful here. And a little bit ironic considering that Wham and Puppy Paw made this one of their signature moves in the last several weeks. Well, moment of truth fast approaching here. And the Gambas are fairly even. 55% for Vortex. Yeah, slight edge there because I think the logistics can be good. But whoa, he goes growth. That's a little bit surprising. I think Vortex might be looking at fast castle. Growth for longer value in Feudal is kind of intriguing. You can outbloat your opponent, but you're outbloating your opponent and they have better advantages there, right? Ghazi scale very well. You're against a Civ that is going to get all their eco techs for free, courtesy of the fact that they just need scholars to research. So my feeling here is that Vortex is probably going to open with 1 or 2 units and then just look to go castle. Spawn is pretty good for that, by the way. Deer are close enough to shove in. He's on the gold, the berries here. As long as you aren't up against a Civ that outpost rushes you, which, please, like these guys are going to do it. As long as you're not against an outpost rushing Civ, this is quite a nice spawn for Vortex. Just gives him a focused area to protect. Meanwhile, spawn for Wham. A little bit rougher with the 4th gold, but shouldn't matter past a certain point when he's generating a lot of passive gold. Tree lines aren't too bad either. Second one's a little bit more aggressive. My biggest worry is if this does end up in a fast castle and you see Vortex just try to lead camel lances, where is Wham's food? That's not user-friendly, guys. That's like trying to play Age of Empires 4 with your keyboard unplugged. Definitely not user-friendly. The food sources are really far out there. In terms of sheep, he actually done worse than Vortex, right? 13 sheep to 15. So something that'll be nice, though, is Wham will, of course, eventually get access to the play to just drag deer in with pro scouts. But the berries themselves are beyond the threshold here, right? Very scary territory against the fast castle. Wheelbarrow being researched by Vortex, probably expecting the Ghazi to come poke. I love the efficiency. Check this. Moved out the berries further away, so the growth wing, every single one of these gets an extra 50 food. That's 300 extra safe food for you as the IU. Take up the play. A lot of wood being gathered, so we will at least see an opening. Probably stables here. Makes a lot of sense. Don't really want to build archery range because you're expecting Ghazi anyway. And there we go. And this sets you up to just open with, say, a Desert Raider or 2 maybe, and then go for Lancers afterwards. Wow, meanwhile, there you go. Expect to play. I've been watching a lot of AoE 4. How about you guys? Have you been catching all the games? What have you guys been thinking so far of the midweek musters? I'm glad to see it getting more and more growth. That's my hopes for it. I mean, I want to be able to grow to the big numbers so we can bring in sponsors and grow the scene overall. So, appreciate all the support. I think this really is what AoE 4 has been missing. That and lands, but one thing at a time. So, Wham, no blacksmiths yet. I don't think he's going to prioritize the blacksmiths over more pressure, just because you're not really ever expecting Ibids to play a long feudal. So that because of that, you don't feel like you need to rush beastsmiths as quickly. It's more important just to have the troops to harass. We have got double stable now and horsemen coming. So Vortex, he didn't even go Desert Raider, but I like this. I think you can only go Desert Raider first if you play Dervish. if you don't have the Dervish, you don't have the heal or the unease, right? So you suck. So getting the Horseman to outmass, and then you build a Desert Raider. Because at that stage, what you end up with is you end up with a debuff that brings Ghazi's damage down to basically Horseman levels. Pretty cool read. On top of that, Golden Age did just activate, so Vortex's economy did get bolstered. And we're not at the stage where Wham's has been bolstered yet, right? Ecotechs are starting to come through in 25 seconds. Cool thing about this is although you get an edge, it's not as big of an edge. 15% versus the 10 of the Golden Age. The Golden Age didn't cost anything but the buildings, right? Other awkward thing is that Horticulture tech, 10%. So Golden Age already mirrors that. Do we have any win percentages on Delhi on the tournament? We do have our week-to-weeks, so it varies because obviously we change map pool quite frequently. But based on this week, the current ongoing, in terms of the win statistics, Abbas's is actually the best performing Civ with almost 80% win rate across 9 picks. Delhi is actually 50-50 right now. So kind of hit or miss, but to be expected because Delhi is also going to be a very high prior pick. Whereas a lot of like high-level players have actually been prioritizing Abbasid bans. Outside of that, Zhuji is actually neck and neck with a 77.8% win rate with 9 games played as well. So Zhuji and Abbasid's the best performers. Just behind that, of course, English. And a nice little wall for Wham. So it looks like he's going to be sneaking out with the spears to try and lock that in. Vortex, meanwhile, has bloated quite a lot of cav. This is a bad engagement for Wham. Vortex weirdly hesitant here. Oh, wow. Bit of a mistake. The Desert Raider leads the formation. He's going to peel him away now, but too little too late. That was a miss micro. Vortex, there was no need to rush away like that. The moment he turned around, the Desert Raider went to the back. Yeah, I think he was taken by surprise. He wasn't expecting that because you have to remember, he didn't have a scout with him. He only had the Desert Raider. On top of that, it was turning a tree line. So, Wham, just taking full advantage of that detail. Vortex now going to archers. We have got prolonged feudal play here, folks. Now all of a sudden that blacksmith detail matters because Vortex has done something almost taboo amongst IBID players. Pre-10 minutes blacksmiths. I'm not even memeing. It's so rare to see for IBIDs, but very valuable here. The only time you often see blacksmiths in the early game is when they fast castle and they need to go golems, right? And they're like, oh, we need an undermesh. Pretty cool read, though. Undermesh is already there for Wham, though. He read this correctly. Right. Spin him as well. I do like the walls from Vortex. He's kind of almost at a point where he's safe. Very intriguing pivot, though. I thought he'd try to go for the west side, but this is a safer point in the game to try for east. He'll get the berries, and then he can try to contest west later when he's got a big enough army to do so, where the majority of food is located. Ones if you think Vortex is going to win this. Twos if you think Wham's taking it. It's an interesting predicament, actually. I think Vortex is being a bit ambitious with this switch into archers. Because what you now got is a dynamic where Wham can stay at home with the spears and attack with the Ghazi. You can't do the same as Vortex. Ghazi will beat archers defending, right? And you're not going to send the archers forward unless you're convinced you can absolutely win. So, like, Vortex basically has to play a very dangerous game of cat and mouse until maybe, like, 17 or 18 minutes. At which point his archer mass should be big enough to attack. So, really, right now, Vortex just has to do a very good job defending, which, ironically, is not what he's most known for. He's usually most known for being the attacker. Looks like Vortex is going back for that Desert Raider now, so finally the debuff is going to arrive again. Wham does now, of course, have the survival techniques on the way. Pro Scouts was prioritized here, so safe food coming home, meaning these horsemen are going to be rather sad about their existence. Changes every time camera is changed? Does it? What, 1 and 2? No, it doesn't. What are you on about? We're talking about Willis. Just changed camera like 15 times. I feel like the what you talking about Willis really shows my age. I'm pretty sure that TV show started before I was even born. Sacred Sight's being contested here. Wham has already been getting paid from this, though. Wham, did he go for Textiles? He did. Without Scholar's Garrison, right? So it took him 25 seconds. So he's actually further behind, just a little bit over 4. However, dive coming in. Wham needs to get around the back of the formation. The Desert Raid at the front, maybe a mistake from Vortex. He only has 1 in the mixer right now. That debuff is doing a lot of work, though. And the second one arrives at the perfect moment here. Wham! He tries to brute force it and gets punished there. Vortex almost perfectly timed that to keep the Camelonis going at all times. Man, what a cool fight. Needs to be careful now. A little bit of an overextension here. Wham flying quite a lot of Scholars. Didn't have them involved in the fight. Vortex just trying to bait with the scout by a little bit of time to keep some of the Ghazi off of him, but now problematic because Vortex kind of drained his front line there a little. And the Ghazi flood continues. Wham just not letting up in the numbers. The Camel unease definitely impactful. And remember, if the micro isn't on point, the Camel Riders can actually win the fight. They are substantially better at killing than being killed in a one-on-one. Right? Ghazi are going to get the double damage up to 24. Meanwhile, these bad boy Desert Raiders, 26 damage. And they have melee armor. So very, very big difference there. You need to kind of like get 2-on-1. Very difficult to do when you're talking about 20 cav plus. Spaniard now taking advantage of this to decap everywhere on the map. South side should at least get blocked out. In fact, now seeing this Vortex should just look to leave. We'll get out in time. But that's 2 Sacred Sites taken away. Wham's gold gen has been heavily hit. It looks like Vortex is getting ready for the next stage. We still have units being built, but we're not seeing him commit every piece of resource. He's keeping 1 hand in the cookie jar and 1 on the mouse. Which is very inefficient for gaming, by the way, guys. Meanwhile, I have 1 hand on the mouse, 1 hand on a bottle of protein works, because I can drink that and play at the same time. We smart. Go kill a pigeon. Bloomery as well from Vortex. I mean, pretty smart here. You kind of need to now that it's becoming more and more about cav. The Camelonis is nice, but you're talking about extra DPS differential, right? With the melee tech 1 coming in and now the defense, that would be a +2 in favor of Wham, right? And that he would take 1 less damage, do 1 more damage on a unit that's already doing more damage than the horses. Good read so far by Vortex to not fall behind. In fact, being ahead of Delhi on tech timings, I mean, that's why he went Growth Wing, right? Without Growth Wing, you don't get that advantage because you can't afford it. But if you think about the maths of it, you know, on average, how long is a tech going to take? 1.5 to 2 minutes most of the time for Delhi? Well, if you have 3 extra villages, which you get for the Growth Wing, 3 villages can reliably generate about 120 resources a minute without tech upgrades. Adding Golden Age just as a default, and you're already basically getting close to enough per minute to afford your level 1 blacksmith techs. Desert Raiders again at the back of the formation, though. This is the problem. Like, these guys, every time you take them out with the Horsemen, you're slowing yourself. I almost feel like Vortex would benefit more from leaving these guys at home because they're very expensive. Ghazi just going to pick off another 4. And that's lofty. That's 720 resources down the drain for nothing. Vortex starting to arrive with the archers, but I mean, at this stage, without the camel on ease, you need to run. Another camel on the way, but he's not here yet. And Wham taking advantage of this now with 37 Ghazi. Jumps on in. Choke point is working against him. He just needs to shuffle around. Good read by Vortex to hold here because he would have got pinched otherwise. However, he's still going to get pinched. Camel moving in, but unprotected. It means the Ghazi can immediately just counter him out. Horseman retreat also getting blocked. And Vortex gets caught out in the most messy of fashions here. That attempt to raid may have cost him everything here in this game. Tech up is almost complete. Advancement wing in 15 seconds. But now you have to contest with 30 Ghazi. Oi, oi, oi. And the spears on top of that. Also finding the villages. He's getting everywhere. It's like honey in the cogs. Reaches into every crack and crevice. And GG gets cooled. Wow. able to flood the Ghazi to Chef's Kiss completion. Damn. Crazy game. What do you guys think? Does the long play in Feudal work for Iamids if they play at home? Was the issue here maybe the Vortex overextended a bit when he should have been a bit more chill? Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. And also, predict it. Who's taking game 3? Oof. Age up by Vortex may be a bit greedy. I don't think it was greedy if he's at home. He was essentially trying to posture for aggro while still teching, which is like really, really, really greedy. That's the problem. So, Delhi and IU, and that's going to be a win over there. Oh, wait, sorry, left. So, 1-1, guys. We are getting some distance, baby. Let me pay out. And we'll check how long we've got until in-game for the next one. Reminder, guys, if you have got Prime subs, make sure you drop them. It's absolutely free. And it helps support me in my tournament organizing endeavors. Also, if you want to subscribe, I appreciate that too. If you want to do the free things, though, there's a bunch of free things. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube. Make sure you follow on the Twitter and the Twitch so you know when we're live. Because, guys, we are doing these for about 25 more weeks. Only a few. And reminder that we will be live most Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays to cast the games throughout. All right, I'm going to run a minute of ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them. Wow. Thoughtful pigeon. Just give me 1 sec. Need to cough my guts up again. God, I so hope that this is gone by tomorrow. It's probably not going to be, though. My suffering must continue, Pepe Hands. Yeah, JD Mongol's kind of intriguing with Himiyama, right? I think Mongols can be quite a nuisance here. We'll have to see, though. Well, we never want a stomp in the grand finals now, would we? 1-1 apiece in this best of 7 grand finals. 1-0. Welcome back to the midweek muster. Grand finals of week number 5. Wham versus Vortex. Predictions are up. Thank you very much, mods. And Vortex on his classic OG signature civ, the Mongols. Himiyama the map. A pretty good one for Mongols. But Wham, well, I would not put anything past this lad. The Jean Mongol matchup can be a little bit rough sometimes to Jean because you slip once and you get Keshik'd in the face, arched in the face. However, you guys might recall, you might remember this Wham guy from recent movies such as How About Level 1 Jean is the best form of Jean in that game against LouMT on Transhumans. So this guy is a whole new ball game. The builds, the creativity we've been seeing out of Wham has really impressed me. Wonder if we'll get anything too creative with Jean. My feelings is we're probably going to get a clean play into Feudal Age. Likely we're going to be looking at the range form Jean if there's no Rax Rush. But we can see Vortex already rearing up, ready to go with that. And guys, it is a brutal spawn for this play. Outpost Rush on the goal, berries on the forward of the base. Like, this is everything you want as Vortex. It gives you Yam momentum. It lets you see when the knights are coming out and where they're coming out early. And it lets you block golden berries. Wham is going to be very unhappy with this one. Let's see if we can at least find something else beneficial for him. Well, no. Sheep is not going to be the thing, guys. 8 sheep so far to 16. This is a rough matchup from scouting logic. Just because with the Khan's maneuver speed arrows, he should be capable of moving quicker and ahead of you. Like right now, they've now mirrored, but this is kind of tough because by the time you're reaching towards the top of scouting ground, another maneuver arrow can be being fired off. That's why Wham is also conceding territory, because he's not quite sure if the maneuver's there right now. So if he heads in the exact same direction, that arrow gets popped, all of a sudden you're in Depression Town. Looks like there is still grabs to be had in that northern corner. Maybe like 4 or 5 sheep, but I think the majority is done. And now even worse still for Wham is this. Vortex. He's got the Rax units on the way. He goes to the dock follow-up. And remember, you can follow this up with an outpost afterwards. We actually saw a very similar play from Wham in his semi-finals where he played Mongols on this map. Cancel the money camp, so won't worry about giving the goodies over. A little bit of poke damage, but not enough to get a kill. So dock already up. Is he going to go for the outpost follow-up? No, not worth it. Vortex says, okay, no, this is already too much wood wasted. We need to get into feudal age, which kind of makes sense, right? You're spending 150 wood to then spend another, what, 225 wood? Do you really want to then add in another 100 wood after that? If there was a civ that could justify it, it's Mongols because they start on a tree line, because they move the TC. But the reality check is that by the time you get teched, you'd be up against 2, maybe 3 knights with Jean be level 2. Worst case scenario. So, Vortex. The question I have is, are we going to be seeing the Silver Tree? Oh my god, or the Deerstone. I think you go Deerstone here. My feeling is that Silver Tree days are kind of dead. It's situationally nice. Himiyama can be a good map for it, but Deerstone gives you a lot more momentum to play around here. And you kind of need that. You need to have the ability to kite jump, but also snipe efficiently. And maneuverability gives you that. That's brutal, by the way. 3 sheep to 16. He's actually counting his lucky stripes it wasn't an outpost rush, because that would have pushed you all the way to the back here against Mongols that can build Keshiks. Yeah, tricky situation Wham would have been in. Then again, we know how much he loves his walls. He probably would have found a way of wiggling out of it. But Deerstone down the way. Wham, queue up Horseman. He does know he's not getting outpost rushed, right? This is very brazen, because if Vortex is going Keshiks, your entire comp is already flopping. He's setting up archer ranges very early. He stopped gathering gold entirely. I mean, this is all seen, guys. Like, you can't make these type of plays subtly against Mongols. There is a giant falcon flapping its wings above your head. We're not the only bird in bird's eye view. So Vortex knows this. Stables should be getting prepped. Oof. This offers up a very healthy early game for Vortex. Meanwhile, Wham trying to go for a dock play, but I don't like this. Wait, he knows! Look at that! He just needs to shuffle around. He needs to split this correctly to block it indefinitely. Wham! Oh no, Vortex moves! Big mistake there. The dock is going to go up. Archer ship will not come out quick enough for Vortex. This is about to be a very uncomfortable pond in our grand finals. Legion also here to party. This has to be Keshiks, right? Like, the way has been paved. Vortex instead, a little bit delayed on making a choice right now. I mean, I can't blame him. You're kind of thrown off by this. Who expects this play? Outpost now coming up as well. Wham! Making a claim for the center of the map. Just want to process that we're in the grand finals and we have like an absurd tug of war over the teensy tiniest pond you'll probably see in a grand finals. Outpost now up. Villagers wasting a lot of time torching this down though. So if you're wondering why is Wham so obsessed with this, remember he needs it. He can't go without it. I mean, look at it. He's got 1 sheep, 1 whole sheep, and then berries on the front side. This is his world right now. Vortex is going to just ignore it and move to the next thing though. Keshiks are coming. An outpost being built up on the side. Wolves are being annoying about it though. And I don't think he caught the dock. Did he catch the cleave on the fishing boat side? Okay, so what I'll say about that, because I can't even remember if they actually fixed it fully yet. That's very hard to police because he could have been cleaving. He didn't know it was going to be garrison, right? So I don't think I'm going to call that a bannable remake or whatever. I've talked about these things before. Things like animation cancelling, cleaving when you're about to go to buildings. They're very hard to essentially measure intent. It's not like if, for example, for 30 minutes, a guy's very quickly speed clicking with horse archers. That's very obvious. My recommendation, devs just need to patch these things. Keshik's now arriving. This is a bit early. You don't want to be diving in just yet. Vortex is going to need undermesh now that he's seen the outposts are up. Docker's about to get burnt down, so we have got fishing on the way now for Wham. Walls are also going up, his favorite thing to do. However, this is dangerous. If Vortex now skirts the base, which he's likely to do because this outpost is incontestable, he's going to find that villager. And this is not French, right? So any eco losses are actually very painful for Jean because you don't have a quicker TC. Or Keshik's coming. I mean, I like this from Vortex. Archer plus Keshik's is your dream. And you're getting it here because this is a Jean player playing with 0 knights. A little bit of poke here. Luckily for Wham, Vortex hasn't checked all the way around yet. Okay, and unluckily for Vortex, funnily enough, he might still be able to get a kill on a worker there. A bit of a misclick. Vortex having the Khan there is actually making it harder to kill anything because he keeps opening fire instead of letting the Keshik's gap close. It's a classic issue, right? Like, we've seen this before where sometimes you just kind of wish you didn't bring him. You probably would have killed 2 workers there. And the funniest part is that it was a low HP worker he didn't even finish off. Passes from Vortex making his life a little bit simpler on land at least. And we do have Blacksmiths now coming, so undermesh soon. Keshik counter's looking really healthy for Vortex. Here it has 2 more queued up. This is ramping up very painfully for Wham. I mean, you've gone for melee Jean. The problem with melee Jean here is that Keshik's will just eviscerate her. Khan needs a toggle mode for fire? Okay, here's your toggle mode. Click him somewhere else. To be fair. Oof, Wham. Early warning at least, but that's an outpost and a mill that Vortex can get paid for. Instead, though, he wants blood. There's only 3 spears. A little bit hesitant. You don't want to give any XP over to Jean at this stage. We have a lot of walls from Wham. This is such a Wham move. You're playing what's viewed as one of the most aggressive civs in the game, and you're walling yourself into a corner. Holy crap. I mean, the funny part is, like, Wham has this gold sitting here. He just doesn't want to touch it. Spears of Horsemen, it seems to be the name of the game, but you're so far behind on the timing right now. On top of that, Blacksmith, like, I don't know how Wham is meant to win this. You can't play long feudal without Blacksmith here. He has got the back gold. He just needs to make sure he's actually getting them. And there we go. Mining Camp's coming in. So he is going to be going for that Blacksmith timing. But these walls took a long time, guys. Even just 2 workers doing this took double the time it used to, remember. So, painstaking amount of economy being missed in there. For a guy who's meant to have a lead because he's got fishing boats, you kind of feel like you're behind. Vortex looking to burn through the wall. Outposts are at least coming up. Wow, still with Dark Age Spears. Oh, no. We've been here before, Wham and his upgrades. He queues up a knight instead of getting them out of Dark Age. No. This can't be happening. Well, the burn through was successful on the outpost, so a little bit of payday there for Vortex. He didn't kill the mill, though. He might just come for the dock. It's like, okay, this is a back and forth affair. You deny me food, I deny you. Archership gets queued up, but, like, realistically, you don't care. You've got undermesh, you've got enough torch damage. Even if that Archership comes out, the dock is still going down. Wow, now trying to march out, but good luck with that. I mean, he could just peel archers to kill you right now. Steeled arrow guarantees that. It's a nice split up here. Keshik will just be able to burn the dock down. A little bit of an overreaction by Vortex. I think you just come in. Instead, archers, yeah, they're going to dive in. So Guy's like, wait, what do you mean the pond is tiny? Where do I go? Afterlife, mate. 6 foot under. Actually, maybe 12 at a stretch for that pond. Clears the way. Outpost now also in a bit of a pickle. The horsemen regretting their existence. Wham is making a farm transition. Okay. Well, this is grim, because you may have farms, but Vortex is about to have age free. Wham can't really afford to go age free from this position. He's still behind. Jean doesn't need gold, she has faith. Yeah, but like if you judge like faith by Catholic Church, those guys like the dono pots quite a lot, you know? A little bit of church tax. They have faith, but golden nuggets pay the bills, y'all. Keshik's now riding in. Uh-oh. Wow, Vortex. I mean, he could have went in and massacred there. He's going to wait, though. I mean, why rush, right? You've got Kurultai now on the way. And indeed, Chivalry for just 6 nights. I mean, well, I don't think you can do anything once the Kurultai completes. Veterancy for Keshiks. Veterancy for Archers even more so. In a game where you still don't have a blacksmith tech, finally we've got it coming in. We're going to have to pay for all those. Very expensive now when you're this far behind, right? 175 resources a piece? That's 700 resources total. You are Vortex just dumping more Keshiks onto the battlefield. Another double production. Don't understand the appeal of Jean versus French. Jean gives you an interesting tempered time. I think Jean is useful. It depends on the matchup, though. Also, especially since they made the change now where your unique units can come out of their respective buildings, there's actually a bit more versatility there that I actually think to this day is still underexplored with Jean. We'll see that change, though, in the coming months. So JD is good versus Mongols when you float loads of knights, and as long as you keep momentum. Like, if you screw up at any stage, though, it's kind of similar to the French matchup of like, oh, they have more heavy cav, Jean dies. But yes, Keshiks are meant to be worse than French knights, so Jean should win. But Wham, because he was out of food, didn't feel like he could go knights, right? Like, this game was decided by food. Which is, I mean, more specifically decided by cheap, which is a very Wham-esque thing. Flash coming in, but veterancy for Keshiks is already in. This is curtains closed. Vortex is going to be taking the lead. GG gets called. I'm trying to think, is there a player other than Wham that has more issues with sheep pulls? It's almost just echoed in my brain at this point, but he's either so frequently, used to be the guy getting the majority of sheep. So I remember the early days when we have things like French pass in map rotations, but these days, feels like very often when I see him on Jean or French, he seems to just be lucking out. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'll catch you all in the next one. Oof. Beastie? No, Beastie on average gets more sheep. Games I've casted them both, Beastie on average gets more sheep in tournaments than Wham. Alright. So. Win for Vortex. Put another point on the board. So Himiyama. And that was the Jean versus Mongols pick. Next up, we've got French versus English. Last time, very dominant for English, right? With the Vortex DeMu series. But this time, guys, we're going to be going on to Scarguard. I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them in games. So bear with me one sec. And I'll do that right now. And I'll get predictions up. So here we go. Predickies. Boom. Is it best of 5? Best of 7. So, 2 games, and then we have a redraft, is the way our system works. Yo, what is up, Drumsticks? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Keep those Prime subs going. Let's see if we can get a sub train for the live grand finals. Lets me know you guys really, really enjoy double semis into grand finals. I mean, I bloody well hope you should. That's entertainment galore. We're at 6 hours live. Might be cracking 8 hours before this is all over. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, this map, I think this is actually really good for French, by the way, guys. Skarsgård is all about the pro scouts, like there's limited food. I mean, you can go early farms. Do you really want to go early farms, though? No. The answer's no. 1 sec. Gonna cough my guts out again. To answer that question, Skarsgård is like Coastal Cliffs from a, hey, it looks like it if you just like color the water and color the terrain, but plays very differently to Coastal Cliffs. Very, very differently to Coastal Cliffs. All right, sorry, just realized I got loads of things to catch up on after stream. Oops. Oh, wait, did we not update the score? No, let me do that now. Sorry, guys. And then we need to flip it. Please let him build trade boats. Please let him build trade boats. Please let him build trade boats. One and all. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Week number 5, Grand Finals, game number 4. After this one, we have a redraft, but for now, we have the potential for Wham to do what he loves best. It's Skarsgård time. It's French. Are the Canadians going to do it again? Are they going to go trade? Because we know how much they love it. Well, that is what we are here to find out, folks. Interesting matchup, actually, because on the other side, Vortex has done something a little bit different on Skarsgård. A map that's usually dominated by Chinese picks, Rus picks, French picks, GG picks, even Malians. Civs that can do pro scouts. And Vortex has done a Civ that will not. English. Last time I saw English tried, I think it was a core game, and that ended quite horrifically for him. Fairness, Vortex, definitely a different caliber of player, I think Core won't mind me saying, right? We find him here in the Grand Finals for a reason. So curious to see how he wants to try and approach this matchup. Skarsgård, for those that don't know, is a map where you start with only 5 sheep underneath your TC, so 1,000 food, and then 4 deer underneath your TC, which equates to an extra 1,400. So you have 2,400 safe food, and then usually you'll see people trying to shove extra underneath the TC. Wondering if we're getting the same from Vortex? Yes. Because remember, there is only 5 sheep for each TC next to them. So there is no reason to scout the map if you're not going for an aggro play. You're better off coming and shoving extra food in like this. Smart choice, but Vortex is going to scout soon. He's gone for the council hall build. Yeah, and we know he likes to do this. We watched in the semi-final series against DeMu as Vortex actually chose to go for the council hall there as well. Pretty solid choice. Gives you that little bit of scaling. If you're on 1TC on 1TC, you can contest, and guarantees you don't get punished for being a bit too greedy against a French all-in by going to DC. How do you guys gamble in the end, by the way? I'm kind of curious. 77% for Wham. That's a lot of French believers. We'll have to see. I mean, he's definitely been an entertaining fellow, as is his brother, to watch this map. If you guys remember, we actually had the first water trade game with Skarsgård. It was Puppypaw versus Wham, where Puppypaw went French, and Wham was playing Malians, completely clueless to what was happening. I think there's going to be a lot more active vision grabbing in this particular one. Pro Scouts looking likely with the current format, right? Wham has got 4 on the gold. That's more than enough to get the first night and get Pro Scouts about the same time. School Cavalry being built up by 4. He doesn't need to be as quick if he didn't want to compared to Vortex, because Vortex isn't going to be able to rush out as fast with just the longbows. He'll have to wait for the first 3, and then additionally add in spears before moving out. Yeah, this is identical to what we saw Vortex do on High View. So change the map, but can't change the player. It's interesting as well, actually, because Vortex in the early years of AoE4, you know, may have became well-known, renowned for his Mongols. He was also one of the first players to switch onto the Roost bandwagon when they started to become meta for the first time reliably after the Horse Archer nerf. But I always envisioned him in those early years as an English main. He was fantastic at doing these Feudal Age Council Hall all-in builds at a time when most players were moving off of them. And in a classic matchup like English versus French, we'll have to see how well he can execute. First Knight's queued. Pro Scouts has not been, though. Wham instead goes survival techniques, realizing he needs to play one TC all in. Ooh, this is what Vortex does to you, man. Like, you get on a map like Scarguard, you have a clear idea in mind, and that idea is Pro Scouts. It is the meta, it is the expectation. But by going for this Council Hall build, it changes the dynamics entirely of the opening game. Ryan's asking, central trade posts seem kind of pointless. When would they ever get used? Water trade isn't too bad, actually. We've seen multiple players utilize that. Land trade a little bit more tricky, but honestly, what's wrong with trade being designed this way? Trade is such a powerful tool and an infinite tool. Why should trade ever be free? Trade should be a difficult thing to get into, not an easy thing. And I wholly believe that for the majority of maps. You know, you can have some where it's more feasible, but it should never be a case of let me build this behind my base and good luck touching it. Longbow spear's on the way. It looks like he actually has discovered the wall. It's a little bit of an annoying start here. Vortex, it's quite crafty by Wham to build that just teensy tiny wall there, right? To slow down his timing. Buys time for Wham to now start flooding archers. You want to use the knights to intercept the reinforcements, though. And Vortex, aware, is looking to keep an eye on that. Tricky part here for Vortex is you're going to have way too many things to watch. You can't keep eyeballs on everything, right? You want to check on what your opponent's doing next. You want to guard your army, because without them, they're blind, right? But especially near a stealth forest. And you also want to protect reinforcements. Something is going to slip there as the game scales. Especially when you consider the distance between your bases. Unless you're Mongols. No, Mongol players need to stop building Silvertree. Deerstone is the way. I much prefer Deerstone into eventual normal trade. Just gives you options, right? So Vortex is on chill mode right now. Wow, love this. Very efficient. Going into Horseman, actually a smart choice in this situation. Makes you much more cost efficient. Really worrisome if you run into spears. But you see your opponent's leveraging longbows pretty hard, and it's very difficult to overwhelm with archers. So you have two choices here if you're Wham. You either go for Horseman, or you go for Blacksmiths. But actually going Horseman leads to Blacksmiths more efficiently, right? Because you're spending half the resources per unit, and it's not gold. So you can actually reliably think about getting into Blacksmith decks. Instead of doing that, he goes for a different form of tech. Pro Scouts now coming through for Wham. Yeah, but this felt a bit greedy. Vortex obviously has a timing in mind. He has to with Council Hall, so he's going to look to press again. And now, in the middle of that press point, you've decided to dispatch about 220, 230 extra resources you could have had into military, into greed. Instead of just playing, like, what, 1 or 2 mills on the back where longbows will never reach. Which, funnily enough, he's doing the mills anyway. Fairness, it does add up quickly. Like 25 wood for a 7 stack, pretty reasonable. 25 wood for a 3 stack adds up fast, even for a civ that pays half price on their mills. Vortex still struggling with that entry, though. At some point, you have to look at this and just go, castle it is, right? I don't think we're there yet. He wants an initial engagement that gives him an opening. That might be a little bit of a chink in the armor, but that's not enough to justify rushing castle now. Yeah, Wham's layering is just pretty on point. He's not giving any easy entry. This is always a difficulty for English, especially when you get these type of tree lines on the forward. If you're against a civ that needs a lot of wood, you can exploit that, right? But French is a rare exception because they have knights. Knights kind of leaves you a little bit more paranoid. Otherwise, you'd be diving in here trying to block the wood, because that's usually seen as an edge for English. The issue is, this is a tale as old as time itself. This one wall does everything for Wham. I have lost count of the amount of English Council Hall players whose strategy has been ruined by a wall like this. Now Wham, and the retreat gets that poke, right? Like Vortex, he misread the numbers. He can't fight this. He's outnumbered. And now, with the longbows in formation, you slowly retreat. Good read by Wham. Undermesh now also on the way. Stilled arrow to follow it up. And Vortex, meanwhile, has yet to crap or get off the pot. Is it Castle Age or is it play? It looks like it's going to be Castle Age from Vortex. Has so much PTSD from DeMu and Vortex. The funny thing is in that series, in that game, you had the English manned by the aggressive player. And you had the French manned by the defensive player. Well, actually, technically, you have that again. So, you might want to start breathing heavily into the paper bag. There's a potential for a similar situation. Wham is definitely the more defensive player of these two. Maybe that's unfair to him because it doesn't matter which player matches up against Vortex. There's not many that are going to go more monkey brain, aggro, in your face, throwing feces across the lot than he might, right? Like maybe kill Jardy, possibly Dragavan with his proxy-based builds. Wow. I feel like he needs to be playing with a little bit of urgency here. Like, this is where you kind of have to check yourself and be like, why have I not been attacked recently? It's also really annoying because you go, why have I not been attacked? But then you have to follow up the question, can I attack English? Because it's one thing if you know they're teching up, but even when you do know that detail, you know you're diving into an aura. An aura that gives them a way of fighting back. So what you're seeing is Wham is trying to time it right for Stilled Arrow. Stilled Arrow plus Undermesh means he doesn't care about the attack speed buffer because a 20% increase on 6 damage is 1.2 damage, right? You have an extra 1 damage to bring you on par, and then extra on top of that. So it's only a 0.2 damage advantage for a guy who's using 1,800 resources for tech instead of army. Hesitance from Wham, though. I mean, they're not even in the aura range, but he backs away. Did get a little bit of chip damage, right? 2 villages is no small feat here. Vortex is going to replace those villages. Wait, really? If Wham had only seen this, he'd probably still be diving. This is kind of wild, actually, because the interesting thing about this choice by Wham is if this wasn't a Pro Scouts map, he would have seen this. This is something I've highlighted that Scarguard's been exposing with players, is their greed. They want to Pro Scouts it up. You've got 4 Scouts. 3 Scouts is enough to float food at home safely. Have the 4th one with the army so you can see what's happening. Instead, he has to punt it blind, and it does work out here. Sees the spears, sees the lombos, needs to dive in. Wham, frontlining with them here. Knights need to get in fast. This TC is going to be going up. Archer's now diving through. Knights are going to rotate around. A smart move there. Wham pulls the spearman completely out of position. Gets the charge in, but it's too late. Vortex now an age ahead, but he's down by almost 10 villages. Wham, do you just do it? Because I'm looking across, and I'm thinking, Siege Engineering looks pretty sexy right now. It's a bit risky. Your opponent now can get heavily armored units, so you'd have to feel confident. I don't think Wham is at the stage where he does feel that confidence, right? If you had, say, 12 to 14 Knights here, you'd probably just go for 2 Rams and make the play. He doesn't have enough yet. Bro, what are you doing? Kind sir. Okay. Whoa, boy. Get out of here. Veterancy from Vortex. More worried about the archers than the knights. Wham is just going to mirror the tech. I mean, it's a smart read from this position. He's built such a lead. He can. I wonder if you go 2TC. That way you can kind of just scale in a kind of comparative fashion. Then again, you would weaken your timing. Whereas if you go Royal Institute here, scale knights, blob archers, go. You got to be feeling quite confident. It is a bit dangerous against English because of that aura. And the way they SimCity defend, right? So Guildhall or Royal Institute. Guildhall feels really greedy. Puts you in Imperial against English, which no one really likes right now. But he needs it. There you go. Guildhall coming in. So now the idea is Wham is going to apply pressure. He's going to keep Vortex pressed down. And then 10 minutes from now, he's going to be ready for Imperial. Casually. And that's huge! Vortex! What a slip up there! 35 to 51 economy. Wham! Just took full control of the game. So many villages, even the ones building the blacksmith as well. This is hard now for Vortex. I mean, your farm count is what? Double cluster. You've got no deer to try and lean on to make a better economy with. That's too dangerous. Your opponent's about to age up. He's got plenty of archers already. He could just vet spam them. And on top of that, he's got second TC coming. What a play. Wham. Now mirrored the age up. Substantial villager lead. Your opponent's going armor-clads, and you have knights. And he actually might be going for the keep. A little bit ambitious here, especially with Stone on the front line. He's going to have to shuffle away now. Knights in the meantime get in again. Vortex, he wasn't expecting this. He isn't even reacting accordingly. He pulled one group back, but not the second. That's it. That's game. That's way too much damage. A 20 villager lead. The veterancy just came in. The Knights are going to kill even quicker now. He keeps trying to dive. Veterancy for the Archers is at least a way off. So Vortex's only way of being in this game still is if he can massacre the French economy. Archers still got some time for that veterancy to come through. So Wham is going to lose a few villagers for his troubles. Knights are already on the way home, though. Vortex doesn't wave the white flag yet, but once this army gets mopped up, you have to question what he's got left. He's doing a good job of at least reducing the archer count. It is quite low here. The Knights just got home. Crossbow count not looking good. You see what Wham's doing. He's diving, looking for the crossbow kills. He essentially ignores the men-at-arms and lets the Knights mop it up. Redraft after this game, folks, and I have a feeling that this one is going to go all the way. Last time they met in the semi-finals, it actually done exactly that. 5 games between these two. And we're already guaranteed at least that this time around. Crossbow's now dead. Wham. Hasn't committed to a second TC. Still could. Guildhall is adding up over time, though. It's small for now, but remember, this number inflates quite aggressively. Wow, so many more Knights on the way, right? Vortex doesn't have that critical mass of crossbows yet. Archers are going to dive in. I mean, you just want the crossbow kill. If the crossbow kill happens, yeah, that's it. He knows it. He called it the bluff to try and show aggro when he knew he was weak. Wham. Cuts him off at the legs here and guarantees a deep, deep series. What do you think, guys? Does English work on Scarguard? So far, the results suggest an astounding no. But then again, Wham was breathtaking with this performance. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oof. Not sure if that one gets uploaded. I think the last one definitely needs to be uploaded. That one was a bit cut and dry. Very epic raid, but I don't know if it makes a good YouTube video. I think Game 3 does, though. Game 3 was kind of wild. What do I call that one? An epic war of a tiny pond? Was it really? Kind of. Yeah, okay, there we go. I'll figure out the other ones later. So let's pay out. And then we'll go, so that's going to be points for Wham. And now, guys, they're going to do a redraft. Imagine that's just completed, actually. And it's going to be English Shuji next. So let's get our draft ready. Remember, draft is now smaller. We will go ahead and put... let me swap them around so they're the right way. So that was... French versus English. All right, there we go. So, redraft o'clock. We have got Kalauga, Lipany, and Highview left over, and Wham snatches the English. That is so good. HRE sneaking through is a really big surprise, but I don't know if you have to be full panic attacked about this. HRE has some flexi in where you can put them. Wham is probably going to be going Kalauga, Iabids, and then you're going to be looking at Malians for probably Lipany. Highview's looked way too good for English. And I imagine Vortex is probably thinking either French or Juji for Highview. Probably better to go HRE there. And then Lipany, you can play French or Juji. Actually, no, French or Rus, sorry. And Juji would make a lot of sense for Kalauga. Alright, let's have a look and see what we're getting for game 1 of our redraft. Alright, so game number 5 of the series. We're going to Lipany. And it's actually going to be English versus Juji. That's very surprising, actually. We mentioned the Juji. I didn't expect Wham to throw out English, but I think he's trying to just throw a curveball in the draft here. As this first game is a really big edge, guys. Like, we're essentially at the best of 3 bracket format, right? With 4 picks, 3 games. Getting a 1-game lead is phenomenally powerful. It allows you to essentially twist your opponent in game 6 and do something unorthodox, right? To screw up their draft. So if you see that they only have, like, a certain viability to a pick in an order. Let's say, for example, Vortex, he has HRE, French, and Rus. You think about those picks on Kalauga, right? You can go to Highview intentionally, and then you could leave yourself with like 2 very good picks on Kalauga, such as Japanese and Ibids, at which stage maybe he throws out his only good pick on Highview, such as HRE. Have you considered changing the visual style of your thumbnails on YouTube? They look kind of amateurish, and you've got really cool branding in general. Maybe something more consistent with that could boost numbers. I think Drong and Ho's thumbnails are consistent with branding. So I think there's some consistency with the branding in that you've got trims or whatever, as well as the coloring. It definitely needs some work, and that's why I'm working to bring someone in, and they're getting trained up now to start getting involved. So yeah, we are working on that. It's a work in progress. It's not going to be there immediately, but we should get there. But I'm very hopeful about 2025. In fact, I think I've been messaged in the background by the person now, so I'll check on that in a little bit. D-Rush or just normal feudal works? What is Juji? Juji gets English. It's kind of tricky, right? I think English can do like Council Hall, but you're probably going to do like Abbey of Kings. Yeah, I think you just do Abbey into 2TC quite comfortably. And then it's like on Vortex to do the Juganu Rush. I think Wham's going to be paranoid about that, though. It's tricky. You almost want to like delay your idea to go 2TC to see if Juji are going fast castle or all-in feudal. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate all the support, folks. By the way, we're working on up and our marketing. If you want to help us with that, share this stream around. Dude, we're literally like doing these weekly, with the exception across the holiday, we'll have like the Christmas week off, but we're doing them weekly, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays. Let people know about it. We've been growing in popularity, and I hope that continues. But there's so many people, I think, that just don't know AoE4 even has an esports scene in the first place. There's so many casual players that I think would love to be involved with it. I've been mind blown by like what right now we've got, I think, 100 people watching roughly on YouTube. Hello, YouTubers. We've got like 500 people right now watching on Twitch, which is incredible. My dream is to just keep scaling this, get into the 4 digits, start to make a living for my family, and then grow the tournaments from there, right? Midweek muster is where it begins, not necessarily where it ends. Does Vortex ever do fast castle with Juji? He was actually one of the first players to ever do fast castle with Juji. He, in very early days, he was experimenting with like the monk spam and realized how busted they were. All right, so let's get predictions up. It's almost time. And let's switch over. How's Ozzy Drongo get so many views? Oh, he's a phenomenal content creator. He's done a great job building his brand and his YouTube side. And like, you know, he can't take it away from him. Drongo done a phenomenal job of taking advantage of the state of the release, right? He had content prepped weeks in advance after the beta closed. He pumped daily. He grew an incredible amount of audience at a point where a lot of people look at the game. I think now is kind of like tougher to start from scratch, but I don't like to use that as an excuse. Like, big praise has to go out to Mr. Merlin, who grew his channel, like, to blow well beyond mine in, like, less than a quarter of the time, right, before he bailed, because we're alive. So, you know, it is possible to grow, but you have to get it right. What's my favorite video game to cast? I think, I don't know, like, the different games have different magic to them, right? So, like, Apex Legends has some phenomenal moments I've been able to be involved in. Dota 2 has had some epic moments will be with me until the end of time. AoE 4 has even had its own epic moments. Like, I don't know which one I'd say is my favorite. I think they've all had moments that would rate as some of my favorites. Like, you know, even, like, Age of Myth, Age of Empires 1, right? Like, the finals I got to do in El Renado, I feel like Myth and 1 there had some memorable moments in my casting career that'll stick with me. 4's finals didn't really have the same epic moment, but Legacy did in the previous one. I still remember that Marine Lord Magic series, and that was breathtaking. But yeah. Ask Drongo stream to have him play you best of 7. I mean, Drongo would win that. I don't really play the RTSs. Maybe when I got this new PC, I'll start playing. I've said before, I think I'm pretty confident I can easily get into Conk rank if I just grind a bit. In fact, when we done some play streams at the launch of Sultan's Ascent, I think we didn't drop a single game quick match queuing, and we were queuing into like high diamond players. So yeah, we'll see. In my current state though, like he plays a lot more than me. He'd win. All right, should we get to it, folks? It's time. 4 games complete, and we are drawn in this best of 7. One and all, welcome back. Whoopsie, that's wrong. Let's try it again. All right, we're back. Redraft complete in the grand finals, best of 7. Midweek muster number 5, Vortex versus Wham, and we're into the 5th game. Check this. Juji versus English. Not really what I was expecting on Wham's side. I thought he'd save the English elsewhere. Fun to see this on Lipany, though. Last time we saw this today, it was wild. That was Juji versus Chinese. English a little bit different, but I wouldn't completely rate it that way, guys. Like, I've seen the way that Wham has played English, and oh my god. This guy plays into the late game with English more than I think any other player in the current meta, I want to say, when it comes to pro level. So curious to see what he wants to do in this particular game. Ooh, it's going to be the council halls, so we're going to get some aggression. So for those that didn't catch it in game number 4, the shoe was on the other foot. Vortex tried to aggro Wham while Vortex played English. This is much better in this matchup than it was in that one, because that was English versus French. Wham has an opening here, and Vortex is going to have to react in kind. Medigarden options. Oh. Sorry, I drooled a little bit over the keyboard. 50 gold. 25 stone, 36 food, and about 3 wood. Very good. Is it very good against Council Hall, though? That's my worry. I am a little bit worried that this Meditation Garden is a bit overly ambitious. We'll see, though. Vortex could actually open with Horsemen, with Dali Horses, eventually, which is a really cool play. So I think the dynamic that's changed is when this Civ first release, usually was hard countered by English Council Hall guys. You might remember from the early days. It got to the point in some early tournaments where if English usually came in, it was a 10-minute GG on maps such as Rocky Canyon, which as we know nowadays, takes about an hour to resolve. I think it's different now though. Juji, still a bit of a bind, but ways out. One of the ways they can play out is that they gradually get into Zhuganu with Horsemen. The value prop there is meant to be that your blacksmith text can be just as substantial as English. Why? Because you can go into Zhug and you can get horsemen with Dali horses with the attack speed buffer. However, look at all those people wearing their dumb little skull caps, gathering their dumb little stone for their dumb little... Okay, I'm going to stop being mean about it. It's another 2TC English game. And he has a pretty good position over here, right? Deer plus the berries feels quite desirable. I don't think there's any alternative unless he wants to hunker down the gold. I think you have to kind of hunker down the gold here, though, right? Like, if Vortex now sees this, which he did just scout by, I think he glimpsed it, he's going to go for an all-in funeral timing or a fast castle. If he goes fast castle, he can still attack you afterwards. And if your TC's over here, the white tower can't protect everything. So yeah, Wham, just going for the one longbow. He's trying to bait a reaction. However, your stone got scouted. There shouldn't be a reaction here. Vortex is being a little bit greedy with this outpost. I think you actually need to push it beyond the gold because you've got hand cannon slits coming for free in time. So now, because of this placement, a longbow can stand here and still snipe villages. So this is still going to be annoying for him. Good news is he's pretty much gathered the gold he needs. Remember, Zhuji, Tang Dynasty makes their tech up 15% cheaper. Doesn't sound like a lot until you look at the costs, right? You're saving a pretty healthy 270 resources. And Wham, is he going to see it? This is where you're like, oh, come on. How good is it that he put it this far out, right? It's like, he can't have got that much, right? For a fast castle build, this is almost exactly everything you want. You would have preferred the 8 stack of berries to have spawned here, but double gold, man, it's going to make it glorious. Longbow does now arrive. He hasn't queued up the hand cannons. There we go. Makes sense. He's already got enough gold for the tech up. He's just waiting on food now. And food should be looking good. How many sheep did we get? Ooh, another one of these games from Vortex. 13 sheep to just 6. Yeah, this is exactly what Wham wanted to avoid. And wow, looking to avoid all threats. Talk about brazen. That got scoured. I didn't catch it, but considering Vortex's scout location, I think he saw that play. Oh my god, this is so greedy now. Wham, 8 villagers out, perfect garrison slot, right? But 20 seconds in, you've already got villagers that can die here. And considering that this is a fast castle, you know what's coming, guys. It's going to be Lancers. Vortex may be about to take the lead in a very big way here in game number 5. Shaolin Monastery now being rushed up. He's got the food to drop off for that first monk, so should be very efficient on the rush towards relics here. And the walls are coming in, so correct choice by Wham. However, if he prioritizes the Lancer, which he has, he can get that Lancer in before these walls go up. You need more than this. And I think he knows it. He needs a 3rd villager working on this. Otherwise, there's going to be a gap in the center. It's going to be like one of those people that go and get thumped in the face and their teeth go splitting left and right like it's Moses trying to part the rivers. What's up, Nod? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Oi, oi, oi. Scout, we'll look to block this for a while as well. Even more annoying. Kind of wish you had a shiv because you kill quicker than with a short bow. Spearman is on the way though, so Wham, we'll be able to shove him out of here. Shalamok has also been queued up. Dude, this guy is so obsessed with Wallen. Oh, man. You know, I got to give it to him. I'm actually impressed Wham is still doing this well after the Season 9 changes. If you think of on a list of players that were impacted by wall nerfs, when you consider the way that Wham plays, he should have been one of the most impacted players. But he still finds a way to worm his way into this full wall surround. But what I love is where some players haven't adjusted and they're too greedy, they'll try to wall the entire map. You do see Wham making concessions, right? Like, this is a very tight against the edge wall in. He's walling here instead of going all the way to the back. Yeah, he's trying to be diplomatic about how he walls. Vortex spamming more Lancers is going to get the bad news soon. Shalamonks are at least returned the goodies, and he has got 2 out, so should be quite efficient on the pickup. Should allow him to actually not fall behind when it comes to true economical value. Spears and longbows are arriving, but remember, they won't beat a Shalamonk. They'll get the crap beat out of them. Wall Abuser tier list, Wham and Divine at the top. Voldemar will be up there too. Can we get Calp back to AoE 4? I mean, Divine's gone as well. And 2 villager picks? Wait, where did we get the raid? Oh my god, he got it on the east side. Bit of a whoopsie there, and the villagers, what? Well, Spearman's on the way, but questions will be asked here. Luckily, that worked out. The Spearman tanked the shot. It was only 1 extra villager going down, but that could have been so much worse for Wham. Vortex able to wiggle his way in on that backside just in time. Good start for him, though. It minimizes the impact of the TC while he's scaling his own. We've got, what, 2 more relics on the way home already? Yeah. He's getting a 5 relic game. Behind this, also going 2 TC. So, like, I mean, right now, Vortex is about as happy as can be. Yeah, no, guys, Diakusi doesn't wall. Diakusi builds TCs. It's like a type of wall, but it's different. Wow. So Vortex does need a switch now. Lance is only going to get you so far, right? I don't think you want to keep doing this. I love the idea of Zhuge behind this. Instead, it's going to be Jiangnan, so he's just going to play the full macro game. All right. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. We're going to be in for a while. It's not often you get to say this, but Vortex is looking to play a macro game. I mean, I don't know if that says everything it needs to about how hard it is to kill the English at this stage, right? A player who normally look for the killing blow is choosing to just go greed. Meanwhile, Wham, I think he just wants to build enough to survive, get the farms in, and then age. Low coming in. Looks like we have got some interception play. A lot of spinners being built. Vortex is going to have to duck and run. Cool thing here is only the spears can reach you. The lombos are too slow. 1.19 movement speed, so you move faster. Yeah, I think Vortex needs to consider a Rax. Problem is, he just chose a TC, right? And wait, is he? Really? Zhuji players, turns out, are not that much different from Chinese mains. Which explains why Krakeny mains the Civ now. We've got free TC from Vortex. Free TC, 5 relics. And Wham is just building spears. I mean, genuinely, if Vortex just builds DeMu, Wham's stuck. If you just get 1 archery range slowly producing this, you get into the bolt magazines. Remember, that gives you an extra free damage against spears in this situation, right? Like, at that stage, Wham can't even come out of his base. Mamma mia, there it is. Third TC coming in, a little bit closer to home. This one was wide. Okay, so if we did have a Chinese/UG main in chat right now, they'd be vomiting because this is very unorthodox. Usually you want the taxmen to supervise for the extra food. Vortex doesn't care for that. He just wants the efficiency of TCs. And look, he just does it right underneath Wham's nose. You can't stop the Zhuji build speed. Town center's going to go up. Can even garrison the villages in time. Doesn't have to lose a soul. I think one actually did go down there, but now Wham is going to have to retreat. So Wham, you want to play a TC game against Zhuji? No? Okay. You don't really want to get into it that way. He needs to get an age up going. He can go for free TC with that play, but the danger now is if Vortex does just turn this into an all-in castle, and you don't go white tower, but let's talk about the bigger conundrum here. Where would you build a white tower to protect you? Would you place it here, 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 or here? Because something is going to get left out of the range. And yes, Zhuge are better in this situation. Because Lombos have higher penetration damage, so you can take a little bit more damage. And this is a direct counter to spears. Because remember, the Zhuge have a unique tech, this thing here, called bolt magazines. It gives you extra range, and it gives you extra damage per shot. So you actually, this is like, the way to think about this is you're paying about a blacksmith cost for an extra +1 range damage against spears and other lightly armored melees, right? Which means, with these Zhuge coming out, before they've even been vetted up, they would currently do 12 damage. They're going to go up to 15. Then you get another 2 levels. All of a sudden, you're doing 21 damage to spears. But remember, it's going to get veterancy. So let's put the math even higher here. Veterancy gives another +1, right? You're hitting for 24 damage. Ta-da! Love this as well. Dali Horse is coming. He's using all the new techs, right? Bolt magazines, Dali Horse is the most recent additions, and he's about to show how impactful they can be. What's up, TKLE? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, if you got Primes, drop them. If you got Leia, remember to drop them here. Support your local esports scene. Sounds like a recruitment campaign. Ta-da! Look at that. He's already hitting for 18 damage into spears. About to make it the 21 we talked about. Yeah, your spears are about to look like a thin piece of A4 going through a paper shredder. And like, they're just going to win this trade, right? Even if you A-click, I think he could kind of just stand his ground and still not care. They should be dying so fast. However, more longbows have arrived, so Lancers are going to go in. It's still 8 Juke, though. Like, he just evaporated. Oh, no. Exactly what you don't want to see here. Wham, yet to start the tech up, is now underway, and it's going to have to be a white tower right on the front of his base. However, there is a rotation opportunity to the east, and also there's still the west to consider, which I'm pretty sure Vortex did see earlier. Juke, wait, the villagers. Wait. Whoa, Wham. That is going to be costly, guys. He's burning through the wall too quickly. Wham will be able to build this, but it's going to come at a cost. Cost leverage in blood. Lancers dive in. Wham. Has to brace, has to make a stand here. The Zhug are diving for those villager kills without textiles. Wham has lost the eco lead. It's even worse than that. Several more going down. The garrison does come through, but you're so content with this fight if you're Vortex. That's now almost a 10 villager lead in a game where you have 3 TC and your opponent's only on 2. And now just reset. You could consider adding 3 rams and going here, folks. Really, I am not exaggerating. Knights are on the way, but here's the cool thing about Dali horses. Dali horses lets you contest knights even when they have the attack speed aura. It's a 20% buffer via network of castles, right? He now has that built in with Dali horses. Man, what a cool play. Vortex, I don't know why he just queued up a monk. I assume that was maybe a misclick. I mean, he's got shallow monks for the cap. He's going for sacred sites. Ambitiously long wall also coming in. I think you either pull a villager and build a siege workshop here, or just build rams. Does Wham know about 3 TC? I think he only saw the 2. He didn't scout the west side, right? He dove this one, but I don't think he ever saw the 3rd. Now a breach from the east. Wham, still plenty of food he'd like. I mean, farm clusters are at least building up, so it's not going to absolutely kill him. 27 farms so far. But it's taking options away. What a strategy. Vortex. A wacky choice to go macro into immediate aggro. Not really how you expect to see this played. I love the way that he just brought it back round to his advantage of his playstyle, even though he took greed. Pretty sure English don't get attack speed buffer? Okay, yeah, that's bugged then. Knights should be getting it. I thought they fixed that. Okay, so they're definitely going to get cracked on here. That's why he wants the fight so badly. He needs to be careful of the white tower. He's going to shuffle by. He's going to get access to the farms. Oh, God, wow. Wait, we need gold, right? He needs to sell for the gold right now. More knights being queued up, but these lancers itching for the fight. Has to be careful of that white tower. 3 sacred sites now locked in, though. Zhuga still doing a decent amount of damage here, right? It's 5 raised armor versus 7, so they're hitting for 6 each as well. It does all add up. Remember, this is not an Abbey of King's build either. You have no heal, but you're about to be brought to heal. He just got shredded. I think this is over. Most players playing Juji in this position, 40-minute game. Nah, Vortex wants it done in 20. Wham has simply lost too much. He doesn't get to play that macro game that has proven to be a scourge in midweek muster. Vortex brings him under heel with his relentless aggression. Damn, what a cool strategy. What do you guys think of Vortex's execution? Would you have done the same thing, or would you have taken the greed and ran a mile with it? Let me know down in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Pretty damn good. That was really clean by Vortex. I think the lad is back. I think he's fed like that type of play. Like, that was very clean. I was impressed by that. So, yo, what is up, Lucas? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the gifted sub. Who got it? Who got it? Vortex interview KP. We haven't really been doing win interviews, and we're not done yet. So, calm your pony, mate. We've still got potentially 2 games to go. So, English versus Juji. A win for the Spaniard. Now on the verge of doing it. Another week where Wham could be pipped at the post. Yo! Sub to 51 Gotti. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Get those subs in. Come on, let's get a sub train going. I can feel it. Vroom, vroom. Channel your subs to tell me you want more games because we are going into Pigeon's view. Rus versus Malians. Rus have looked pretty good here against Malians, actually. Ironically, last time I think I saw this matchup, it was Wham on the Rus, and he cruise moded it. So, we might not even get that 7th game. 4 minutes out. What I'll do now, guys, is I'll run a minute and a half of ads, which also, or do we do the 3 minutes? Do you guys really want 3 minutes of ads? That sounds like a lot. I mean, we've got 4 minutes until we're live. But what would, either way, that should give you guys enough time to enter your credit card details and subscribe to the channel. I'm going to do the 3 minutes of ads now. And what is up, Ifan? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, you legend. Look at that, thank you. I'm going to do the 3 minutes ads now because we've got 3.5 minutes until we're in-game. So you guys don't have to worry about that. Boom. All right, there we go. 3 minutes always sounds like a lot, but yeah, it makes sense. We literally have 3 minutes, like you guys can see here. Did we pay out the predictions? I don't think we did, so let's do that now. And then I'll start new predictions after we're down to like a minute and a half, okay? Malian Pro Scouts against Rus can be very effective. Depends on the timing, because they can go 2TC, right? I've seen 2TC to counter that play. Nice, there you go. Someone someone use Always Cursing's details and get a subscription to this channel. I think that's how that works. And hello, YouTubers. How you doing on that side? Excuse me, my throat a bit. My throat a bit scuffed still. Oh, by the way, guys, after the series, we'll be talking about what's happening next week because we have some very interesting developments for KPMM6. And reminder, we are working out what we're going to do towards the end of the month. So currently, there will be next week's and then KPMM 7 as well. KPMM 8 will be delayed. We've figured out whether it's 1 week or 2. It's looking like it's probably going to be 2 weeks because obviously there's Christmas. But what I'll look to do is I will probably be taking from, say, the 20th. So I might try to do some show matches on Monday, Tuesday, the week of Christmas, but we'll see. Most likely what will be happening is I'll be taking a break from Friday the 20th to 27th, and then on the weekend of 28th and 29th, I'm going to try to organize some sort of tournament series, see how many players are up for it. We'll put a little prize pool together. We'll try and make some fun. Maybe we'll try and Christmas it. And then the next midweek muster would begin on the Friday of the week after, so 3rd, because my thought is New Year's Eve and New Year's Day is Tuesday and Wednesday. I think it would be very difficult to get the players to do the open scheduling when they really want to go out and get drunk and everything, right? So that's what you pay subs for, right? The people who had ads didn't get those insights. Wow. Don't know if that's smart, but that's how it worked out. All right, Predicky's up. And yeah, it looks like seedings have been released. Apologies to the players that did not make it in. Do not treat that as a deterrent. Please do sign up on future weeks. You never know. Keep improving. Keep grinding. You might be in the next midweek muster, right? We've had varying names appear. It's not guaranteed that the top 20 players are going to always sign up, for example. So it's always worth signing up. So we have a full roster. And you still get valuable experience. You added it to the overlay. Oh, did you? Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, Cal. Because I think I could have had it in, but I think it showed up weird originally with how we done the UI. And I couldn't be asked to get a redraft done of the graphics. Don't judge me. Ah, nice. Thank you very much, Cal. Look at you. Big shout out to Cal. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I couldn't remember what text I used. That looks a lot better. Thank you. Oh, let me flip that around. Is he cursed to never, ever win Midweek Muster again? Oh, starting to feel that way. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Number 5 here in the grand finals for game number 6. And it is actually Vortex of Team Fox on the verge of taking it. His second week signing up, and he may already be a champion. With Puppy Paw not here to defend his title, it fell upon Wham. And now he may be about to be bam, thank you, ma'am, out of this one. Marlians versus Roos, a matchup that Wham has been able to dominate as the Roos before on that exact map. We are on High View, aka Pigeon's View, the better version. And you're going to see why Roos looks so good here. Tree line galore. Hunting cabins already being dropped to maximize. I love that pivot as well. Vortex was going to set up the second hunting cabin like people always do. He pivoted it across to this one to maximize tree density, which means both of these are going to generate probably about 18 gold in the first minute of play. Really strong play. Behind this, Sheep Hall is going to be a very important detail. 10 to 13 already. And oh my giddy aunt. This could be 2TC. I think 2TC can make a lot of sense for Roos on this map. We've seen it look pretty healthy. It's also especially good against Marlians. Marlians hate nothing more than 2TC civs. Because when they're very efficient at doing it, it means that you have to waste time reacting to the aggression that follows up in Feudal, and it keeps you away from your castle. And by the time you get there, you're talking about an opponent having like a 20 villager lead, right? Roos is one of those civs that's very good at that because of how clean the tech time is going to be into Feudal and the TC. And then the follow-up detail that makes them more tilting is Knights on a map like this. What could be epic for Wham here is Pro Scouts. I think Pro Scouts plays really well on this map because of the Stealth Forest. Second TCs don't give vision into Stealth Forest, so let's say Vortex drops a TC here, you can sneak in and snatch deer, snatch deer, snatch deer. Removing value from the play. Got to get coming in. We'll know very quickly if this is 2TC, because what you'll see from Vortex is probably about 3.5 minutes in, he'll pull the villagers to gather 50 stone to generate the tickets, and then he'll go into the wood. Answer on the other side. Wow, look at this one as well. Ooh, bit tricky for him if aggro does eventually come. The good news is that usually the Roos aggro is more raid focused in this matchup in the early phase, not all in. This would be more painful if you're against an all-in civ. Like, for example, Delhi scaling Ghazi, eventually getting a Ram, they'd take all this down. Roos probably not going to rush your Rams. Well, unless it's Killjadi playing Roos. I still remember that game against Vortex. That was ridiculous. It's not that he can never win, it's that he's the gatekeeper of the winner. Well, is that true? You think Louis would win if he was here? I don't know, like Louis or Wham, I don't want to say completely similar playstyles, but they do both like the mid to late game more than someone like Vortex. I think they maybe suffer the same way. Especially on Vortex's current form. I mean, I've been impressed just how quickly he's picked up AoE4 again. You'd almost think he barely left. Guys, hear me out. What if Vortex didn't leave? What if he's been one of those Chinese named accounts all along? And he simply said he'd left, so that everyone was like, oh, the most aggressive players left. Let's practice Imperial Age and TC booming. And then... would be crafty. But there you go. 5 villages out in the stone. Timing on the second TC is a lot cleaner now because of the buff to Golden Gate. You get the required resources 20 seconds sooner now. Because remember, they buffed the tickets to generate every 50 seconds when it used to be a minute. Scouts in the meantime are going to be a little bit annoying. So houses are going to get torched. Rack's reaction is coming in from the Marlians. So we aren't getting any pro scouts play here for Wham. That worries me because this TC is going to be disgusting. And what's Wham's play? I guess you could go for Donzo Javelin Rush. That would be pretty unique. You don't see it very often these days, but we actually had a game the other day with Marlians where And I think it might have been Wham, actually. He found a really good timing to just rush in. I believe it was Wham versus Cat, where he found a really good timing to rush in with spears, javelins against French, and eradicate his opponent. How did you guys vote at the end, by the way? 61% Wham. Now, be honest, how much of that is because you guys really, really want to see 7 games? TC drop coming in. It's the disgusting one we talked about. I mean, this is jackpot spawn, right? In fairness, it's not like Vortex got something that Wham didn't. I love this from Wham, though. He went out onto the deer. Pretty smart play. I don't think you want to be spamming cattle. That slows down a tech play, if that is your eventual goal. Mining camp now actively coming in, so we might just be seeing a Fulani rush. Yeah, feels like it, right? I mean, otherwise, pit mine plus passive gold, you don't really need it to just gradually trend towards castle. He needs to rush that timing. The second pit mine also getting added in. Vortex probably just going to rush castle here. And then you're likely looking at Men Arms Flood, which is really smart into Donzo. Because those javelin attacks they throw can easily take out horse archers, right? And also, your opponent can scale javelins at this stage, so horse archers just die. I really like the idea of just opening with double racks for Roos in castle. Especially on a map where your opponent's quite blind. You can just kind of sneak in unnoticed. And yes, Cow does play in tournaments. He was gracious enough to challenge B, and B was able to practice that incredible supervision mill build with the fishing. Good guy, Cow. We're 4-4 like that, you know? Like, I already make enough grand finals, guys. Like, did you know, you guys thought the Puppy Paw's streak of winning 3 grand finals was impressive? Wham's streak of making 5 grand finals? I've made 5 grand finals. As a caster, but still. I think it counts. Survival techniques down the way. Now, you might be thinking, oh, Vortex is ages away from castle, but the disgusting thing is just how much quicker you get there with Golden Gate. Remember, you are getting an extra 50 resources for free every minute. That's the way it works. And because you go and gather all the wood and sell it as gold, it's even quicker, right? Because you're getting 20% more wood. Wolves coming up. So Wham is aware of the potential raid. Vortex is already aware that he wants to be on a raid here. We have got the first ranch coming in. That's a bloody long walk for the cattle. Very, very hunkered in wolves from Vortex as well. What do you think, guys? 1s if you like Wham's plan, 2s if you like Vortex's. Another scary thing here, guys. Look at what there's room for here. Do you guys see that? I mean, this could have been better with a slightly further forward wall, and then you just high trade house here. But that's going to be a pretty big high trade house opportunity. I don't know if it's going to be insanely out this well, because you're just very far away from this tree line. This one's slightly chopped, but it is going to be probably, I want to guess, maybe 180? Probably higher. Well, the numbers we were seeing off of pathetic tree lines, we could easily have 200 plus. This is another thing that makes Roos really good on this map. I think high trade houses scaling for tier 2, tier 3 is a little bit overtuned, right? The numbers made sense with the old deer system, but with the new deer system, with the new bounty system rather, you almost guaranteed every game, well, definitely guaranteed every game to eventually get tier 3 bounty. Quite quickly, actually, I'd say. So I wonder if the numbers could be brought down just a smidge here. It's still going to be a good landmark, even with that tweak. Oh no, here comes the random guy on YouTube that hates me when I say things should be nerfed. It's not really that I aim for nerfs. I actually prefer buffs, but, you know, when high trade house is being built literally every game, you've either got to find a very creative buff out of Trinity now, or maybe we just need to bring it down a smidge on the HDH. Wall's going up. Oh, look, I've never seen Wham do this before. He freaking loves his walls. High trade house is going to be good, though, guys. 71 trees. That's enough to make you So Wham, these type of walls kind of necessary when you know either horse archers or knights are coming. Otherwise, you just get grabbed everywhere. I mean, look at his vision without these walls, right? It's absurdly blind. Vortex, though, has got the 10 villager lead. Wham, not too far off his own tech timing, but it won't be a complete Fulani if he chooses now. And it looks like we are going to be getting knights and horse archers. Love this build. You love how Wham says, dude, I have literally had Wham in person be like, I don't think I'm a defensive player. I'm like, you're a very defensive player. When everyone else is like, I don't think I can wall anymore, Wham's like, hold my beer. So Monastery as well. Vortex very clean on his timings here. Wham is at least going to be able to guard these. It's quite nice, actually, that you're up against Warrior Monks. Donzos will actually perform better there, because remember, it's a cavalry unit. Grand Fulani now coming in. So high trade house, 190 gold. Cha-ching. You still got other tiers of the bounty system to get through, right? So it's going to get better. Vortex going at Archers Knights is pretty crafty, actually. I don't think Wham's going to expect that. You'd expect Horse Archers and Knights on a map like this. So the reason this is important is because Wham's going to have to build Donzos. He's probably thinking Donzo Sofa. Knights should do pretty damn well against that. You have to kite the fight right. Even if your opponent does scale Javelins, though, Javelins tend to feel better against Archers in Feudal Age compared to Castle. Right? They'll still be the counter unit, but the attack speed difference starts to hurt a little bit more, right? Especially if you have something being countered. Like, the idea is that Vet Archers will kill Donzos a lot quicker than Feudal Archers would, right? So attack speed kind of matters a little bit more, especially when you blob to 30, 40, 50 units. I think he should name himself Warlow1. Yo, Age of Empires 2 has the Legend of Wall. Can Wham be that for us? You guys ever realize that going back to it, now that I think about it, Kazma should have made an account just called Tower? Damn, that was a missed marketing opportunity right there. Poke coming in. Warrior Monk already able to pick up the first, well, second, sorry. He's already got one home, right? Looks like Wham is going to expand a little bit wider to try and guard. We have got sofas surely on the way here, right? Yeah, double stables coming in now. Looks like he's playing for Relics himself, but he's already very far behind. Yeah, I'm getting further behind. It's 43 to 59. You know, the Fulani can equate for about like 20 villages roughly. We're about to reach its threshold. On top of that, your opponent has got passive gold trickle that beats you. Right? You've got double pit mine and a Mansa generating, what was that, 274 gold. The high trade house alone does 190. That's coming in. Wham. Not a fight he wants. One he has to take. I mean, he has at least got the veteran Donzos, but the Vet Archers just mopping him quickly. Not a great start. Wham has at least got the walls to buy some time. He might need a lot of time. Notice I emphasized time there. I was like, no, not a lot of walls, guys. He already has a lot of those. Wham without walls is like alcohol-free beer. Do you think he just like ever picks Mongols and goes to instinctively like cure wall? Says like says Q, X and goes, oh. Oh. It's like a pirate captain going to shake his hook and realizing he doesn't have one. Which doesn't feel right. Burn Fruit coming in on the pit mines. This is a Night Flood, and it's one that he could afford for so long due to the deer. Usually this is a little bit difficult to achieve, right? You're going to run out of food, but not in this type of game. Second pit mine now being targeted, and Wham doesn't have a way of easily poking this. He could actually be getting some freebies, though. I'm a little bit surprised there. Donzos have the Javelin Thrower, right? And remember, they do double damage against them, so you'll do 16 damage to these knights, minus 4. 20 Donzos is enough to insta-kill a knight. You need every single kill you can get. You think Vortex needs crossbows? I don't think so. Look at his knight count. He'll be getting Boy's Fortitude soon. Boy's Fortitude, like, you were already going to beat Sofa with knights. Boy's Fortitude guarantees it. adding a Warrior Monk with the buff for the +1 armor. That's kind of wild, right? Like, with the important armors, you feel quite tanky until you realize your opponent already has 1 more armor, and important armors gives you 2. So all he needs to do is bring a Warrior Monk in for a single stab, and he gets buffed up. Crossbows are going to be on the way. Even cleaner victory. But, like, crazily enough, if you at least have a Warrior Monk here, this comp wins. Wham has to outplay him in these fights big. Archers are going to start a step back. Sophos were trying for the backstab, but Vortex is going to find him there. The wall on the side. Vortex doesn't skip a beat, though. He finds it and snipes it. And now both cavalry lines are going to surge towards each other again. The Donzo count still looking fairly decent, so Vortex is going to have to keep skirting this. But he can wait it out, right? Trade the archers, the Donzos, and victory should be yours. He's got so many archers coming in as well. Wham, I think the melee mosh pit is just getting kind of a little bit too much. And now with the lines thin, Vortex looks to overwhelm. Wham is ironically looking Donzo. Greedy pit mine grab is his only upside right now. This is a risk and then some, but he needs to take risks. I respect that. You gotta respect the hell out of the Spaniard. People warned that he was coming, that he was back on form. Now, I don't think that next week is gonna be as simple to dominate, because we're stacking the lineup. But week number 5, his throne awaits him. All he needs to do now is don the cape, put on the crown, and don't trip over yourself as you approach the throne. Wow, of course. Said, I don't hear no bell. I mean, you might as well play it out, right? You're on the verge of defeat in this best of 7. Vortex just looking so good. I mean, he even stopped doing the crossbows, right? Like, why do you need them? Like we said, Sofa, don't care. Knights. He done all this without Boy's Fortitude, by the way. He never got that tech. Huge health increase when you have 20+ knights, right? A knight has 230 health. If you have 20 and you add in Boy's Fortitude, that's 500 more health in your comp. Very valuable tech to have. But he just wanted the DPS instead of spending 500 on defense. Is Vortex taking a break after this one, Tube? Bro, Vortex, come on. You gotta try to defend the title. Especially with someone else coming back. I have a feeling we're gonna see a lot of top pros signing up in 2025, by the way. A lot of players focusing on the team tournaments at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if Vortex is trying to focus on the 2v2 tournament, right? That series against Louis, the CSO, probably a wake-up call. But I think you're going to see gradually everyone want to be involved in the midweek muster. Wow, like I said, not done yet. Definitely up against the ropes. He needs to make a move soon. The tide is trending against him. He's still only 1 TC. So for raid? Okay, this is a good start. Oh, did he overjump? I think he didn't even get the walls up in time, right? So far have snuck in. This is a good raid for Wham. But he has to do more. It's a good step in the right direction, but it now relies on the most aggressive player. Toro, not looking to send it. That's exactly what Vortex is going to do. He says, great, you sent in a few cav. Let me show you what a lot of cav looks like. Woo! Wait! You mess with the bull and you get the horns. Forces defense, Wham. Only 7 Sofa here. Archer's crossbow starts stepping back. It is going to force him off of the cattle. Able to at least protect that. In the meantime, he has lost access to the central gold. Looks like the raid has practically been shut down. So, decent damage done, but also damage taken there. Wow, only 5 of these Sofas. Now, in fairness, they are absorbing a lot of shots. They got the full ranged armor upgrade, right? That's why you're seeing Vortex back away. Now he has to make the crossbow switch. That was the difference before. The archers were very impactful because Wham actually didn't have imported armors in those early fights. Love this. Wham doesn't sit on his ass waiting to be hit again. He's like, okay, that raid was reasonable. I can build more Sofa behind this. Small groups of Sofa are working. But what I need is more kills to keep Vortex in check. Fortunately, this time, Vortex's renewed aggression may be a little bit fast for Wham. He's in position yet. The walls are already up. He won't get there. The dive is already coming in. 38 Donzo. So he's trying to get rid of the mosque here. Also smart, not only does it deny the relic, it gives an easier flow in towards the cattle. Just have to back up a little bit here. We've also got castle turrets coming in everywhere. So he's looking to get stronger defenses across the map. Vision is looking good for Vortex. Check this. He sees everything towards Wham's base. Crossbow clan is also just kind of getting out of control. Wham's probably going to have to go mangoes. I mean, there's not really any other option in this type of position, right? Like, the crossbows are going to get to a stage where they'll kind of just stand their ground in the fights. The other biggest scare I have for Wham is Vortex is trending towards Imperial. There's no reason not to from this position, right? You could Spaskar on the central gold. Hell, you could even just high armory this. And it feels inevitable. 172 population is about ready. This is nightmare fuel right now for Malian mains. You're at 21 minutes in the game, and you're not at 200 pop, your opponent's about to be. It doesn't really get much worse than this. This Civ's all about zerging, and he's even tried to zerg, right? He built Mass Donzo. Like, you're talking about Vortex having double the night count to Sofa, and Sofas are cheaper. And there it is. Vortex! He done this to DeMu with the Berkshire. He loves dropping these landmarks in their face. Oh man, I know Donite is out there smiling. He's going to back up for the moment. Doesn't want to overextend while teching. Showing a lot of respect here right now to Wham. But Wham, I have to wonder, like, you know, is it just going to be a GG? He'll probably go for the last Ura, look for the fight. Has to, right? But I don't think that fight can come before the landmark. And if it goes up, how are you diving a cannon emplacement? How is that ever meant to end well? And yes, Pascal became more popular because the high armory. Mangoes eventually come in, but they come in a lot later. And I think Pascal gives a level of secure, right? For Vortex, he loves this as a staging point to hit the base, but for other players, it's great for securing an 8k vein that gets you into that late game. Wow, I'm just realizing how screwed he is on sneak attacks here. Looks like we have got Spearman Horseman being prepped by Vortex, so he's just looking to body these fights now. Wow, I'm trying to make a move. Is his timing right here? I mean, theoretically, you can burn through the walls, but he hesitates and backs up. Army already mirroring the move. Safer on the north side should be able to be a little bit annoying. There is a break-in opportunity here. But there is a hard defense coming, guys. Vortex had plenty of gold in reserve. Elite techs have already been queued up. It's going to try to break through the wall, but the Knight's already there. And it's not just elite tech. Remember, the Roos have the Poleaxe tech for an extra +4 damage. The Sofas were already losing these fights. It's going to be even more one-sided. It's all about the Donzo defense now. Vortex doesn't even care for the Streltsy. We've got mass spears coming. I mean, it makes sense, right? The Sofas are Wham's way back in. He needs to raid. Just leave spears at home to defend. Knight's crossbows go in. The cool thing is, he's optimizing for his attack point here with his elite techs. Spears can be upgraded later. This is all about the now. Now is his time to claim his crown. Moves in onto the Fulani. Wham, in the middle of a farm transition right now. Good luck with that. Elite upgrades just came in. Wham. Rock in a hard place, right? It's like, do I attack? Do I defend? And he realizes it's it. It's too late. It's happened again. Wham. Once again, pipped at the post. The Spaniard is back. Vortex is your champion in midweek muster number 5. Wow. What a performance. GG's to both the players. Wham, always turning up, right, in these grand finals is bloody impressive in itself, making all 5 so far, but once again, denied after his, opening week. Getting so close, then back to back against his bro, probably thinking that this is finally the time, but Vortex says no, takes it in 6. Big congrats to him. He takes the lion's share of the $300 prize pool on offer today. Don't worry, folks, plenty of weeks to come, and we've got some cool upcomers. Let's just say the return of a reigning champion looking to defend his title, and also someone else who historically has been a podium level player signing up for midweek muster number 6. Get your guesses in the chat. Who do you think we're going to see as a new or returning addition in week 6 when it kicks off very soon? Let me know, and I'll catch you all at the next chapter. Congrats to Mr. Vortex, able to take it in 6 in the end. So, that brings us to a close of today's action. But I did promise something exciting. We're growing in popularity. The lads, they just can't stay away. Because, midweek muster is too much bloody fun. Do you guys realize that? Of course you do. Which is why we've got some fun upcoming. It is my pleasure to announce that the rosters are live, and I believe they should be getting locked in a second if they haven't already, because the only thing we're waiting on is seeding. Actually, I think, Choom, they're probably already locked, right? Because Vortex, you said, hasn't signed up, so Wham was the only one we needed to figure out, and we now know it. So what I can do is we can go across and care for the flashbang, because we're going to go into white mode. I don't think Start GG has a dark mode. But midweek muster number 6, now live. Brackets are up. And the action kicks off tomorrow. Oh, isn't definitive? Okay, hasn't started yet? Crap. But, is this a soft set for just other than Wham? Am I good to go through it? All right, we can hype up the big points, though. We've got a lot of returning names here. It's starting to stack up. Oh, thank you, Tube. Okay, dude, we convinced Vortex to come in. So Vortex is going to be returning. Apologies to whoever gets dropped there. Maybe Cal. Then again, Cal. He went from B last week to, that's right, Beastie Cutie is back. He looked left, he looked right, he didn't see a Krakeny, he didn't see Socotra. He felt safe. Yeah, so we've got a fun one here. Not only is Puppy Paw returning in week number 6 to try and make it 4 out of 6 weeklies he's won, but Beastie Cutie, after deciding after the first week he didn't want to because the elo skewing and he didn't think that he was on top form of 1v1s, he seems ready. Our lad Beastie is returning to the weekly format, and we've still got a lot of the familiar faces, right? Sassy coming through B. I just saw M7 signed up. I don't think he was in the previous ones. Mahodo returning. Scatterbrained. We got Stay Frosty again. Look at him keep being in there. Anatan, Xlav, Cat, Makomi. We have got the return of Krakeny. And hold on a sec. Crash Collision course for quarterfinals, by the way. Whew. We've then got Give You Anxiety. He came in here earlier this week and went, it's time for America to rise up. He is here to represent something from below the northern point of the American border, not just Canadians anymore. Starflux going to be in there again. Dragavan, Voldemar. We mentioned Cal and Beastie already. We've got Puppy Paw returning, as we said. Ezra is going to be there again. Gully Deckle, Elyona, Bit Cousin making it in again against LouMT this time. Mio Micah and Killjadi in the first round is going to be wild. If anyone's been watching the Mio Micah and Killjadi games, these guys have very similar preferences. They both highly covet Jean, and I think they quite like... I think Mio Micah isn't as crazy on Delhi. Usually Mio Micah is like Juji, Mongols, Jean. So 2 of those 3, Killjadi absolutely adores as well. Then we got Anavaku going up against DeMu. I don't know. Wait, is Anavaku really with Navi? I'm not sure I believe that one. And oh no, dude, it's shuffling. It's shuffling as I'm talking. We've then got Myriad versus Lash, and then finally it's going to be Wham versus... We're figuring that one out. Sorry, Jean Doe, you might be out. Someone is not going to make it. I'm not sure if it's Jean Doe or someone else. But it's going to be a fun one for sure. So, guys, reminder that will kick off about... We're going to aim to go live at 2 p.m. my time tomorrow. So that'll be 3 p.m. Central European time is when we will be live. We'll be live by then to kick off the Friday matches. We're going to catch a bunch of live series. We might catch a few recorded because it depends on how players are scheduling their games, of course. But we should have several live series from the round of 32. And then that'll nicely soften us up, reset us, ready to go to the weekend where I will be live on EGC on, I believe, and I will double check this, but I think I'm on Sunday again with the wonderful Krakeny. Yes. So I'll be on Sunday's broadcast for the 2v2 tournament for Sunday with Krakeny. And then we will be back on Monday to do a service like we've done this time. We actually cast every single round of 16 this week. We will do that again. We'll aim to do that again. It'll be a round of 16s on Monday, possibly a quarterfinal or two. And then we'll, on Tuesday, finish off the other round of 16s in the quarterfinals, possibly semifinals. I don't know how feasible it is to guarantee players play the semifinals every Thursday, so I don't know if we'll aim for that as a continued target. But yes, we will look to do it where possible. It is a cool way of doing it to have more length. If, however, we can't do semifinals on a Thursday, I'm going to try to push players to do them on the Tuesday when we're live to be able to catch it. And then if it is just the grand finals on Thursday, what I can do on that week is I'll look to try and scrape together something for a third place match to incentivize the players to maybe come in for a few games so we have a show match before the grand finals. But yeah, no, Faye, I already talked to Faye. Her problem is her time zone. Her time when she streams obviously would have been rough up against a lot of players. Open scheduling is usually quite flexible. Faye has a very unique time scope she works within that would make it hard for her to clash with Europeans. Otherwise, she would clearly Magadai all their faces off. But what we do now, YouTubers, like I said, tune in tomorrow at 3 p.m. CET when we kick off with KPM number 6. In fact, I didn't even talk about the map pool. We talked about it last stream, so I'll go over it one more time. This stream, new map pool. We're making some changes, baby. We're cooking up a different circulation here. So we decided to remove Lipany. And then the other one, my brain is absolutely farted because it's been a very long day. I believe we took out Scarguard, right? Yeah. So we removed Scarguard. Probably next up to be removed is Pigeon's View. Just because we're trying to rotate maps in and out. Even if I love maps, we want to change maps. So we took out Scarguard. And we took out Lipany. Lipany was one of the most bad maps. Players just didn't really seem to want to play it. I think when we... Oh, sorry, not most bad. It wasn't picked was the issue, right? So Lipany was one of the least picked maps by far. Scarguard the most played, but we want to balance that out where we shuffle new maps in. So next week, or rather starting tomorrow, we've got Archipelago and Baldland. Baldland is the one where it has a lot of trees towards the center, not much near you. A little bit like Prairie with a wood target. That is going to be the default map, and Archipelago will be in there. So, I try to avoid having pure water maps as default because it's not everyone's cup of tea. It's very hard to get used to. And I want to have it as an option, but if people don't want to play it, they can ban it, right? So I think this is a pretty cool roster. We might look to try and take out Himiyama and Pigeon's View next time. We'll see how it goes. But we'll figure that out a little bit closer to week number 7. But yeah, week number 6, like I said, begins at 15 CET, which is in... My brain needs to dewind. 16 hours? 16 hours, I believe. So yeah, we'll be live again in about 16 hours to continue the cover. Wait, is it 16? My brain is now questioning it. 16. No. Yes? 17. 18. 18 hours. 18. My brain, dude, it's been a long day. 4? Yes, 18. All right, we're good. I'm not trusting... Yeah, it's definitely 18. It's been a long day. Sorry, guys. But yes, like I said, 18 hours, we'll be live again. I'm going to end the YouTube stream now. Thank you very much, people there, for tuning in. Much love and keep supporting. Incredible to see between Twitch and YouTube. YouTube, we had 100 people on average, I think, in the end watching, which is phenomenal. Love the fact we keep growing there. Hopefully, we're able to start ramping up content on the channel, edited stuff, thumbnails, etc. But we'll